Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 201, The Brotherhood and Lion Castle. In this world, where there is light, there is darkness, where there is justice, there is also betrayal. Therefore, trust is truly the most precious quality. Although Luo Yi possessed some strength and had many people assisting him, he never expected everyone to respect and love him after arriving in Flower Territory and obtaining the title of Earl. It's perfectly normal for people to be outwardly gloating while inwardly engaging in all sorts of sordid deeds. Therefore, Luo Yi had actually been planning this infiltration plan for a long time. To put it bluntly, it involved training a group of people, a group of spies, and then placing them among the various nobles. They could be maids, servants, grooms, or cooks. They didn't need to be particularly powerful, as long as they were sharp-eyed, alert, and could deliver information to Luo Yi. That was enough. In reality, nothing is ever truly silent. Any personnel movement involves everything from basic necessities to various aspects of life. Even a little attention would reveal clues. Simply ensuring Luo Yi was prepared in advance would be a great achievement. Luo believed that the Raymond family likely possessed a similar intelligence organization. Unfortunately, he hadn't ascended to the throne through legitimate means and lacked the knowledge of communication and coordination, rendering it largely ineffective. Therefore, he needed Eng's help to rebuild a new intelligence organization. Seeing Eng's apparent confusion, Luo said, "In direct combat, I'm not afraid of anyone, not even the so-called four marquises. However, often, betrayal from one's own people and scheming in the shadows are the most terrifying. I don't believe their oaths, nor do I believe these vassals and knights are of one mind with me, so I need to be wary of them." Eng nodded slightly and immediately said, "Your Excellency, but it might not be easy to place such well-trained people in. Then what's your idea?" "Bribery. Among those vassals, there are always those who lack money, resources, and potions. If they can give me some money and supplies, I believe I can pry open a loophole." Luo nodded slightly. "Of course, you need operating funds. Don't use the family accounts, draw them from Mira. Once the communication magic circle is built and communication is convenient, you can take action," Eng added. "Also, I've thoroughly investigated the general situation in Brussels these past few days. It's not much better than Auckland. There are many orphans here, without fathers or mothers, doing some sneaky things. If possible, I would like to organize them, not only to give them a way to survive, but also to select outstanding personnel to supplement my team. This is a good thing, you just do it." Eng felt a little embarrassed. "This will cost a lot of money." "It doesn't matter. Jintle has value only when he spends it. If it's left in the Seven Gods Bank, it's just a string of numbers." Luo said this, and then asked, "By the way, name?" "I asked about the name, but you haven't told me yet?" Eng looked a little stunned and said, "Brothers Gang. Let's call it Brothers Gang. I think this is the best name." "Then call the Brotherhood." Luo Yi chuckled and said, "I hope that one day, your brother gang will be present in every city in the entire old continent." Eng also smiled. "Then I will keep up the good work." Eng took the note approved by Luo Yi and left. In fact, his underground gang in Brussels has already conquered an area. If it is just to feed their people, it is enough. But Luo had too many things to do, which naturally cost money. He could use this note to withdraw enough jintier and supplies from Butler Hoover. This wealth was all brought by Luo. The specific accounting would have to wait until the communication magic circle was set up. That would take time. Seeing Eng leave, Luo turned his head slightly and said, "Teacher Oliveira, you also need to keep an eye on Eng. This underground gang is a mixed bag, most of them are weaklings, and you never know what powerful hidden figures they might run into. I don't care about the Brotherhood, but you must ensure Eng's safety." Oliveira nodded slightly. "Eng is very cautious, I will also take care of him." Luo sighed slightly and said, "We are still too weak. By the way, please inform the Flame Sword Saint and the Iron Knight that I want to go out tomorrow." "Where?" "Lion Castle. There are not only ruins there, but also secrets." "Okay." That night, in the study, Luo sat quietly behind his desk, an open letter in his hand, obviously writing a reply. However, his eyes flickered, yet he hadn't missed a single word on the letter. Letters to others were simple, just casual banter, the matters were always the same. But the one from Miller required careful consideration. Two paths, deciding Miller's life, and even more so, the future of the Petrovich family. Frankly, Lloyd didn't feel qualified to make the decision for him. The only thing he could do was to uphold his beliefs. So, when Lloyd decided and began writing, the first half was his analysis of Hohenzollern III's intentions. But in the end, he wrote only 6 words: follow your heart. There was no right or wrong on either path, it all depended on what kind of person Miller wanted to become. Frankly, Lloyd was almost 80% certain he would choose the first path. Perhaps it was youthful arrogance, or perhaps he was simply more suited to practical work than flattery. But these were choices Miller himself had to make. The next day, early morning, Lloyd woke up before sunrise, when the world was still shrouded in darkness. Brussels has a pleasant climate, and the mornings aren't too cold. After getting up, he gently removed Lilia's arm, put on his clothes, and appeared at the manor's training ground. There was no one there except Olivera, not even the servants were awake. It was here that Roy began his training. Swordsmanship, spear techniques, breathing exercises, holy skills, physical conditioning, until finally, he drank potions and tried new extraordinary combat techniques. It had been a long time since Roy had trained so thoroughly, to the point that he was somewhat addicted to the illusion of sweating and unleashing his power. He felt that accumulating strength bit by bit, constantly becoming stronger, was the right path. This large training ground wasn't just for Roy, many knights had the habit of morning training there. As the sun rose, these people arrived at the training ground one after another, and seeing the figures sweating profusely, they were all stunned. As a count, Roy was working so hard, and they had arrived so late. This made them feel ashamed, and they trained even harder in their morning training. Roy didn't care about their thoughts, instead completing a round of cultivation on his own. He then admired his attribute panel, feeling highly motivated by the impressive data. This round of cultivation ended just as dawn broke, around breakfast time. Roy also took a bath, using the Roy Fitz warrior potion, and then ate a hearty breakfast. He used to start his day like this in Auckland, and now, having regained his form, he felt a pang of nostalgia. After breakfast, he led Olivera, Iron Knight Filzik, and Flame Sword St. Otto in a relatively ordinary carriage, leaving Lion Manor. Lion Manor was located in the southeastern center of Brussels, situated on higher ground in the northwest, resulting in a rather pleasant urban environment and green spaces. As a key city managed by the Raymond family, the streets were relatively wide, and although there were no streetlights, they were fairly clean. Furthermore, the dumping of swill was strictly prohibited, and there was a relatively complete water supply system and plenty of public toilets. In terms of sanitation, it was quite good. To reach Lion's Castle, Lloyd had to head north and cross a pontoon bridge. The Roy River flowed through the city, and travel between the two sides required either a boat or a bridge. However, bridge building technology in this world was limited, unless magical intervention was involved. The wide river necessitated the construction of a pontoon bridge. This pontoon bridge was essentially made of planks from individual boats, covered with the wooden planks, swaying constantly with each passing wave. Upstream, numerous cargo ships were moored, only able to pass during specific times. Around 11 p.m. each night, the pontoon bridge was temporarily dismantled to allow ships to pass. Undoubtedly, this was inconvenient, but given the limitations of bridge building technology, it was the only option. The carriage swayed somewhat as it traveled across the pontoon bridge. Looking out the window, Lloyd saw the river flowing gently. Further upstream, beyond the city, lay vast stretches of fertile farmland. Harvest season was approaching, and as far as the eye could see, everything was golden. However, once they crossed the pontoon bridge and reached the slums, the environment deteriorated considerably. The buildings were haphazard, the streets were filthy, and the clothing of the pedestrians was far less luxurious. Many were barefoot or wearing straw sandals. Clearly, the gap between rich and poor in Brussels was enormous. However, they didn't wander through the streets for long before reaching the North Gate. Leaving the North Gate and walking along the straight avenue, they found themselves in an endless expanse of fields. Lloyd also saw spinning windmills, scattered villages, straight wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, colorful flower fields, and fluttering butterflies and bees. Because of the abundance of flower fields, Brussels also had a hidden industry, honey. Honey was highly sought after even among the nobility. It wasn't something everyone could afford. However, the honey produced was mostly consumed internally, and its reputation remained largely unknown. The carriage continued along the avenue, gradually increasing its speed, until, after about half an hour, the horizon suddenly revealed rolling hills. Nearby, a mountain peak had been completely sheared off. And on that peak, a castle resembling ruins came into view. This was the former site of Lion Castle. P.S. Updated the attribute panel, name, Roy Roy Fitz race, human, hero template, class. Windchaser swordsman, Tier 2 LV10, magic gunner, Tier 2 LV9, strength, 21, 16/100, agility, 25, 22/100, constitution, 22, 9/100, perception, 17, 99 out of 100, intelligence, 17, 9/100, awakened talents, deadly threat, swift as the wind, divine sigh, beast heartbeat, pure blood combat skills, swift sword technique LV9, 99/100, cheetah breathing technique, accumulation LV5, 80/100, cheetah breathing technique, refinement LV6, 55 out of 100, windchaser LV7, 33/100, swift thrust LV7, 33/100, V-shot LV7, 33/100, sky piercing /LV6, 89/100, gunner skills, basic meditation LV5, 35 out of 100, eagle eye LV4, 90/100, magic weapon mastery LV3, 10/100, dual balance LV5, 1/100, rapid fire LV7, 89/100, weapon maintenance LV7, 19/100, secret sacred techniques, divine sigh LV2, 20/100, lion king LV2, 30/100, other skills, old world knowledge LV3, herbal identification LV6, 10/100, alchemy LV4, 99/100. Created secret potions, Roy Fitz warrior's secret potion, soul stabilizing incense, soul soothing incense. Chapter 202, The Raymond family's treasure trove. The ruins of Lion Castle. Stepping through the broken gates, one sees heavy steel railings collapsed on the ground, alongside broken chains and winches. One can imagine that in its heyday, opening these gates required several nights working together to turn the winches. The adjacent walls, a full 2 meters thick, wide enough for carriages to pass through, are now mostly collapsed. Only fragments remain. The ground is covered in rubble and charred craters, where the horrific scenes of meteorite impacts can still be vaguely discerned. The stone castle is shrouded in flames and thick smoke, many parts are even charred, with shards of glass visible, a testament to the extreme heat. Walking through these ruins, Loy seems to see its former grandeur and witness its current decline. This fortress, which witnessed the rise and growth of the Raymond family, was shrouded in magical blessings accumulated over countless years. Before this man-made disaster, who could have imagined that this castle would be destroyed? But now, how many people are lamenting that it has truly been destroyed? Beside him, Iron Knight Phil Zook stepped closer to Loy and said, "My Zook family has served the Raymond family for 334 years. I still remember my father, the first time he took me into this ancient castle. I was only 10 years old then, just 10 years old, walking beneath those thick walls, as if facing an invincible giant. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would actually witness the fall of a giant." His voice was heavy and suppressed, even a powerful fourth-tier calamity seemed somewhat lost in thought and melancholy. Otto, the flame sword saint, smiled and took a few steps forward. "I'm not like you, we swift swordsmen weren't valued much before. It was only after the Habs Empire introduced a combination of agile swordsmen and magical firearms that the Raymond family established a swordsman training camp. I was in the first batch, only 13 years old when I was selected. Because of my slender build and quick reflexes, I went from a farmer to a swordsmanship apprentice. Back then, I never imagined I would grow to the 4th rank. Back then, I never imagined I would spend most of my life in this castle." His tone grew even lower. "I never imagined that a simple outing would lead to this place being gone when I returned. My wife and children also perished in this man-made disaster." A deep-seated hatred flashed in Otto's eyes. Olivera was the only one who didn't speak, but the solemnity and sorrow in his expression were undeniable. Of the four, perhaps only Loy, the current head of the Raymond family, didn't seem to feel much connection to the castle. Therefore, he posed an extremely serious question: what kind of power do you think could destroy this castle? The Iron Knight and the Flame Sword Saint couldn't help but exchange a glance, and then, almost simultaneously, they exclaimed, "A fifth-tier legendary." Otto added, "The three of us discussed this matter after we met, and we all agree that only a fifth-tier legendary could accomplish this." The Iron Knight chimed in, "It's possible there's more than one." "Why do you say that?" "The magic that destroyed the entire castle must be a forbidden fire spell, a mass meteor shower. Therefore, a legendary fire mage is inevitable. Besides, two fourth-tier calamities perished here, as they were both fourth-tier, defeating them would be easy. But to completely eliminate them without even causing a ripple, the most likely explanation is that an even stronger force intervened, a fifth-tier legendary, and more than two at that. That really gives the Raymond family a lot of credit." Oliveira then asked, "Patriarch, do you have any plans to rebuild the castle?" Roy shook his head without hesitation. "No, at least not now." In Loy's view, if magical machinery develops on a large scale in the future, these purely defensive castles will become less valuable. With increasingly powerful magical cannons being deployed, even strong protective magic will only make them targets. Of course, this isn't the only reason he's unwilling to rebuild them. Turning her head, Loy looked at the three people before her and said, "Don't you think this is a disgrace to the Raymond family, a blatant disgrace? The most important core of the family was destroyed by an unknown enemy, almost severing the bloodline of the Lion King. So, why rebuild it? To preserve it, so that I, and every Raymond in the future, may know this history. Only when the family's blood feud is avenged, will we be qualified to rebuild this fortress." "Alright, let's stop here. We're not here to reminisce." The Iron Knight seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You mean the treasure?" "You know," Otto explained, "there have always been rumors that the Raymond family has a secret treasure vault, but no one has ever seen it. Could it be here?" "That's impossible. If it were here, those people would have had time to clean up the battlefield after the castle was destroyed. They couldn't have missed it, could they?" "Of course they could have found it, but they couldn't get in, and even if they did, they couldn't get out. So, even if they destroyed the castle, they couldn't take the treasure. To open this treasure, only I am qualified, and I need it too." Loy reached out, and the sacred artifact, the Ring of Proverbs, appeared, radiating a dazzling seven-colored light. Alongside the light, intense magical fluctuations emanated from the depths of the earth. Loy looked at Otto and the other two, saying, "In a moment, you must follow my instructions exactly. Don't be reckless. According to ancient records, even a fifth-tier legendary figure could fall into that place." The three exchanged glances, and the Iron Knight said sullenly, "Should we just not go?" Loy said, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't you want to see it?" Otto smiled, "Of course we do. But are you sure we can go?" "It's alright. There are many good things inside, but without me, without the Ring of Proverbs, and without the bloodline of the Lion King, we really can't get in, and we can't get out." "Then let's go see." "In that case, let's go." As he said this, a door appeared before Loy, a portal opened by magic. He stepped forward first. Then he added, "Hold your breath once you're inside. Don't speak unless I say anything, okay?" Before he finished speaking, Loy had already taken a step forward, his figure disappearing into the void portal. Oliveira followed without hesitation, and the remaining two exchanged a glance before entering as well. The space distorted, like stepping into a toilet, spinning and spinning for an unknown amount of time before finally settling into place. It was a vast, empty magic circle, surrounded by rock walls covered in pale blue moss that emitted a fluorescent glow. At first glance, the walls appeared to be covered in cracks. In the air, there were also floating particles like willow catkins, drifting around under the fluctuations of magic. Loy glanced around, reacting swiftly, and in one step, he was at the wall. With a flick of his wrist, the proverb ring imprinted itself on a wall. Rumble. The stone door opened to both sides, the dim light separating them in the middle. Loy waved to the others and stepped inside again. The three Iron Knights quickly stepped into the dim light barrier. Being powerful individuals, they keenly sensed the impact of dark elements. It was as if they had been isolated from something, finding themselves in another space. Surprisingly, it was just a small house. The four of them stood somewhat cramped, and beams of magical light poured down from above. The interplay of light, like daytime, lasted for nearly 3 minutes, illuminating them completely. Then, as the light faded, another passage opened up. Luo Yu stepped out, followed by the other three. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and say, "All right, we can talk now." Otto, the flame sword saint, narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. "I just sensed a deadly danger. If I'm not mistaken, that place could have killed me." "What was that?" Luo Yu replied. "As far as I know, it's a poison, and also a type of planktonic organism called the dark mist worm. It's tiny, like dust. It can enter the body through respiration, or, if it stays there long enough, it can burrow into the body through the pores. It carries toxins and is extremely harmful to the human body. It can block nerve transmission in a very short time. Therefore, even legendary figures are not immune and will die. As for the second beam, that intense light, it's a cleansing magic that can kill these accompanying dark mist worms. So, to get out alive, you not only need to hold your breath, but you also need to react quickly." And here, the Iron Knight pointed around again and asked, "What are these 3 passages?" "There are 3 long corridors leading in 3 directions. When you reach the end, you'll find 3 more. Choose one and continue, and at the end, there are still 3, so, walking along these corridors will never lead you out. That's why it's called the Endless Corridor." "So how do you get out?" "Just follow me. This place is called the Stone Statue Group. Look at those statues. If you enter their range, you can awaken them, and then they'll hunt you down relentlessly. Of course, if you're strong enough to destroy all the statues, then congratulations, you'll fall into the abyss and die a more gruesome death. As for how to get out, you'll have to follow me, and this place, don't be fooled by its inconspicuous appearance. It seems empty, but it actually connects to an abyss teleportation array. It can only be activated once, but even legendary figures can't escape it. The destination is the first level of the abyss, the Blood Abyss battlefield. If you can manage to struggle out of there and return to the Herka world, then there's truly nothing more to say. It must be said that describing this treasure trove as fraught with danger is no exaggeration. Many methods were employed, even those unheard of. Even the Raymond family was a latecomer here. The first to build it was the ancient winged race. The scale of the project and the astonishing methods were truly unimaginable to ordinary people. Luo Yu only achieved this by reading detailed records in ancient texts and having Shinlan simulate the environment multiple times in his dreams. Otherwise, he would never have been so composed. After overcoming numerous obstacles and traveling for a full hour, they finally arrived at their destination. A mottled stone door covered in patterns blocked their way. Luo Yu stepped forward, cut open his palm, pressed his blood-soaked hands onto the door, and then pulled it open with a bang. And then, a dazzling expanse of gold came into view. The Raymond family's treasure trove had finally been reached, riding at midnight. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, The Underground World. Roy had expected the Raymond family's treasure trove to be astonishing, but he hadn't anticipated this magnitude. Within the vast space, a dozen stone pillars supported neatly stacked wooden crates filled with various gold ingots. But much more was simply piled on the ground, like small mountains, the gleaming gold coins dazzling the eye. Deep Blue quickly assessed that there were at least 1 million gold coins of various kinds, an incredibly staggering quantity. Despite Roy's accumulation of hundreds of thousands in assets in just 2 years, most of it was real estate, not gold. Seeing so many gold coins piled before him still delivered a tremendous shock. Of course, his reaction was relatively good. He remained calm, while the other 3 were utterly dumbfounded. Even Olivera, usually expressionless, gaped. Iron Knight Filzik even took a few steps forward, but Roy stopped him just as he was about to reach out. He was somewhat embarrassed. "My lord, I was being rude. I've never seen so much gold before, so I lost my composure. I've never seen anything like it either." "Losing your composure is normal. I brought you here because I trust you." As Luo Yu said this, he glanced around, and finding nothing suitable, simply took out a bullet. "The reason I stopped you is because these gold coins are dangerous." He flicked the bullet, using some force, and it landed on the gold coins, scattering some coins everywhere. From beneath the gold coins, A monster the size of a thumb, with a spider-like body and a scorpion's tail, darted out. It hissed in all directions, then, holding up the gold coins, buried itself in the ground. The venomous scorpion beast, an inconspicuous beetle that excels at hiding itself and possesses deadly venom. If you were blinded by this gold and got hit, you might not die as quickly as the dark mist nether insects, but it would definitely be excruciating. The Iron Knight's face twitched, and he could only say, the Raymond family's ancestors were truly cautious. Alright, forget about that. The real treasure is actually here. With that, he led everyone along the edge of the hall to the back of the gold mountain. There, in a partition space, were several doors. The one closest to him had 2 words written on it, armor. Roy opened it without hesitation, and saw humanoid wooden stakes clad in full sets of knightly armor. Although the styles differed slightly, each set gleamed with a metallic luster from the inside out. Some even had magic runes engraved on them, displaying a faint magical glow, clearly rare magical armor. Besides these, there were leather armor, lamellar armor, chainmail, and even armor for horses. Behind the second door were weapons, various knightly greatswords, lances, spears, bows, and arrows, everything imaginable. Behind the third door were rare treasures, various corals, pearls, gems, and magic cores, filling the room as well. Behind the fourth door were piles of grain and several deep, dark pools with clear, slightly sweet water. As for the fifth door, it was labeled potions, but Roy didn't open it. Otto, curious, wanted to see, but Roy stopped him. He asked, somewhat puzzled, we can't look inside. Luoyu replied, this is another trap, one that can kill, not a potion. Besides, potions usually have a time limit, they lose their effect if left too long. How could there be one here? And haven't you noticed there are no magical items here? Otto pondered, as far as I know. Most magical items need careful handling, otherwise they'll lose their magic over time. And those magic scrolls are disposable, their lifespan is even shorter, so, there's no need to collect them, haven't you realized? This place, supposedly a treasure trove, is actually preparation made by our ancestors for a comeback. If things really get desperate, we can just enter here and use the traps and mechanisms along the way to wipe out our pursuers. The weapons, armor, food, and water here are enough to feed a few hundred people. Then, even if we make a comeback, we'll have the resources. The Iron Knight nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but then asked, and what lies behind this last door? Haven't you figured out where we are yet? His question was abrupt, catching both of them off guard. Finally, the more knowledgeable Iron Knight, Phil Zeke, had his eyes light up. Dark mist worms, venomous scorpion beasts, and this endless corridor, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the underworld. I'd only heard of it before. I never imagined that my flower territory actually had a passage to the underworld. The old continent has a long history. Besides the surface races, there are passages extending deep underground. And deep underground, there are also vast spaces, complex ecosystems, incomprehensible pathways, intelligent life, and many powerful magical beasts roaming. Even tracing back to ancient times, during the War of the 100 Races, elves were driven underground, evolving into the infamous Dark Elves, Grey Dwarves, Minas, and other races. At one time, the underworld and the surface world clashed frequently, fighting fiercely. Although times have changed and humanity has completely conquered the old world, the underworld is almost a legend. Yet, this place is actually a passage to the underworld. The Raymond family built this treasure trove to accumulate resources for their eventual resurgence. It's shrouded in powerful magic, but there are ways out. For example, this door called Potion, opening it means stepping outside the magical realm and truly entering the underworld. What they'll face then will be 100 times more bizarre and dangerous than it is now. The Raymond family is at ease because this secret vault truly sits atop immense danger. Of course, Roy has no intention of wandering the underworld. So, they simply inspected the treasure trove, estimated the approximate amount of resources, and then left. The only things they took were 5 large chests of various gold coins, roughly 100,000 gold tires. Everything requires operating funds. Roy's purpose in coming was genuinely to check out Lion Fortress and this treasure trove. The most important thing was the gold coins. As for the venomous scorpion beasts, Luoyu used his own blood to dispel them. The blood of the Raymond family and the aura of the Lion King were enough to dispel those specially bred venomous scorpion beasts, as well as the curse magic attached to the gold coins. Unexpected, right? These gold coins had an extra layer of protection. To be honest, if it weren't for the ancient records, this treasure trove would be no different from a man-eating place, truly a trap everywhere. It's worth mentioning that on the return journey, they took a different route than when they came. The portal they came through was one way, only allowing entry and no exit, and those dark mist insects could only be killed in a brightly lit room. On their return, although they seemed to be taking the same route, they weren't going to the same place. This portal was only for exiting, not entering. Back in Lion Castle, Luo Yi felt the ample weight in his dimensional bag and felt incredibly powerful. With money, he had plenty of confidence. Driving the carriage back to Lion Manor, the original stables had changed completely. The entire communication magic circle covered an area of 3 meters in diameter, with various intricate magical runes extending deep into the ground. Thanks to the efforts of Mage Memnon and Lady Palacios, it had already taken shape. Inside the manor, a dozen vassals and knights were already waiting for Lloyd. The meeting hall was only used for discussing important matters, and even then, all the vassals had to be present. Normally, matters were discussed privately with Earl Raymond in the study, and the Earl would make the decisions. Alternatively, a core team of several people would gather, each offering their opinions, which the Earl would then listen to before making a final decision. Lloyd had a lot to deal with every day, especially given the current situation. The chaos in the Flower Territory had not yet completely subsided, and numerous problems arose, all of which required his attention and resolution. This morning, Lord Regan, Hick Cruz, and Grand Knight Vincent Ackerman had all arrived, each with their own business. Lloyd, while listening to their reports, was also continuously gaining a deeper understanding of the specific situation in the Flower Territory. For example, Lord Regan is primarily in charge of finances, including the Flower Territory's taxes, maritime trade, perfume business, gold exchange, and so on. In other words, he prefers the position of financial director. Any funds that Roy needs to allocate are basically processed and dispersed through him. Lord Hick Cruz, on the other hand, is mainly responsible for matters related to magical machinery. Essentially, he implements policies, dispatches personnel, communicates with imperial professionals, and resolves various practical problems. His authority is immense, mainly because it covers a wider range of areas and requires the cooperation of many departments. Without sufficient power, no one would pay him any attention, and since he is the most trusted by Earl Carl Raymond, he naturally wields the most power. In addition, there is someone in charge of agriculture within the administrative system. For example, the harvest, planting, hunting of wild animals, logging, and so on all fall under this person's jurisdiction. There is also someone in charge of punishment, murder, robbery, theft, and human escapades. These crimes, once committed, must be tried and punished, whether by beating or killing, or by exile for labor. There are specific methods involved. However, both of them were unlucky and died inside Lion Castle, leaving their positions vacant. On the other hand, the Lion Knights on land and the escort fleet at the seaports remained fully operational. It's worth mentioning that time slowly passed amidst this constant handling of affairs, understanding, and implementation of policies. In the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. On August 12, 312 of the new divine calendar, the 3 decrees finally spread throughout the entire Flower Territory and showed their effects. It was late again, but the promise was kept. Chapter 204, Processing Machinery. Lloyd had to admit he had somewhat underestimated the Raymond family's prestige in this land. 1,000 years of accumulation, countless generations of inheritance, Flower Territory was practically branded with the Raymond family's identity. It was a sense of belonging ingrained in their blood and souls. A single order from Earl Lloyd could make them lay down their weapons, return to their villages, and become farmers again. To lay down their weapons was to gamble their lives on the mercy of their noble lords. Yet they did it without hesitation. On the other hand, the nobles, given Lloyd's insistence on maintaining the existing system, were not stingy with the stored grain in the granaries. With food, soup kitchens, and the hope of survival, the chaos subsided swiftly. Of course, while Lloyd was based in Brussels, he wasn't idle. Through Regan Durant's trade network, Lord Hick Cruz's administrative staff, and Grand Knight Alfonso Zook's knightly ranks, he monitored the implementation of the 3 decrees almost constantly. It wasn't that some knights outwardly complied but inwardly defied them, or simply ignored them, but Luo Yi always sent people to reprimand them immediately. As a result, in less than a week, It seemed as if the decree had been issued and all the repercussions had subsided. Frankly, this speed left not only Luo Yu but even the vassals somewhat dumbfounded. They suddenly realized that this illegitimate son was not only a cultivation genius, nor merely a verbal threatening figure, but also quite capable in managing his territory. In just 1 week, the flower territory seemed to have returned to its former peace. However, Luo Yu knew that the challenge had only just begun. That night. Study. Lilia gently pushed open the door, tiptoed in, her delicate white feet making no sound on the carpet. Behind the desk, Luo Yu was busy at his work, writing rapidly with a quill pen, seemingly unaware of Luo Yi's presence. Lilia moved closer to Luo Yi, raising her hands, ready to startle him, but when her gaze fell upon the drawings, her eyes changed. Before her eyes, an unknown magical machine materialized from nothing onto the paper. Beside it were blueprints for many parts, complete with various specifications. However, after staring at it for a long time, she still couldn't figure out what the machine's purpose was. Just as she was wondering, she suddenly felt herself lifted into the air, spinning in midair, before finally landing in a warm embrace. The event happened so suddenly that Lilia let out a series of gasps, and it took her a while to recover before she met Loi's ambiguous smile. She couldn't help but punch him repeatedly, saying, "You scared me. You scared me." Loi grabbed her wrist and chuckled, "Didn't you scare me first? So, you noticed me just now? Looks like you're not focused on your work either." Loi rolled her eyes. "I'm a combatant. If I didn't notice such a commotion, that would be unacceptable. As for you, I waited for ages and didn't see a move from you, forcing me to make the first move." Lilia copied Loi, rolling her eyes. "It's because I was engrossed in your new blueprints. But even after looking at them for so long, I still don't know what this machine is for. Can you tell me?" As she said this, Lilia squirmed in Loi's arms. Brussels is naturally spring-like all year round, and this was August, the hottest month, so Lilia was wearing a thin, cool, silver-white knitted silk nightgown. Her slight movement touched a forbidden zone, and Loi felt his body suddenly heat up, his breath becoming scorching. Seeing the change in Loi's gaze, Lilia quickly tried to jump up, but Loi pulled her back. His hand slipped under her pajamas, whispering, "Little lamb, you've delivered yourself to my door, and you still want to escape. Teacher Lilia, how much do you underestimate me?" No, I came here to tell you that the refractory material has been secured." "That's not urgent." "Not urgent? Then tell me about your magic-powered machinery. I want to know its function." "That's even less urgent." "Then what's the most urgent?" "Don't you think the Raymond family is currently too small?" "But, we don't have. The study was a very good place. It could actually serve many functions." Loi and Lilia spent over an hour there, moving from the blankets to the sofa, then to the desk, and finally to the bed. Finally, Lilia couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy repeatedly before Loi finally let her go. Nearly 2 hours later, the two sat down at the desk again, and Loi held Lilia in his arms once more. Lilia was now weak and sore, her face flushed, her eyes glazed. She gave Loi a sidelong glance and said, "I've tested the refractory material you wanted and produced the kind of refractory bricks you described. I calculated that the steel furnace can reduce the input of some magical materials, lowering the overall construction cost by 30%. Back then, Loi had assigned projects to both Lilia and Douglas. Douglas's steel furnace, thanks to heavy investment and tireless research, was already a success and in production. Lilia's refractory material project, however, had been delayed due to her father's illness and subsequent events. But this was Lilia's project, and she had never given up, especially after settling down at Lion Manor, where she immediately picked up the previous data and experiments. Whether it was good luck or not, she made a breakthrough in just a few days. The refractory material she found was a very special kind of rock, possessing extremely high melting point, high hardness, and high thermal stability. It could maintain extremely high strength and stability even at extremely high temperatures, and also had advantages such as oxidation resistance, corrosion resistance, and high wear resistance. In other words, molds made from this material could be used to cast various desired shapes simply by pouring molten iron into them. Rails and plate armor were the simplest examples, but there were also large castings such as cannons, the 4 beams and 8 pillars of automobiles, and chassis. It's worth mentioning that this rock is widely distributed. You can definitely find it in the Dome Mountains. It's safe to say that the benefits brought by this refractory material are far from insignificant. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but lean over and kiss him, saying, "My teacher is the best. Ugh, stay away from me." Lilia didn't give him a chance to continue, but instead pulled over the drawings Luo Yi had made and asked, "Then tell me what this magic energy machine is." Luo Yi also looked at the drawings. The top one was a machine that was several meters long, lying there, with a 4-claw chuck on one side and a top-notch machine on the other. He paused slightly, then said, "Lilia, don't you think the current machining processes are still too simplistic?" Lilia became interested and asked, "Explain in more detail." Loy said, "Even if you find refractory materials and can create various molds, that's only suitable for large items. At most, you can produce the skeleton, but what about the smaller parts? The skeleton is the foundation of a machine, but the most difficult parts to manufacture are actually these components. There are so many of them, and they're not easy to make. Take the lightning magic machinery factory as an example. When we produce a magic hammer forging machine, blacksmiths and coppersmiths make up 80% of the workers. The reason is that those gears, connecting rods, bearings, and even the outer casing all have to be hammered out bit by bit. That's too time-consuming, and the quality is inconsistent. Therefore, what we urgently need are machines that can process parts quickly. These machines that manufacture other machines, I call processing machines, which can be used to change the size, shape, properties, and state of the object being processed. In my vision, this should be a complete set of machinery, including turning, milling, planing, grinding, boring, drilling, etc., capable of satisfying all machining methods. Of course, that's too far in the future. The first one I'm designing now is a lathe. Its full name is a metal cutting lathe. Lilia held up the blueprints, her expression somewhat incredulous. She asked, "Then tell me, what kind of structure should this have? And how exactly will it be used?" Loy rummaged through the blueprints, placing them side by side, and said, "This is the overall front view. It includes the bed, spindle box, feed box, apron, tool post, feed screw, lead screw, tailstock. Of course, this is the mechanical part. As for the magical energy aspect, how to add it specifically will be up to you. As for its working mode, my idea is to have the spindle rotate at high speed, driving the workpiece to rotate, and then control the tool post through the apron to achieve longitudinal feed, transverse feed, and rapid traverse feed. The main consumable is the cutting tool. This cutting tool needs to be exceptionally sharp. I mean, it can use those high-hardness magical materials. You asked how to produce gears. Well, lathe really can't produce gears. They're mainly used for machining shafts, discs, sleeves, and other workpieces with rotating surfaces. The gears you're talking about require a milling machine. Come, look at this drawing. This is a milling machine. In my design, its main mechanisms include the bed, beam, spindle, work table, rotary table. How does it work? I think it works like this. You see, once it's moving, this, that. Dozens of drawings were explained one by one, and Luo Yi's throat was dry from talking. Several times, he wanted to get moving again. Unfortunately, Lilia didn't give him a chance, staring at the pile of drawings with increasingly bright eyes. In the end, she even forgot to sleep, leaving Luo Yi alone in the empty bed while she went off to study the machinery. The versions Luo Yi provided were basic. Adding a power system and control system was no easy task. Second update, more to come. Please wait. Chapter 205, Cultivation and Douglas's Return. As a visitor from a technologically advanced world, and with access to the Deep Blue database, Luo Yi's imagination of mechanical types is truly vast. However, there's a saying, being half a step ahead is genius, being a full step ahead is madness. Leaving aside whether his design blueprints are even feasible, even if they were, making money requires practicality. For example, if Luo Yi wanted to build a flying machine now, let's not even talk about feasibility. Who would he sell it to? If the Habsburg Empire knew Luo Yi possessed such a thing, they might immediately come and seize it. Take, for instance, the magic-powered car. The Habsburg Empire already has one, so producing a new one wouldn't be unreasonable. But currently, few people possess magic power, even fewer can afford it and afford the magic stones required. Furthermore, even within the Habsburg Empire, paved roads are not widespread. Driving, especially at high speeds, isn't a pleasant experience. In fact, compared to magic-powered cars, two-wheeled human-powered bicycles have a wider appeal. Unfortunately, that thing lacked technological sophistication. If it were actually produced, 7 or 8 similar brands might emerge within a year, and it still wouldn't be profitable. As for household appliances like air conditioners, refrigerators, and water heaters, there was a market for them, but they all required a continuous power supply from a magic energy pool, limiting their suitable applications and making the market even smaller. Therefore, Roy suddenly realized that while he seemed to have many choices, very few were actually practical. After much deliberation, Roy turned his attention to machining machinery. Here, it's necessary to mention the special characteristics of magic-powered machinery. The combination of magic and mechanics was never the trajectory of mechanical development in Roy's mind. Take Douglas Hill, for example. He was already a Tier 2 LV-10 mechanical mage. Although he didn't have a complete set of machining machinery, or tools like lathes, milling machines, planers, and grinders, he had magic. He could complete the machining and assembly of all parts using magic. There were no blacksmiths or coppersmiths in the Mage Tower's laboratory, those parts were all handcrafted by him. Truly handcrafted, without the aid of any tools. Therefore, if you see a group of Tier 3 transcendent mechanical mages pulling out a bunch of self-firing, self-reloading magic cannons, or a Tier 4 cataclysmic mechanical mage directly launching long-range magic bombs, you shouldn't be surprised. It can be said that in the realm of mechanical mages, processing precision, like micro-engraving magic runes, continuously improves with increasing strength. At Tier 4, they can even handcraft perfectly fitting gears with virtually no gaps. However, as powerful as they are, even in the Habsburg Empire, the number of mages who reach that level is limited. Industrialization requires widespread adoption, large-scale production, sufficient quantity, and benefits for every citizen of the empire. Thus, processing machinery that greatly reduces processing difficulty, allowing even ordinary mage apprentices to operate, will inevitably have a huge market demand. Furthermore, while processing machinery can be imitated, however, as long as Luoyi continuously accumulates data, optimizes and improves technology during the production process, he has a first-mover advantage. Even if new processing machinery appears in the Habs Empire, they can only occupy some low-end markets at most. For high-end machinery, they still have to import from him. This is a huge advantage, which means he can have huge foreign exchange earnings, thereby supporting the development and industrialization of the flower territory. Based on this consideration, whenever Luoyi has a spare moment, he immediately draws diagrams, preparing to first draw out the processing machinery in his mind, and then have Lilia research and implement it. The only pity is that there is only Lilia, too few people, and the research and development capabilities are still too weak. Before falling asleep, Luoyi's mind was filled with how to find and cultivate professional talents, or perhaps, how to find a way to borrow from the Filent Magic Academy. The next day, early morning, Luoyi still got up very early. On the training ground of the Lion Manor, he was sweating profusely, lifting a 1,000-pound stone block shirtless to hone his physique. After completing one training session, he downed another potion, found the corner, and began practicing the cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, slowly building up his battle aura. To be honest, from the time he learned of the destruction of the Raymond family's direct bloodline until now, a total of 4 or 5 months had passed, and his cultivation progress had noticeably slowed. Take physical training, for example, it was a gradual accumulation, yet his attribute data hadn't changed much during this time, far from the rapid advancements of before. There was no way around it, he was too busy every day, with too many worries, making it impossible to calm his mind. The time spent traveling also didn't give him a proper opportunity to cultivate. But the one thing that remained constant was the accumulation of battle aura. Compared to basic meditation, unless Roy wanted to further develop his magic, such as learning spell models and trying to cast spells, his current magic power was more than enough for him to freely use magic-powered guns and cannons. Several thousand points of magic power were more than enough even for a grueling war. Only his battle key, after 2 purifications, while its power greatly increased, also undeniably decreased in total quantity. If he wanted to achieve the 3rd tier transcendent level, all other aspects were far beyond his current requirements, but his battle key absolutely needed to be fully accumulated. In other words, to advance, he needed to raise his stats to cheetah breathing technique, accumulation LV6, 99/100, while he was currently only at LV5, 80/100. Once he reached the 3rd tier, Not only would his battle key be more robust, but he could also attempt the final purification of divine psi, and choose a higher level breathing technique more suitable for him. He wondered if, by then, he could even face a fourth-tier calamity head-on? This thought popped into his mind like wildfire, impossible to dispel. It was just that the speed at which his battle key accumulated was far too slow. Even so, he had obtained ample crimson blood elixir from Lady Linda before returning, otherwise, his cultivation would have been even slower. It's worth mentioning that Loy originally thought that once he mastered the second secret holy skill, Lion King, he could at least hope for template evolution. For example, truly stepping from the hero template to the king template. Unfortunately, according to Deep Blue's assessment, he is still far from sufficient. If measured by combat power in mythology, perhaps he would need to master 4 holy skills, and those skills would be able to mutually reinforce each other, to truly complete further template evolution. However, those are 4 holy skills, not 4 cabbages. How easy is that? On an August morning, dawn broke early, and there were quite a few people on the training ground. Loy, the Earl of Raymond, resided here, and naturally, he had to arrange a group of knights to protect him. The Lion Knights had mobilized over 100 men here, led by Grand Knight Commander Vincent Ackerman. As an earl, Loy trained every day from early morning, rain or shine. How much more so would these men? The training grounds were now bustling with activity. A group of muscular men were either wielding great swords or lifting logs, their shouts echoing throughout the manor. Since they were up early, the manor servants had to get up even earlier. Firstly, the noise kept them awake, and secondly, they had to prepare more food, making them even busier. Besides them, there were also mercenaries from the Dragon and Beauty mercenary group, some of their younger members training there. After completing a round of breathing exercises, Roy opened his eyes and saw Captain Sick Francis and his apprentice, Hector Hunter. Seeing Roy open his eyes, Hector Hunter quickly went over and offered him a clean towel. Luoya took the bag, hastily wiped her face, and looked at Captain Sick, asking, "Are you planning to go back?" Captain Sick rubbed his bald head and said, "Butler Hoover has already made arrangements for me. In 2 days, there's a cargo ship from the port that goes directly to Fisherman's Port in Auckland. We can go with it. With Butler Hoover's connections, we can even save on the fare. I only ask that if we encounter pirates on the way, I help them." As he said this, he grinned, not spending any money. "That's a win." Luoya smiled, then looked at him seriously and said, "Are you really not planning to stay? We've known each other for so long, we're practically acquaintances. You know what kind of person I am. If you work for me, I won't treat you badly." Sick Francis hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and said, "Forget it." After a slight pause, he added, "I know this is a good way out, but the Dragon and Beauty mercenary group is something I inherited. If it breaks down in my hands, to be honest, I don't know how to explain it to the elders above." Loy nodded slightly, then slowly shook her head. "Commander Zick, it's good that you stick to your principles, and I admire that. However, as far as I know, the Habs Empire has strengthened its control over the civilian population, and I'm afraid they won't allow an armed force like yours to exist. So, you either need to find a position within the Empire, or think of another way. If you still want to maintain the status quo, I'm afraid the Empire simply won't agree." Zick's face showed a thoughtful expression, then an unconscious bitter smile appeared. "I know what you're saying, but, sigh, a long sigh, as if filled with endless sorrow. Go back, I'll talk to those old fogies first." Loy patted his thick arm and said, "Remember, if there's really no other way, you still have a friend here. The Flower Territory accepting some people is a piece of cake, it just depends on whether you're willing." "Thank you, Earl." Commander Zick bowed slightly, then smiled bitterly, "But, I hope that day never comes. Let's go, have breakfast together, I'll see you off." After breakfast, Roy escorted Commander Sick and his group to the banks of the Roer River. A ship was already waiting for them there. The fastest way from Brussels to the port wasn't by land, but by sailing downstream. At the estuary, they could see the largest port in Flower Territory, Siren Port. Meanwhile, when Roy returned to Lion Manor, he was still lamenting the loss of another friend. He saw Douglas Hill leading several people, stepping through the manor gates. The last chapter was blocked again. I spent ages revising it, but it's impossible to describe anything at all. I'm speechless. Chapter 206, Imperial Ambassador, Negotiations. On the Roer River, a large ship sailed swiftly downstream, cutting through the waves. Sieg Francis stood at the bow, His eyes slightly narrowed, a deep sorrow etched on his face. His heir, Hector Hunter, stood beside him, hesitating several times to speak, but remained silent. Finally, Sick glanced at him sideways and said irritably, "Just say what you have to say." "What kind of behavior is this, stammering like that?" Hector asked, somewhat puzzled. "Captain, why don't you agree? I think this is actually a good way out. You know the situation within the Empire. Since the reforms, they've been gradually consolidating power, leaving no room for large mercenary groups like ours to survive. The veterans in the group know all this. If we agree, they won't say anything more." Sick nodded slightly and said, "I know what you're saying, but Flower territory just suffered an attack, and the ancient castle is gone. Now, a bastard heir has appeared. I just want to ask, are those people really willing to accept this? If they're not willing, won't they take action? If they do, can Lo escape? Can we escape?" Turning slightly, Captain Sick faced Hector and said softly, "If I were alone, and a count offered me a position, I wouldn't hesitate at all, but I have to consider the future of the entire mercenary group, nearly 300 people, so I have to think more. Anyway, the relationship is already established, let's go back first. If we really can't stay in the Empire anymore, I'll swallow my pride and come back for help again. It's nothing." He paused, then added, "There's something Roy said that makes a lot of sense. This era is changing drastically, we can no longer afford to be complacent." Saying this, he stared at Hector Hunter and said, "After we get back, I'll find you a magic academy to attend classes." "Okay." Hector Hunter was stunned. "How did this get to me? Your swift swordsmanship is already quite good, but swordsmanship alone isn't enough. You need to learn meditation, accumulate magic power, and become proficient in spear techniques. In the future, even if we really join Roy's ranks, we need to have some real strength, otherwise, why should anyone respect us?" Coincidentally, we received a large commission this time, with some surplus. I'll arrange it for you when we get back. What could Hector Hunter say? He could only reluctantly reply, "Understood, Master." Meanwhile, in the study, Butler Hoover personally served tea and snacks, then bowed slightly, backed out of the study, and closed the door. At the doorway, Olivera stepped slightly to the side, blocking the entrance. From now on, no one could enter unless the person inside spoke. Downstairs, the Iron Knight stood there, holding his greatsword, his eyes slightly closed, as still as a mountain. Beside him, a mage was looking around listlessly, his eyes full of curiosity, seemingly interested in everything. But the four-ringed pentagram on his robe was so conspicuous. This was actually a fourth-tier cataclysm mage. Inside the study, beside the sofa, Loy poured 2 cups of black tea, took one, and pushed it towards the person opposite, asking, "Would you like some brown sugar?" The person didn't speak, leaning back slightly, sinking into the sofa. He was around 50 years old, with graying temples, but the rest of his hair was jet black. His face was slightly round, and his beard was neatly trimmed. However, his gaze was like that of a hawk, staring intently as if trying to pierce through a person. His complexion was even worse, his head slightly raised, carrying the arrogance unique to the Empire. Even when facing a powerful earl, he remained indifferent, only slightly lowering his head to glance at his teacup before raising it again. He did nothing, no tea, no words, just stared intently at Luo Yi, as if trying to exert immense pressure on him. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Luo Yi remained silent as well. He picked up his teacup, his gaze slightly lowered, avoiding eye contact. He simply drank his tea, his eyes even somewhat fixed, as if lost in thought. Bang! 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 After a long pause, the man finally couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his fist on the table, his voice sharp and menacing. "Hasn't your Raymond family gone too far? We came here to help you develop your magical machinery, and what have we done? We've been trapped here for months. How are you going to calculate the losses during this time? What about our food, drink, and labor costs? And you're holding Imperial personnel hostage. Aren't you going to give me an explanation, or are you planning to break the contract? If that's the case, then fine. Open a path, and we'll leave immediately. As for what happens next, the Empire will send someone to discuss it with you. I only hope that you can remain so composed in the face of the Empire's authority." Luo Yi finally looked up, his eyes calm and unwavering, seemingly completely indifferent. His voice remained steady. "The word detention is really too much. No one can deny the majesty and power of the Habsburg Empire. and no one will stop you if you want to leave. When my father, Earl Carl Raymond, was alive, no one would. And when the Raymond family suffered a calamity and its direct bloodline was almost wiped out, no one would do that either. So, in the end, it's just that you don't want to leave. Roy finally put down his teacup. The water in the cup was empty. He refilled it for himself, but didn't pick it up. He continued, "You're staying here because the Empire hasn't given up yet, are you?" "What do you mean?" Roy sighed. "Lord Robinwater, the Imperial Ambassador, I also come from the Empire. I studied there for 2 years, own a large business, and even had dealings with Baron Miller, helping to build the railway. So, I have a certain understanding of imperial politics. Actually, in my opinion, this cooperation was a huge bargain for the flowers. The magic energy pool and the universal power machine were almost equivalent in value for 500,000 gold tires. Besides, the Empire also provided the installation and construction of the magic energy machinery and personnel training. It was definitely a bargain deal, with almost no profit. But the Empire still did this business. Then why?" As Roy spoke, Robinwater couldn't help but sit up straight. His previous anger and relaxation were gone, replaced by a serious, intense demeanor. Roy continued, "I've thought about it for a long, long time. Why is that? Finally, I have some answers in my mind. In this old world, the Empire is alone. The development of magical machinery has made the Empire incredibly powerful, placing it among the continent's hegemons. However, whether it's the Bonaparte Empire, the Tudor dynasty overseas, the Kingdom of Sardinia, or the Bourbon Empire, they all have complex relationships and too many supporters. But the Great Habsburg Empire doesn't. Magical machinery disrupted the ruling order of nobles and knights, naturally encountering rejection. A powerful empire is of course unaffected, but facing a pack of wolves alone, there are always times when one is powerless. So, if I can't find allies, then I'll cultivate them, and at this time, my Raymond family came to me, wanting to embark on the path of magical machinery. From then on, I received the Empire's full support, so, rather than being detained, it's more that the Empire is waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the time to continue executing its established plan, and you, Lord Robinwaters, although no one can say anything about your withdrawal at this time, however, if you wish to advance further within the Empire's political system, and if you wish for His Majesty the Emperor to recognize your abilities, then you must also find a way to facilitate this cooperation. Am I right? Actually, from this perspective, the help Roy received had a legitimate basis. For example, the Demon Gunner Squad, openly dispatched to see him off. For example, the various documents delivered to Baron Miller. These were all intentional or unintentional acts of assistance from the Empire, helping Roy make his choice. At this moment, Lord Robinwater no longer harbored his previous contempt or anger. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Since you understand everything, what do you plan to do? Fulfill the contract, or break it?" Without hesitation, Roy replied, "Naturally, I'll continue to fulfill the contract, but I hope there will be some changes to the specifics." Lord Robinwater immediately retorted, "That's impossible. The contract has already been signed and is recognized by both countries. Do you think you can just change it as you please? Your Excellency, I've been completely honest with you. Can you please stop with the bureaucratic talk?" Roy was speechless. "I'm just an illegitimate child. If it weren't for a fate, I wouldn't have inherited this earldom even in 10 lifetimes. My father, Earl Carl Raymond, is gone. He was murdered because of this magical machinery, and now you want me to do this. Do you really think I'm lucky? Or are those people afraid to kill me again? So, since the previous path is blocked, we have to find another way. We have to make some changes. Moreover, the changes I'm asking for aren't about jeopardizing your interests, but simply making adjustments to the existing framework that are more suitable for me. If none of this works, then I'll just break the contract. I'll empty my pockets to pay the penalty. That way, I can still be an earl and live a carefree life for a few more years." Seeing that Roy had laid everything bare, Robinwater's face twitched involuntarily. He suddenly realized that this seemingly honest young man had actually calculated everything and was pushing him step by step. He knew that Robin had no choice but to agree, hence his fearlessness. He had to admit, this feeling wasn't pleasant, but reason prevailed over his negative emotions. Taking a deep breath, he finally said, "Tell me, what exactly do you want to change? Let me see. If I can, I'll help you." Upon hearing this, Luoya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since this person had agreed, The matter was mostly settled. Who knew there would be double monthly votes? Now it's already at 1,500. I looked at it for a while and decided I should repay the readers' generous donations with an extra chapter. Thank you to reader 20,240,723,158 AA for the generous donation. Chapter 207, The New Contract. To this day, Roy has still not been able to glimpse the full picture of the contract signed between Earl Karl Raimund and the Habsburg Empire. The space within the sacred artifact Ring of Proverbs is limited, and Roy searched for a long time without finding the original contract. The materials provided by the Empire clearly contained omissions and deletions. Roy suspects there are some more secretive alliances between them. However, since they don't mention it, Roy pretends not to know, and doesn't want to know. What does the alliance of the previous Lion King have to do with me? What Roy wants now is to adjust the contract according to his own plan. Lord Robinwater was initially somewhat worried, fearing that Roy would make excessive demands. As the Imperial Ambassador, although he was supposed to represent the Habsburg Empire fully, his power was limited. Fortunately, after reaching a consensus and discussing the specifics, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because Roy's demands weren't for the Empire to increase investment, but rather for various adjustments to the original plans. For example, the Magic Energy Textile Factory. This was originally planned to occupy a large portion of the 20 small magic energy pools, with 10 of them intended for building textile factories. According to Lord Hickruse, this arrangement was largely due to the fact that textile machinery was the most advanced of all magic energy machines. Coupled with the abundant raw material supply in the Flower Territory, it would be possible to mass-produce various textiles. And clothing is essential for clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. After cost reduction, it would be absolutely high quality and inexpensive. Wherever it was transported, it could be sold quickly for gold coins. In fact, this wasn't just a plan, but something that had already been implemented. Currently, 2 magic energy textile factories had been built and were exporting their products. Textiles were being sold to territories surrounding the Flower Territory, and even to the Bonaparte Empire. However, Lloyd directly scrapped all the rest. He kept 2 textile factories, intending to produce enough textiles for internal consumption and sell them at a reasonable price. As for the spare magic energy pools, he moved them all to the mines. The Raimund family currently possesses 1 large iron mine, 2 small iron mines, 2 copper mines, and 3 small gemstone mines. However, these are only those currently under development, not those already discovered. After all, the Raimund family's annual demand for copper and iron was limited in the past. Even if they mined more, they couldn't use it all. In reality, over 1,000 years of operation, the Raimund family has sent many people to search within the Dome Mountains, discovering various mineral veins. The sacred artifact ring contains a map marking over 20 different mineral veins, the first of which was a rare wilderness stone mine. However, due to limitations in the mining environment and demand, these were kept hidden. Now, Lloyd plans to utilize all available mineable veins, and will also install magic energy pools and mining equipment to ensure mining efficiency. Besides these, the most important resource is the railway. Previously, according to Count Karl Raimund's plan, the entire Flower Territory would be crisscrossed by 3 railways. One would extend south from Brussels, and another would extend east and west. Of course, the railway wouldn't be a straight line, but rather a winding route connecting several large towns throughout the Flower Territory. Similarly, with the help of the railway, Earl Raimund could complete the transfer of the Lion Knights in the shortest possible time. However, Roy thought it was too stingy. Most importantly, if Brussels were the core, and the Flower Territory were to develop, that city would bear immense pressure from population transfers. Overcrowding would not be a good thing. Therefore, Roy boldly designated several important strongholds within the Flower Territory. Then, using these as the core, he built a double-track railway line with 3 horizontal and 3 vertical lines. In addition, he wanted to build railways between various mines, which would greatly simplify the transportation of production. Of course, his idea was good, but the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater, became increasingly displeased as he listened. Railway construction was not like factory construction. In terms of trouble, material consumption, and time, it was the most difficult. Such a change would require the Empire to pay an exorbitant price. However, Roy was still reasonable. He had only finalized a plan and signed a memorandum with the Empire, The actual construction would initially follow the original plan. As development progressed, the flower territory would naturally invest generously. Seeing how agreeable Roy was, Lord Robin Waters breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, his relief was premature, because Roy immediately demanded 2 more armories. These would primarily produce low-end magical firearms and cannons. The Habsburg Empire had promised to transfer some technology and help establish an armory for this purpose. Its location would be in Siren Port, next to Lady Palacios' Mage Tower. There was no other way. The flower territory was overflowing with knights but scarce with mages, and Lady Palacios was the only capable cataclysm mage. With her there, they could receive the manufacturing technology, and even that was barely enough. However, Roy believed that since the Empire was willing to help build 1 armory and transfer some technology, they wouldn't mind helping build 2 more. Of course, this was his idea. The Imperial ambassador clearly didn't think so, and the 2 sides had a huge disagreement on this matter. In the end, they could only put the conflict aside for the time being, with Lord Robin Water reporting to the Empire and receiving orders from them before proceeding. Besides this, there was naturally Roy's old profession, the magic energy machinery factory and the steel mill. He directly moved 2 medium-sized magic energy pools to the outskirts of Brussels, providing the blueprints and having the Empire help build 2 large factories. Of course, the magic energy machinery factory wasn't a big problem, but the steel mill was still limited by raw materials. So, around the mining area, Roy chose a suitable location to prioritize building a state-of-the-art Douglas magic energy steel furnace. Even that wasn't enough for Roy, he reserved 2 more magic energy pools for the future steel mill. He knew better than anyone that the demand for steel as magic energy machinery developed would be truly staggering. So, when the time came, no matter how much iron ore was mined, it could be consumed. Even if the steel mill was built to a large scale, there wouldn't be enough steel for a long time. It's worth mentioning that Roy also arranged a magic energy pool at Lion Manor. On one hand, this would power the remote communication magic array and meet the manor's energy needs. On the other hand, he planned to build a mage tower for Lilia Lightninger within the manor. The importance of a mage's own mage tower is undeniable. With a mage tower, every mage could unleash combat power far exceeding their current rank. A 3rd-tier transcendent could even challenge a 4th-tier cataclysm. Furthermore, every mage, upon reaching a certain level, needed their own mage tower to advance to higher realms. While not strictly necessary, having 1 or 2 times the speed of cultivation was perfectly normal. Moreover, every high-level mage's growth relied heavily on experimentation, and the mage tower was the best experimental ground. These were all benefits, and every mage knew them. But why didn't they build their own mage towers? The answer, of course, was lack of money. Mage towers were very expensive, even for an individual. The cost would be at least 100,000 gold tires. Don't be fooled by the fact that Roy could easily come up with this amount of money. It might seem unremarkable. In reality, before meeting Roy, even 1,000 gold tires would have made mages like Douglas Hill and Lady Linda take notice. Furthermore, the 2 mage towers at the Philint Magic Academy didn't belong to those 2 3rd-tier mages, but to the Habs Empire. They only had the right to use them. When Roy offered a reward of 10,000 gold tires for the purchase of the Arcadia Crystal, it even attracted the personal intervention of a 4th-tier calamity expert, who was afraid of being too slow. This is the true price. This is the true purchasing power of a gold tier. Therefore, Roy wanted to build a mage tower for Lilia, a mechanical mage who had just entered the 2nd tier. Not to mention others, even Lilia herself found it unbelievable. However, Roy made the decision, and it was settled. Of course, this wasn't part of the original agreement with the Habs Empire, so Roy would have to pay extra. Roy didn't care about the money, he only demanded that the construction standard be the mage tower template most suitable for mechanical mages, developed by the Empire. Lord Robin Water agreed to this, as there was profit to be made from the extra money, and he had no reason to refuse. In fact, once he returned to the Empire and spread the word, many mages would be eager to take on the job, allowing him to earn a fee. Finally, Lloyd also adjusted the construction order. For example, the railway could be slowed down, but the mining equipment for the mines had to be arranged first. Similarly, the mage tower could be built gradually, but the magic machinery factory and steel mill outside Brussels had to be started first. Lloyd and Lord Robin Water discussed these revisions for 3 full days. Some were finalized and could continue. Others needed to be reported to the Empire and await approval from higher-ups. The process was quite complex, but Lloyd secured the Empire's professionals to get things moving by paying the second installment. Only then did Roy realize that the total expenditure of 500,000 gold tires was not paid in one lump sum. Instead, 200,000 gold tires were paid up front, with the remainder paid in installments of 100,000 gold tires each time construction was completed and inspected. These installments were drawn from the Raymond family's public account. In other words, Roy had to pay a total of 300,000 gold tires depending on the progress of the construction. He had just paid another 100,000 to get the mining area and the industrial zone outside Brussels up and running. You have to admit, the one paying the money is the boss. Even the imperial ambassador, upon receiving the money, immediately guaranteed it. The Empire's technicians are the best, and the Empire's workers are the most diligent. Get it moving, it has to start immediately. First update released, second update to be revised. Chapter 208, Douglas's Research Direction. 3 days later, Roy and Lord Robinwater finalized a new contract, marking the end of this round of negotiations. Lord Robinwater, the Imperial Ambassador, needed to send the contract back to the Empire as quickly as possible for approval by the cabinet. Of course, this process would likely involve several rounds of back-and-forth negotiations, but that was normal. Roy believed the Empire would tolerate some of his minor, capricious demands in pursuit of its established goals. It's worth noting that Lord Robinwater's communication with the Empire wasn't done by him making a trip himself, that would be too slow, but rather by the cataclysmic mage using some kind of remote communication method, employing certain tools and magic arrays to send the contract back directly. This method obviously came at a cost, but it was incredibly fast. Conversely, the Empire's high command needed considerable time to review, evaluate, discuss, and finalize the contract. The Habsburg Empire was vast, and daily affairs were numerous. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that cabinet members were extremely busy. The Flower Territory was merely one of their strategic moves, not worth their constant attention. However, it was a good thing that Lord Robinwater hadn't left. His presence allowed the Empire's workers and technicians to get moving as quickly as possible. It's worth mentioning that although he hadn't left, Memnon Becker finally completed the communication magic circle and stormed off in a huff. Lord Robinwater's arrival wasn't just about bringing a fourth-tier cataclysmic mage for protection, he also brought Memnon's granddaughter, Christina Becker. She was a bespectacled, 20-year-old mechanical mage, already a second-tier LV8, more powerful than Lilia. Moreover, she specialized in magical mechanical mining, and this assignment was one she had fought hard for. Now, her grandfather wanted to take her away, which naturally displeased her. The grandfather and granddaughter had a huge argument, and of course, Memnon was powerless against his granddaughter. He had to nag Loy repeatedly, insisting that Loy guarantee his granddaughter's safety. Loy, of course, refused to make a promise. Then, a third-tier transcendent mage, seemingly unconcerned about the 3 fourth-tier mages beside him, was threatening an earl. Quite a spectacle. Finally, Loy had no choice but to agree. He still needed the old man to build the communication magic circle. As the saying goes, cross the river and then burn the bridge, but since the river hadn't even been crossed, there was no way to burn the bridge. However, Loy wasn't one to suffer losses, so Memnon Becker agreed to a 20% discount on future communication magic circle construction services. Moreover, he would have to be available immediately and be the first choice. However, even with his fiery temper, the old man couldn't leave that day. Douglas Hill insisted on staying a day to catch up with Loy. That very evening, Douglas sought out Loy to discuss a new research topic, and the two engaged in in-depth discussions. Inside the study, Douglas Hill placed a magic crystal lamp burning with magic crystals on the desk. The soft yet bright light illuminated the large study as if it were daytime. He then took out a stack of papers, dragged over a stool, and sat down opposite Roy, saying, "Come on, tell me about the research topics we're going to do next. Don't tell me you have no ideas. And don't tell me you haven't prepared. I haven't delayed you for a moment. So, if you abandon your brother's work, I'll bite you to death. Any good topics, any good ideas, throw them at me. 10 or 8 wouldn't be too many, 3 or 5 wouldn't be too few." At this moment, Douglas Hill's face was full of hope. However, Roy didn't speak immediately, but closed his eyes slightly, a look of hesitation on his face. Douglas Hill waited for a while, then finally couldn't hold back any longer. Loy, you're an earl now, of high status, so you're going to put on airs with me. Loy rolled her eyes. Is it okay to use reverse psychology at a time like this? It's not a matter of good or bad, as long as it works. After a pause, Douglas continued, if you're worried that I'll take all the credit for your work and not share the profits from the magical machines I create, then how about we sign a contract now? Like before, we can all make money together. Okay. Loy waved her hand and said, you know that's not what I meant. If we really wanted to maximize profits, we wouldn't even be sitting here together. It's just that I'm still a little unsure about your new research direction. If you're unsure, just say so, and we can discuss it together. That's fine too. Loy nodded, paused for a moment, organized her thoughts, and then said, actually, I think the most important things in choosing a research topic are three. First, it must fit the current situation. Those catastrophic level mechanical mages can definitely come up with many powerful things. But, are they useful? If it can't be widely used, and it's unsuitable for ordinary magic gunners, then it's as good as nothing. Secondly, there's demand. It needs to be an extremely high demand, a necessity, for it to be accepted by the masses. Finally, it needs to be of high quality and low price, with a high cost-performance ratio, and capable of mass production. So, based on these three criteria, I've selected a few directions. You can take a look first. Saying this, Luoyi pulled over the papers next to Douglas, picked up a quill pen, and began to write casually. And the first thing he wrote down was, surprisingly, daily necessities. Daily necessities. What do you mean? Miller told me about the Empire, the capital of the Habsburg Empire. You should know something about it, right? Douglas curled his lip. Never been there. That's the capital. Do you think a lowly mage like me is qualified? Of course, I do know a little about it. It's said that there's the Empire's only super large magic energy pool there, directly connected to all the streetlights and lighting systems in the entire city. Every night, when the streetlights are lit, they look like stars on the ground, and all the houses in the capital are connected to magic energy. You can turn on the magic energy crystal lamps by flipping a switch. In other words, in that place, if you don't have magic power, you can't even turn on the lights. As he said this, his eyes lit up, and he asked, you mean? Loy picked up the conversation. That's right. Since magic energy can be used to light lamps, can't it be used for other things? For example, to regulate the indoor temperature, could we design a magic energy machine, a small one, to be installed indoors, ensuring warm air in winter and cool air in summer? Wouldn't it be very popular if the indoor temperature were always maintained at a comfortable level for the human body? Also, taking a hot shower is a hassle for us now. Boiling water and maintaining the temperature are both difficult. But what if we could invent a machine that directly heats cold water to a certain temperature and maintains it? When we want to take a shower, we could just turn it on. Wouldn't that be very convenient? Similarly, as long as it can be heated with magical energy, couldn't we design a stove that is powered by magical energy to steam and cook food at will? Wouldn't that greatly reduce the time spent chopping firewood, starting a fire, and so on? Machines, after all, are meant to make people's lives more convenient so that they can feel happy. Don't you think this is something worth researching? Douglas's eyes brightened. You're absolutely right, very right, and I don't think these things are difficult to achieve. He paused, then looked at Loy and asked, since you have such good ideas, why did you hesitate before? Loy rolled her eyes and said, because the Empire only has one capital. It's not easy to find a city completely covered by magical energy elsewhere. So, this daily necessities sector definitely has development potential in the future, but right now, it's still too early. Douglas immediately deflated, saying, what you're saying is too far-fetched. What I need are projects that can make money. Loy, it's not that I'm stingy, but Lilia has you helping her build a mage tower, while I can only rely on myself. So, I need something that can generate quick returns, like a magic-powered hammer forging machine and a steel furnace. Then I have a second idea. Douglas, have you considered getting involved in the construction machinery field? Douglas frowned slightly and asked, construction machinery? What do you mean by that? It's simple. Nowadays, the Empire is mining everywhere, and the ore obtained always needs to be transported, screened, filtered, crushed, and even classified. Each of these processes can actually be designed into magic-powered machines. It's just that the design has to be tailored to the actual situation, which is a bit troublesome. Loy paused, thought for a moment, and then started drawing on the paper again. Let's not talk about those individually designed ones, let's talk about general types, like this excavator. Luo Yi moved quickly, and in no time, the outline of an excavator appeared on the paper. Although there were no specific data, the general appearance was there: tracks under the cab, a long boom, and a large bucket. The magic energy excavator is definitely a great helper for digging. Whether it's building houses, leveling land, mining, or clearing roadblocks, it's very useful. How much strength does an average person have? This one scoop of the bucket is enough for one person to work for an hour or two. Believe me, as long as you develop this, even if it's just a prototype and its performance is a bit lacking, it will still make those contractors crowd your factory. Then, based on their feedback data, you can continuously update and iterate to optimize it, and you can firmly occupy half of the construction machinery field. Douglas couldn't help but jump up and say, "This is great, this is great. I'll research this." As he said this, he looked up and met Luo Yi's eyes. His eyes slightly narrowed. He said, Luo Yi, do you have any good ideas you haven't brought up yet? Tell me, I'll use them as a reference to decide which field to enter. Luo Yi pursed her lips and said, I actually have a new field here, a research and development from scratch. I call it the Magic Energy Telegraph Machine. Third update, to be read tomorrow morning. Chapter 209, Trouble Comes Knocking. A magic telegraph machine. Douglas pondered the words, his confusion deepening. What is that? I've never heard of it before. Loy paused to consider her words before speaking. Douglas, don't you think the Empire's current communication methods are somewhat simplistic and slow? How so? The Empire's current long-distance communication methods are basically just communication magic circles and letter writing. And the principle behind these communication magic circles is the miniaturization of space distortion. Although it has been developed and optimized over the years, the cost remains high. None of the required magical materials are cheap, so I was wondering if there was a more convenient and cheaper way to communicate, and then I thought of using magic energy. Using magic energy to communicate. Douglas was even more puzzled. Magic energy can transmit messages? How come I didn't know that? Well, it was an idea that suddenly popped into my head when you were improving the magic energy forging machine and upgrading the rotary knob. Since the magic energy within that button can be disconnected and connected, does that mean I can transmit information through it? As Roy said this, he took out another piece of paper and began to write and draw, explaining his idea in detail. The principle of a telegraph machine, simply put, is the application of electromagnetic induction and encoded transmission technology. Magic energy naturally doesn't involve electromagnetic induction, but by disconnecting and connecting it, different combinations can be formed to represent different letters, numbers, and punctuation marks. In short, he wanted to use Morse code for communication, thus creating a new communication tool. Of course, Roy had to admit that this was somewhat far-fetched. But thinking about the telephones and cell phones he used in his previous life, he felt he still had to plant a seed. Douglas stared at the drawings, his brow furrowed, remaining silent for a long time. After a long pause, he finally said, "This doesn't seem to meet the requirements you just mentioned, and even if it were invented, there would be many limitations." "You're right, then why did you bring it up?" "Maybe I just think that titles like Father of Industrial Communication or Opening Up New Communication Modes sound impressive." "Is that so?" Douglas tried hard to understand what Roy was saying, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "I'll try it when I have time, including the household machinery you mentioned. However, for now, I still want to focus on the magic-powered excavator." "Then how about an excavator?" "That's a good option, with a bright future and a broad market." Douglas rolled his eyes and said, "Blueprints. Do I have to explain it so clearly?" Roy also rolled her eyes. "You're leaving tomorrow. Do you think I can draw it in one night? Even if I copy it, even if I work non-stop, it won't be enough time." Douglas smiled awkwardly. "Then I'll go back first and go with Mage Memnon to Auckland to set up the communication magic circle. When we contact each other again, just send me the blueprints. I'll try it first, and if I encounter any problems, we'll communicate again." Of course, saying this, Luo Yi gave him the letter he had written, asking him to deliver it to his friends. After doing all this, they talked a lot, about magic-powered machinery, about the flower territory, about their respective situations, about business. They talked a lot that night, but time always passes, and dawn always comes. Luo Yi saw off yet another friend, watching the boat sail away on the banks of the Ruhr River. This was the second time in a short period of time. Fortunately, Luo Yi had a lot to do, and he was quick to shift his attention. It would still take some time for those imperial professionals to arrive, but Luo Yi also had many things to do. First, of course, was the recruitment and training of personnel. The most important thing in the process of industrialization is people, not just a large number of useful workers, but also all kinds of high-quality talents. Luo Yi had none of these. Therefore, he had to cultivate them, and cultivate them as quickly as possible. Previously, Karl Raymond had intended to emulate the empire by dismantling the existing system and then selecting talent from the ruins through a magic academy. However, even a powerful Lion King couldn't escape unscathed after betraying his class. Luo, naturally, wouldn't follow his old path. His method was to first mobilize the unemployed. The Flower Territory's population wasn't small, although the Raymond family hadn't kept specific statistics, it was certainly in the millions. This was, after all, a grain-producing region, and the Raymond family's internal rule wasn't particularly strict. Naturally, reproduction didn't require any prompting. With no extra entertainment at night, the couple naturally engaged in more physical activity, leading to more pregnancies and more children. To be precise, the Flower Territory's population had long exceeded the number of jobs needed. As a result, a stable job that could support a family was hard to find. And this situation was even more severe in Brussels, the core of the Flower Territory. Luo's idea was to gather these people together, give them jobs, and let them work and learn alongside him. Of course, an emperor wouldn't abandon a starving soldier, and Luo wasn't the kind of heartless boss, so the salary he set wasn't low, at least slightly more than the average craftsman in Brussels. Even this slight difference was enough to make all eligible young people flock to the job, scrambling to get in. Some nobles were even willing to send their second sons. Luo, of course, accepted everyone without hesitation, who would ultimately stay dependent on their learning progress and diligence. As for the teachers, they were naturally the people Luo had brought, apprentices in magical machinery, key railway workers, and apprentice potion makers. A total of 30 people, a small number, but enough to serve as teachers. Of course, their shortcomings were also obvious, most of them were uneducated and illiterate. Even something as simple as tightening screws, seemingly something anyone could do, actually required considerable skill. If someone can't even read and has little knowledge, it's difficult to become a qualified worker. Therefore, most of them end up as just skilled laborers. Besides this, the Raymond family also has a talent pool, servants trained in various ways around the family. Most of them are literate, polite, and ambitious. Given an opportunity, they will strive to climb the ranks. Luo selected quite a few people and put them into the training camp, resulting in a first batch of 300 people. At this point, teachers became scarce, and within 2 days, 10 more were gone. The reason was simple: Luo's first factory had already opened. A magic-powered machinery factory wouldn't be built so quickly. Factory construction takes time, but the formulation of secret medicines didn't require magic energy. Therefore, once the raw material supply was secured, Luo's pharmaceutical company opened. From the 10 magic potion apprentices, Luo selected one as a team leader, who, along with 50 apprentices, formed the entire staff of the secret medicine factory. After an initial period of adjustment, the first batch of soul-stabilizing incense was quickly produced. Then, the speed increased rapidly. The more soul-stabilizing incense the better, whether for personal use or to sell to the Habsburg Empire. There was no worry about finding a market. Therefore, Roy promptly posted another recruitment notice. This time, he was specifically recruiting apothecaries or potion-making masters. Anyone with experience and ability was welcome. Then, when the news spread throughout Flower Territory, the workforce tripled within a month. There were 2 full-time potion-making masters and a whopping 20 apothecaries. With production also tripling, even in the Norman Duchy, there was a shortage of raw materials. To keep the potion-making apprentices busy, Roy even brought out the Roy Fitz Warrior's Secret Medicine, intending to sell it as a flagship product. It's worth mentioning that Flower Territory had so many potion-making masters thanks to Lady Palacios. This woman, besides being a 4th-tier water-based calamity mage, is also a highly skilled potion master. Many of the Raymond family's high-level potions are made by her, especially those needed for cultivation. This is why the Raymond family has more powerful members than the 4 marquises. Lady Palacios has her own mage tower on the shores of Silver Sea. Although she hasn't actively cultivated potions, over the years, countless people have embarked on the path of potion masters. Those two formal potion masters also came about this way. Of course, that's a story for later. Getting back to the main point, when the soul-stabilizing incense and warrior's elixir were produced, and when the imperial workers arrived in Brussels to begin building the magic energy factory, it also marked the official start of Roy's Flower Territory development plan. Unfortunately, nothing in this world is ever completely smooth sailing. Trouble always finds its way in unexpectedly. However, Roy never expected that this time, the one causing him trouble would be the church. Apart from the Habsburg Empire, the faith of the old world was directed towards the great Lord of Light, the eternal Sun God. Here's an extra chapter. I'm so sleepy. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, One After Another. Inside the study, Roy sat behind his desk, relaxed, leaning back in his chair, head slightly tilted forward, staring at the person before him. Lord Regan sat slightly bowed, displaying great respect, though his expression was somewhat tense, his lips tightly pressed together. After delivering his report, Lord Regan stood there silently. Behind Roy, Oliveira, who had been sitting on the sofa, had stood up, his expression now showing a hint of seriousness. Several minutes later, Roy tossed aside the documents in her hand and finally asked, "The Church of the Sun God, Bishop Virgil Barry of the Flower Territory. Tell me, what kind of person is he?" Regan hesitated for only a few seconds before replying, "He's hypocritical and greedy." "How so?" "He's always kind to the free people, the church distributes food regularly, and his sermons attract many listeners. However, he has an abnormal obsession with the gold. Like a legendary dragon, he likes to exchange all the tithes he collects each year for gold and pile it up in his room, even though this gold doesn't stay in his hands for long before being handed over to a higher-level diocese. However, it's said he has a secret chamber, a chamber entirely built of gold, with a floor paved with gold, walls piled with gold, and a roof of gold. Even the desk, bed, chairs, and toilet in this chamber are all made of gold, a golden house." Roy was somewhat astonished. "Is what you're saying true?" Regan gave a wry smile. "It's just a rumor that everyone in the upper echelons of Flower Territory knows. Whether it's true or not, only he knows. Then why hasn't he stayed in his parish for so long? I heard he went back to report on his duties." "It's something internal to the church, and I don't know the specifics." "When did he leave?" Regan pondered. "At least half a year." "Right, half a year? That long?" Laurie was taken aback and asked again, "Does he always take this long to report on his duties?" "Of course not. In previous years, it was at most half a month." This time it was Oliveira who spoke. Laurie turned her head slightly to meet his gaze. She didn't speak, but her eyes communicated. Turning back to Regan, Laurie asked, "I'm curious, why did he contact you first upon his return?" Lord Regan pursed his lips and said, "Earlier, Count Carlin, this man had discussed that, to maintain the stability of the territory, the Raymond family would collect the tithes. That is to say, when the Raymond family collects taxes, they will collect all the taxes at once. Then they will divide them into two parts, one part for the family, and the other part for the Church of the Sun. I'm in charge of the money, so I handle most of the dealings. Therefore, I have the most contact with this regional bishop. This time, upon his return from his duties, he sent someone to contact me directly." Loy nodded slightly, acknowledging his words, and then asked, "Where's he now?" "According to the messenger, His Excellency the Bishop is going to preach in the villages and towns along the way, which will take some time. It will probably take some more time before he returns to the temple in Brussels, so, he rushed back just in time for the harvest, all to make sure he didn't miss the tithe. That should be it." "Hypocritical and greedy." "Regan, your assessment is absolutely accurate," Laurie said. "Since he's found you, you'll handle things. I just hope this one won't cause me too much trouble." With that, Laurie waved her hand, signaling Regan to leave. Lord Regan backed out of the room, closing the door behind him before finally relaxing completely, his shoulders slumping. However, his expression was unpredictable, shifting between weakness, anger, helplessness, and pain. But none of this lasted long. He straightened up again and strode out of the manor. Meanwhile, in the study, Laurie sat behind her desk, Her eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. At this moment, Olivera walked up from behind and said, "Patriarch, don't you think this Virgil Barry is suspicious?" Roy looked up and sneered. "It's not just suspicious, it's that he definitely knows something." Before the Raymond family's incident, he left a 6-month-long report, and by the time he returned, everything had already settled. He perfectly avoided everything. To say he knew nothing, I'd never believe it, since he was involved, and dared to come back. He's truly fearless. Olivera took another step forward and said, "Why don't we just take action and capture him, see if we can get some useful information out of him? As long as we do it cleanly and efficiently, no one will suspect us." Roy nodded, genuinely considering the feasibility. But after a moment, he shook his head again. "I'm afraid that won't work. An attack and disappearance of a bishop will inevitably attract the attention of the Church of the Sun God. At that point, I'm afraid the situation will get out of control. If possible, I still want to wait until the magic-powered machinery is fully deployed. The flower territory has truly completed its transformation, and its strength has significantly improved before touching this bomb." Olivera was somewhat unwilling, but still nodded. "Then let's wait. Let's wait. I just hope this one doesn't go too far. If he really goes too far, we'll have to find a way to make him disappear." In his last words, Loy's voice was barely audible. However, he really didn't want to go that far. Divine power belongs to the Sun God, and royal power belongs to the royal family. This is not just a saying. Even in the Habsburg Empire, the authority and influence of the Church of the Sun God have not been completely eliminated. Even so, it still has a place even though the Church of the Seven Gods has completely gained the upper hand. And outside the Habsburg Empire, the human race has no other faith to choose from. The Lord of Light is the only one. The result was that many fanatics were mindless, and a little incitement could cause enormous chaos. To be honest, aside from the Habsburg Empire, Roy really didn't want to provoke the Sun God cult. Unfortunately, while the Sun God might not have much desire for worldly power, his priests and sheepdogs certainly didn't. Therefore, divine intervention in worldly affairs was quite common. Knock knock knock. Just as Roy was deep in thought, a knock sounded at the door. Roy frowned, looked up, and asked, "Who is it?" The voice of Butler Hoover came through. "It's me, Earl. It's urgent, come in." The door opened, and Butler Hoover stepped in, but Roy's gaze didn't fall on him. Instead, it looked behind him. There stood a young man, dressed simply, tall and muscular. His legs were bound, and his large feet on the expensive carpet made him appear very restrained. His face was covered in sweat, soaking his clothes, and even with his restraint, his breathing was rapid. Laurie also caught a faint smell of the sea on him, mixed with a stench of sweat, not very noticeable, but it didn't escape Laurie's sense of smell. "And who is this? A messenger from Sirenport?" Laurie's eyes narrowed, her gaze focusing on the young man, and she asked, "What's going on?" "Explain yourself." The man knelt down with a thud, saying, I'm here to deliver a message for the Night Lord. Sirenport? Sirenport has been attacked by pirates." As he spoke, he took out a bamboo tube from his pocket, carefully opened it, and inside was a roll of letter paper. Hoover immediately stepped forward, took the paper, and presented it to Laurie. Laurie took it, unfolded it, and scanned it quickly, his face immediately darkening. He almost gritted his teeth as he said, "The three great pirate kings of the Silver Sea, the Mist Pirate crew, what kind of nobodies dare to jump out and cause trouble?" With that, Laurie casually waved it back. Olivera took the letter and quickly glanced at it. For many years, the pirates of the Silver Sea haven't dared to rob ships flying the Lion's flag. Moreover, this is approaching Siren Harbor. Lloyd nodded. "Hoover, take the messenger away to rest, prepare some food for him, and let him take a bath." "Yes." Butler Hoover left with a messenger, but before the door could close, there was another thump 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 of footsteps. Those heavy footsteps clearly belonged to knights, fully armed knights, striding in with slightly hurried steps. Loy looked up and saw Hoover step aside, and a tall knight strode in. Alfonso Zeke, the most outstanding son of Iron Knight Phil Zeke, and the current acting Grand Master of the Lion Knights. This one, in fact, was similar to the Iron Knights. They were pure knights, loyal only to the head of the Raymond family, the current Earl of the Flower Territory. In other words, Loy's ascension to this position meant he possessed their loyalty. But this loyal and powerful knight showed a hint of solemnity at this moment. He handed a large red invitation card to Loy. "My lord, this was just delivered to me, and I brought it over immediately." What? A challenge. A challenge from the Wick family. It concerns the ownership of Frost Moon Canyon. The Wick family and my Raymond family have a huge disagreement, hence this challenge. At this moment, Loy was so angry he laughed. He stood up, snatched a letter from Olivera's hand, and tossed it to the right of his desk, then tossed the documents Lord Regan had sent to the left. Thus, the 3 documents were placed side by side. Loy's smile grew wider and wider, until he was on the verge of rage. You really think I'm an easy target? Since you want to fight, then fight. Let's have a proper battle. I'd like to see who dares to fight me to the death. Send word to all the vassals and knights. The Lion King needs their swords and shields. Rally now, in Brussels. First chapter. Chapter 211, The Empire's Attitude and Mobilization. To be honest, Loy's inheritance of the Flower Territory was relatively smooth, without any major setbacks. Although he was an illegitimate child, he possessed the Raymond family's sacred artifact, the Ring of Proverbs, which represented his legitimacy. Add to that the support of Grand Duchess of Fra Norman and the backing of 3 powerful figures from the Cataclysm era. With all these, his smooth ascension was only natural. The only potential source of chaos was the conflict between magical machinery and the existing ruling system, which he skillfully resolved. Unfortunately, what was bound to happen eventually did happen. Loy never expected everything to go so smoothly, nor did he think his enemies would let him off so easily. However, he never imagined these people would be so shameless as to deliver such blatant hostility to him at the same time. If it weren't for careful planning, he would have devoured this entire study today. If he had to describe his feelings at this moment, Loy could only say, there are always treacherous subjects trying to harm me. Lloyd's orders traveled swiftly, like a whirlwind sweeping across Brussels from Lion Manor. They then spread outwards with tremendous force. Everyone knew that the new Earl Raymond, the Lion King, was destined to face a storm. And the first guest Lloyd received was none other than the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robin Waters. The drawing room. In the sofa area, Lord Robin Waters put down his teacup, straightened his posture, and said seriously, Your Excellency, I heard you've encountered some trouble. Loy plopped down, appearing relaxed, yet his aura grew even more imposing. There is some trouble, and I never imagined there wouldn't be. It's just that these people seem to really think I'm easy to bully. He glanced slightly at the Imperial Ambassador before him. Rest assured, I will handle this myself. It will not affect our cooperation with the Empire. So, continue with what needs to be built, and what needs to be started. He paused, then added, if the situation becomes truly chaotic, let's put the railway construction on hold for now. Everything else can avoid the war zone, so it should be fine. Lord Robin Waters slowly shook his head. Your Excellency, you've misunderstood me. What do you mean? I'm not here for the cooperative project, but to ask if you need any help. Lord Robin Waters stared intently at Loy, his eyes utterly serious. Help from the Empire. Loy's expression faltered slightly, and she unconsciously sat up straight, asking with some confusion, the Empire is willing to provide direct assistance? Yes. Lord Robin Waters carefully chose his words before saying, I won't make excuses for you. Promoting magical machinery is a national policy of the Empire, not only domestically but also externally. The Empire hopes to use this method to seek like-minded allies and form an alliance centered on the Empire, capable of mutual assistance and progress. So, your situation, as a pilot project, is actually valued by the Empire far more than you imagine. If there is a real need, Your Excellency can send an invitation to the Empire in the name of your family. That would be legitimate. The Empire should send a legion by sea to Flower Territory to help you defeat these enemies. Loy paused, then asked, can I understand this as a form of compensation? Lord Robin Waters waved his hands repeatedly. No, we are sorry about Earl Carl Raymond's matter. And it's not that we are unwilling to help. However, it happened too suddenly. Even if the Empire wanted to, it was powerless to intervene. Your situation is different this time. If necessary, the Empire wouldn't mind showing its support for its allies. Of course, all of this depends on your willingness. Loy's breathing became slightly heavier as he reclined on the soft sofa, his brow furrowed in thought. However, this didn't last long. He sat up straight again, looked at Lord Robin Waters, and said, for now, it's better not to. I appreciate the Empire's concern, but in the current situation, it might not be a good thing to have the Imperial Legion intervene rashly. If we attract even more powerful adversaries, such as the Bonaparte Empire, it would be a huge problem. So, for now, I'll handle it myself. After all, They're just a bunch of rabid barkers. Lord Robin Waters nodded. We have never underestimated the foundation of the Millennium Earl's family, so as you wish. He had come to make his stance clear. Once the attitude was made, the rest would be left to the development of the situation. Just then, Roy suddenly grinned, a bright smile, and asked, Lord Robin, I'm actually quite curious, how far can the Empire go for me? That depends on how far you want to go. For example, the Empire has ironclad warships. Would they be willing to come to my side? Anything else? For example, can the Empire withstand the questioning from the Church of the Sun God? Isn't that a bit excessive? What if I don't mind the Church of the Seven Gods entering my territory? That's a different story. I think the archbishops of the Church of the Seven Gods are willing to open up new battlefields. For a full hour, Roy and Lord Robin Waters had a deep and frank conversation. Lord Robin Waters stated the Empire's stance, while Roy clearly explained the price he was willing to pay. The conversation, seemingly without finalizing anything, revealed each other's bottom lines. Knowing the bottom lines opens up room for maneuver in many matters. An hour later, Butler Hoover approached Roy and whispered, most of the people have arrived, then let's complete the mobilization, Roy said, bidding farewell to Lord Robin Walter, and then, leading Olivera, strode towards the conference hall. It was still the same cold, long corridor, the same dimly lit hall, the same flickering candlelight, the same bustling crowd. The difference was that this time, Roy didn't give anyone a chance to speak. He stood behind the dark, long table, his hands pressed firmly on it, his entire body leaning forward. Though his appearance was young, a powerful, oppressive aura emanated from him. You should already know the news. To the west of our territory, on the endless Silver Sea, for countless years, those pirates have dared not face the majesty of the Lion King. This is certainly not something they were born with. It is because over the past decades, countless knights have bravely fought their way through, using swords and their corpses to teach them humility. But this time, they dare to enter our territory after I inherited the title, slaughtering our people and plundering our wealth. I only ask one question, can you tolerate this? To tolerate their stench and decay, to tolerate their arrogant behavior, to tolerate their plundering of our wealth. Tell me, can you tolerate this? At the end, Roy roared, like a howling lion. And his words ignited the fury of the crowd. Almost in unison, they uttered, no. No. No, the problem of piracy has never been just one person's problem. When Roy's adoptive father, Carl Raymond, first ascended to the throne, piracy was rampant. At that time, Carl Raymond launched a counterattack against the pirates, sending knights aboard his ships one by one. Their battle with the pirates lasted 4 years, until all the pirates knelt in submission, turning tail and fleeing at the mere sight of the lion's banner. The knights before us were almost all products of that era. They possessed a natural contempt and murderous intent towards pirates. They were truly willing to exterminate all pirates. In that case, this time, we will bury all pirates on land and sea. Roy's tone shifted, but this isn't over. To the east of Flower Territory, bordering the Wick family, lies Frost Moon Canyon. This has always been Raymond family territory, but this time, the Wick family has once again provoked war against us. They want to take advantage of Flower Territory's weakness to seize our land. They think I, the new Lion King, am weak and easily bullied, but they are wrong, terribly wrong. I have the strongest knights, the most loyal subordinates, the sharpest longswords, and the strongest shields. I have the support of the Lion Pride. I am the invincible Lion King. Therefore, my knights, let us cut off the heads of these bastards, adding glory to the Lion King with blood and corpses. Are you willing? Yes. 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 In that case, prepare yourselves. Prepare your war horses, sharpen your longswords, and I will lead you to victory. Kill. 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 At this moment, the killing intent surged, even causing the entire manor to tremble. And Luo Yi's last words before leaving further excited all the knights. This is my first battle since taking the throne, so the Raymond family will bear all the logistical burden. In other words, you only need to pursue battle merits. Don't disappoint me. Last month, a total of 2,220 monthly tickets were received, more than I could handle. That means I still owe 11 chapters. I really didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. All I can say is, I'll pay them back slowly, really slowly. Also, that's all for today. I'll start paying back tomorrow. Chapter 212, Crisis. Lion Castle. Command Center. Several magical crystal lamps hung in the spacious room, their soft light illuminating the entire space. At the very center of the command center was a meticulously crafted, enormous sand table, vividly depicting undulating mountains and vast plains. Rivers meandered across the land, and houses of varying sizes marked cities and towns. The sand table, far more intuitive than a map, originated from the Habsburg Empire and was widely adopted by other nations. Directly in front of the sand table hung a map on the wall, unlike the sand table which simply displayed the flower territory. This map depicted the entire Duchy of Normandy, even including parts of its surrounding neighbors. For example, the Silver Sea to the west, and the neighboring Habsburg Empire. If Roy wished, he could even locate Auckland City on it. Of course, with a sand table, almost all military commanders loved to survey the landscape from its perspective. The feeling was mesmerizing. If the meeting hall was a mobilization session, an announcement to all vassals and warriors that war was coming, and an attempt to motivate everyone, then this session concerned the specific arrangements for the war, a discussion among the upper echelons of the flower territory to devise a plan. At this moment, surrounding the sand table, besides Loy, were Olivera, Iron Knight Filzik, Flame Swordsman Otto, and the cataclysmic mage Lady Palacios, as well as the two Grand Knights of the Lion Knights, Alfonso Zeke and Vincent Ackerman. These were all commanders. In addition, there was Lord Hickruz. This official in charge of magical machinery, however, wore a worried expression, as if the sky had fallen. The group gathered around the sand table, with the Grand Knights explaining. Alfonso Zeke, holding a slender baton, slowly moved it along the river until it pointed to the westernmost part of the flower territory. He began, Sirenport is the most important port for our flower territory, without exception. Compared to the slowness and inefficiency of land transport, the convenience of sea transport, especially for coastal industries, is undeniable. Therefore, back then, Earl Carl defied public opinion and focused on developing Sirenport. To this end, we built shipyards, constructed ships, and formed the Lion family fleet to combat pirates. We even besieged and killed two of those so-called pirate kings back then, before those Silver Sea pirates dared not look directly at the Lion flag. For safety, even the nobles of the entire Norman Duchy were willing to transport their products to Sirenport, hiring the Lion family fleet to help them transport their goods. As a result, the benefits brought to the territory were considerable, even accounting for a third or more of the entire territory's income. To protect these benefits, Earl Carl stationed a large number of troops here. Grand Knight Saldine, the eldest and most powerful extraordinary knight of the Lion Knights, is stationed at Sirenport year-round. Furthermore, Lady Palacios' mage tower is also built next to Siren Harbor, serving as a lighthouse at sea and protecting the harbor's safety. As he said this, almost everyone's gaze turned to the female mage beside him. Lady Palacios nodded slightly and said, after the incident at the castle, Grand Knight Thor and I discussed it and decided that someone needed to guard Siren Harbor. Considering both management and combat capabilities, I was ultimately chosen. Alfonso Zeke continued. According to the current information, this attack was initiated by the Mist Pirates, who have rallied many pirate groups on the Silver Sea. They have only attacked villages outside Siren Harbor, killing fishermen and boatmen with extreme cruelty and hanging their bodies by the roadside. This is a serious provocation, and it has already aroused the anger of the knights within Siren Harbor. They demanded to leave the city to hunt down these pirates and hang them on the docks. However, Grand Knight Thor has suppressed this demand. With the Count's ascension to the throne, many knights have already arrived in Brussels, and Siren Harbor's forces are already insufficient. If they were to divide their forces for another attack, the ships at sea would lack protection, allowing the pirates to launch surprise attacks on the fleets. At this moment, Roy finally spoke up, but if we don't attack, those pirates can continue to land, attack villages and towns, and even cargo convoys. In the long run, it won't just damage people's trust in Siren Harbor, but also the prestige of the Lion King. If those pirates are bold enough, they might even attack Siren Harbor. Roy's words echoed in the room, but no one refuted them. Everyone's expressions were serious, clearly knowing that his judgment was true. However, Roy didn't let the silence last long, but asked again, "Can anyone tell me about Frost Moon Canyon?" Vincent Ackerman stepped forward, took Alfonso's baton, and used the thin end to point on the sand table, all the way to the easternmost part of Flower Territory. The terrain there was very special. The Dome Mountain Range originally ran east-west, but there, a section abruptly extended out. Thus, The originally vast plain was divided into two parts. The western part belonged to the Raymond family, and the eastern part was the territory of the Earl Wick family. In other words, the two territories were divided by these extending mountains. Originally, they coexisted peacefully, as the mountains weren't particularly valuable. However, things changed when a jade mine was discovered there. The two families fought fiercely over the mine, a conflict that escalated over generations, leaving no clear right or wrong, just a messy history. It's worth noting that during Earl Carl's reign, while the Raymond family didn't produce a true Lion King, their success in Siren Harbor significantly boosted their power. Although the Duchy of Normandy had 4 marquises, the general consensus among the nobles was that there were 5 great families. At this time, Earl Wick, feeling his own strength was insufficient, proposed the marriage alliance. The Raymond family agreed. This led to the emergence of Daisy Wick, who possessed Raymond blood and attempted to compete for the title of the new Lion King. Finally, the baton stopped at the crevice between the mountains, and Vincent Ackerman spoke. Frost Moon Canyon is a narrow passage between 2 mountains, and also the most suitable place for passage. Occupying this place provides the most convenient route, without exception, whether heading north to enter the Dome Mountains or east to enter the Wick family's territory. Occupying this place means both we and the Wick family will control a vital point, enabling us to use our knightly orders to coerce each other's territories. No one likes the feeling of having a sword hanging over their head. So this is a must-have for both families. He paused, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, but continued, according to some information I've gathered, Daisy Wick never expected to truly succeed when she competed for the Lion King position. Their minimum requirement was this Frost Moon Canyon. Taking it and the Frost Moon Jade Mine would be considered a success. Unfortunately, the Earl appeared out of nowhere, and the plans failed. Now, seeing the flower territory weakened and the opportunity ripe, they've issued their challenge. Of course, this generation's Earl Wick lacks prestige and strength, so the reason for such a grand display is probably because there's someone else behind him. Loy asked. The Carlyle family. Vincent Ackerman slowly nodded. I think at least the Carlyle family is involved. That Marcus Carlyle is quite ruthless. As for whether other families are involved, it's hard to say. Loy nodded. Both the East and West are coming to cause us trouble. I'd like to hear your opinions. Faced with this question, the hall was silent for at least several minutes. Finally, Lady Palacios spoke first. I can rush back to my mage tower. As long as I'm stationed inside Siren Harbor and the area within 30 miles of Siren Harbor can be guaranteed safety. If the mist pirates don't come, fine. But if they do, I can make sure they don't leave alive. Her voice was calm, but beneath that calmness lay a powerful aura of dominance. The enhancement a mage's tower provides to a mage is undeniable, especially since she is a 4th-tier calamity mage specializing in water magic. With her in charge, waves tens of meters high can be created, ensuring the destruction of countless pirate ships and the loss of all lives. The fact that Earl Carl invited her and overcame all opposition to build this mage tower has proven to be an absolutely correct decision over the years. As soon as she spoke, Iron Knight Phil Zook added, with the current strength of Flower territory, fighting on 2 fronts is quite difficult. Therefore, I think it's best to prioritize and deal with one before dealing with the other. Alfonso chimed in. In that case, I think the pirates are the most troublesome. These people are like vultures. If we don't deal with them in time, they will inevitably cause huge economic losses. Vincent Ackerman, however, had a different opinion. Pirates are pirates after all. Even if they come ashore to plunder, they only want some wealth and resources. But the Wick family is different. What they want is our territory. Our gem mines. Your Excellency, if we really lose Frost Moon Canyon, it's equivalent to surrendering the initiative in the war. The Wick family, and those behind them, can march in any time they want. That's when the real trouble will begin. But if we really let the pirates run rampant, the banner of the Lion King will become a joke. If we really lose Frost Moon Canyon, we'll have to build a defensive line on the plains. Have you considered how much that will cost us? That's just a matter of spending money, but if Siren Harbor's reputation is ruined, then the source of income will be gone. Money, money, money. Knight Alfonso, you're a knight, not a merchant. Vincent, are you insulting my honor? No one expected that in this critical moment. These two would start arguing first. However, before they could continue, Loy roared, "Shut up, all of you." Loy's voice drowned out all the noise. He placed his hands on the sand table, his gaze sweeping around, calm yet possessing a captivating majesty. Only after everyone had averted their gaze did he slowly say, "I am the Earl of Flower Territory, the new Lion King, and naturally, everyone must listen to me. I already have a plan for this battle. In this battle, we will fight a war of misalignment." Second update revised, third update tonight. Also, dear readers, Happy New Year. Chapter 213, Decision. In truth, the situation in Flower Territory was far from good. Lion Castle, as the core of the Raymond family, held secrets far beyond its underground treasure trove. It was also where the Raymond family trained its talent and knights. Its destruction, the deaths of two fourth-tier calamities, represented nearly 40% of the territory's fighting force, gone. Even if the remaining forces were intact, they no longer possessed the power to intimidate other marquises. At best, they could only achieve a draw. If they truly fought on two fronts, the pressure would be immense. Fortunately, during the visit of Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters, an idea had already taken shape in his mind. With Roy's words, everyone's gaze turned towards him, awaiting his next words. Only Cruz, in charge of magical machinery, had a somewhat strange expression. Because, compared to the misaligned warfare, he had heard of the term misaligned trade, it seemed this Earl truly enjoyed using misalignment to achieve his goals. This was the thought that popped into Hick's mind, but before it could dissipate, it was interrupted by Loy's words. The current situation is that we can't fight both sides simultaneously, we have to make choices. And I don't want to give up either, therefore, we must consolidate our defenses to buy enough time. Ms. Palacios, I'd like to know, if you return, could the adjustment of the communication magic circle be handled by someone else, for example, Lilia, or another mage? Ms. Palacios frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, Lilia won't do. Her understanding of magic is entirely focused on magical machinery, her foundation is too weak. However, if you simply want to find a mage to cooperate with that sect mage to activate the communication magic circle, I can introduce you to one. One of my students, a second-tier LV10 mage, has a deep understanding of magic. I've explained it to him clearly, he should be able to handle it. Loy nodded slightly and asked, where's he now? Inside my mage tower. Judging by the time, if I return and he comes, it should be in time. Roy seemed to have thought of something and asked again, Lady Palacios, are there any other mages being trained in your mage tower? Of course there are. One of the responsibilities of a mage tower is to train new blood, it's an unspoken rule. Roy's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then how many capable mages do you have now? I mean even mage apprentices who have just begun meditation and accumulated some magic power. In that case, there are over 100, send all of them to me except those you need, I have a use for them. Alright, Lady Palacios agreed readily. Roy continued, with you, madam, overseeing the mage tower, Siren Harbor will be safe. Grand Knight Commander Thor can mobilize. Tell him to lead his knights to attack and sweep along the coastline again and again. If any pirates land, leave no one alive, and do everything possible to ensure the safety of the surrounding villages and towns. Alfonso asked, but if that's the case, won't the naval forces be sufficient? If not, just withdraw. Don't go to see if you can avoid it. We won't pay the fishermen and crew, but we'll open the granaries and give them food, and tell them this is only temporary, interests are just interests. Losing some is fine, but as long as people are alive, there are endless possibilities. Use the coastline as the boundary. For the time being, ensure the safety of the shore. We'll leave the sea alone for now. And don't worry, if shipping really stops, some people will be more anxious than we are. Once we've dealt with the Wick family, we'll have the resources to deal with those pirates. Lady Palacios nodded slightly. In that case, shall I go now? Thank you for your trouble, madam, it's my duty. Lady Palacios nodded, immediately turned around, and left the command room. With Roy's senses, he could still detect a magical fluctuation coming from the flying magic carpet, which carried the fourth-tier mage into the sky. Loy withdrew her gaze and fixed it on Vincent Ackerman again, asking, if I remember correctly, Frost Moon Canyon is where you're stationed. Vincent Ackerman replied somewhat sheepishly, yes, then take your men, 3 horses each, and get to Frost Moon Canyon as quickly as possible. I have only one request, no matter what, the outposts there must not be lost. Even if we have to fight, we must fight on Wick family territory. I refuse to believe that he won't feel the pain when his territory is destroyed. Yes, with that, he immediately turned and left, the clatter of armor and the rapid footsteps echoing each other, and in the distance, the neighing of horses and men could be heard. Loy then looked at Alfonso Zook and said, "Your task is to mobilize the knights and knight apprentices, form a large army, and then head towards Frost Canyon." "Yes, sir." Butler Hoover, present. "Leave the matters of Lion Manor to others for now. The statistics and procurement of logistical supplies are all your responsibility." "Yes, Earl." Finally, Loy looked at Lord Hickruz, who had been holding back for a long time. Seeing that Loy had finally turned his attention to him, he couldn't help but say, "Earl, with the outbreak of a major war, personnel mobilization is frequent. This magical machinery, I have already discussed it with the Imperial Ambassador. Those that need to be built should be built, and those that need to be produced should be produced. There is no need to delay, but, there are no buts. I will keep all wars outside the territory. Therefore, this war has nothing to do with you." Yes, with these orders issued, the tone for this war had been set. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, all the vassals and knights of the Flower Territory were mobilized. Sometimes, right and wrong need to be judged in hindsight, and success or failure is merely the result. In the process, the clear direction and objective are often more important. Once everyone was in action, only 4 people remained in the command room: Iron Knight Phil Zeke, Flame Swordsman Otto, and Olivera. The 3 men's gazes met, and Loy said softly, "Actually, I'm not afraid of these open enemies. Fighting them, in the end, is just a real battle. On the battlefield, victory or defeat depends on individual skill. However, if we're fighting on the front lines while someone's abattage is us from behind, the threat is too great." Olivera's eyes narrowed, and she said, "You mean Virgil Barry?" Loy raised her head slightly, looking at the Iron Knight and the Flame Sword Saint, and asked, "Our enemies aren't just the pirates and the Wick family, but also this regional bishop. If, and I mean if, we're fighting on the front lines while he's stirring up trouble and instigating a rebellion, what do you think would happen?" The Flame Sword Saint and the Iron Knight exchanged a glance, and Otto asked, "Does he have the guts? What if he was involved in what happened before?" With just one sentence, their expressions changed. The Iron Knight's face darkened, and he asked, "Is there any evidence?" "No, but do we need evidence? He perfectly avoided the time frame of the castle's destruction, now, returning at the very moment when the pirates and the Wick family are launching their attack. Don't you think there's something wrong with that?" "Even if there isn't, gentlemen, I wouldn't dare gamble." "Indeed, in this situation, who would dare gamble?" Otto spoke up, "My lord, what are you planning to do? Nip all danger in the bud?" "Of course." Loy raised her head slightly and said, "Gentlemen, before the great battle, shall we make a preliminary trip?" The Iron Knight asked, "Aren't you afraid of the Church of the Sun God's questioning? If we can't get past this hurdle, there will be no future." "Why should I care about the Church's questioning? Besides, what does it have to do with us that he died outside the city, killed in a surprise attack? We're still in the army, going to fight the Wick family to the death. It certainly wasn't us who did it." Otto nodded slightly. "That makes sense." The Iron Knight laughed loudly. "If my lord is fearless, we naturally don't care. Now, we just don't know how strong this Bishop Virgil Barry is." Loy said this, then couldn't help but sneer. "Even if he's extraordinary, he's nothing but a piece of cake in the face of natural disasters. However, before that, there are still some malignant tumors that must be cleared." Malignant tumors, this word piqued the curiosity of the 3, but before they could ask, a knock came at the door. Beep beep beep. The knocking was unique, seemingly deliberately rhythmic, 3 long knocks followed by one short one. Luo Yi said, "Come in." The door opened, and Eng strode in, his footsteps silent yet incredibly fast. He stood before Luo Yi, bowed slightly, their eyes met, and he nodded slowly. Clearly, mindful of the people present, he didn't speak, but his meaning was conveyed. Luo Yi pressed, "That person, did he really make a move? The news just came that he brought certain people into the city." Luo Yi's expression contorted for a moment, then returned to normal. "Those who seek death deserve to die." At this moment, the Flame Swordsman Otto finally couldn't hold back any longer. He asked, "Count, who are you talking about?" "Who? Of course, it's Lord Regan Durand, the most trusted butler of Count Carl, the traitorous lord." Luo Yi looked up and said, "Gentlemen, come with me. I'll take you to see this traitor's true face." Second update delivered. Don't wait for the third. Back to the late night. Chapter 214, Traitor. When war broke out, even at night, Brussels was in chaos. Lanterns were lit everywhere, and countless armored warriors passed by. Lady Palacios had taken flight without hesitation, but Grand Knight Vincent Ackerman couldn't. He needed to gather his knights, prepare horses and rations, make preparations for a long march, and apply for potions and other supplies. All of this took time. Moreover, other vassals and knights were also preparing, and the allocation of supplies was being arranged. All of this made the once peaceful city appear somewhat chaotic. Of course, such chaos was the perfect opportunity for some with ulterior motives. A group of people, cloaked in black, moved swiftly through the shadows, passing houses with incredible speed. Finally, they entered a remote mansion in the wealthy district, moved aside wooden planks, and revealed an underground passage. Brussels, situated on the banks of the Roy River, naturally has abundant groundwater, making the construction of an underground tunnel no easy feat. This particular tunnel, with its walls made of solid stone and reinforced at intervals, was designed for longevity. Even so, the tunnel wasn't very long. After a turn, they entered a study. The study was large and luxurious. The carpets on the floor, the paintings on the walls, and the books on the desk all indicated its owner was a learned man. Unfortunately, these men in black seemed out of place. One of them quickly removed his cloak, revealing the clothing of an ordinary male servant. He opened the door naturally, walked out, and blended into the manor as if he were always there as a servant. The owner of the manor, Lord Regan Durant, was already very busy tonight. As Earl Raymond's treasurer, he was always busy, especially today, with various financial expenditures, resource allocation, and supply needs all requiring his attention. He had been making arrangements in the front yard, directing his men, listening to their reports, and making more detailed plans. But when the servant appeared behind the group and caught his eye, his expression changed drastically. He looked as if he had swallowed a fly, yet he couldn't retaliate. He could only arrange things more quickly, feign exhaustion, and instruct the steward to go to his study to rest, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. Only after leaving the front yard and the servant following did his retreating figure reveal a hint of panic. Inside the study, seeing the group of men in black, he could barely contain his rage. "Why have you returned? Brussels is now teeming with powerful knights, and you dare to come back. Do you want to die? If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you." "Quiet. Quiet." The leader of the men in black lifted his cloak, revealing a somewhat sinister face. He looked at Lord Regan with a bright smile. "My lord, what are you afraid of? Even if that bastard has usurped the earldom, he's just a greenhorn. How could he know the wickedness of the human heart? You traitorous slave, what is there to fear?" Regan's face darkened, and he couldn't help but say, "Fenrir, watch your mouth." The man in black took a few steps forward, stood in front of Regan, and raised his hand to slap Regan's face. He didn't use force, but he slapped frequently, the sound echoing in the room. With a unique nobility and contempt of a nobleman, he slapped with every word he uttered. "I won't be polite. What can you do about it? Bite me? Or tell your new master, I can survive being captured. Nobles have their rules. At worst, I'll pay a ransom. But you, a lord who betrayed his master, you'll die a horrible death. A very horrible death. Go ahead and report me if you dare." With each word, his slaps grew heavier and heavier, each one sending Lord Regan's face slapping to the side. Amidst the slapping sounds, the subordinates brought by the man in black all wore contemptuous smiles. Regan felt his dignity trampled on. Even Earl Carl had never treated him like this. But at this moment, he could only swallow his bitter pill. When the slaps stopped, his body went limp, and he knelt directly on the ground. Tears and snot streamed down his face. He didn't even dare to cry out loud, only able to ask in a hoarse voice, "What exactly do you want? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Isn't that right? Just obediently complete the tasks we assign, isn't that enough?" Saying this, he pulled over a stool and sat down in front of Regan, who was kneeling on the ground, as if he were the master. Then, he took out a small bottle from his pocket and waved it in front of Regan. "I know you can definitely access the well at Lion Manor, so just put this in, find a suitable opportunity, when no one's around, open the stopper, and sprinkle the potion in. Isn't that simple?" At this moment, Regan suddenly looked up, staring incredulously at the small bottle, then shifting his gaze to the man. It was a typical small bottle for encapsulating potions, but inside, black liquid churned and churned, seemingly alive, colliding and colliding. This, you actually poisoned me." "Poisoned? No. Fenrir grinned, his smile utterly wicked. He said, "Poison is easily detected. Ancient families have their own methods of detecting poison. It's easy to expose yourself. So, this isn't poison. This is a demonic worm from hell, an extremely tiny yet deadly worm. Of course, in our world, it has another name, plague. If you sprinkle it in the wells and have those knights, vassals, and our bastard Earl ingest it, then when they go to battle, they'll develop high fevers, become weak, and be utterly defeated by the Wick family. More importantly, this will happen a long time later. No matter what, they won't be able to trace it back to you. How about that? Aren't we very considerate of your safety? And, if you accomplish this, we'll give you the powerful title you desire. At this moment, Regan scoffed. He said, a powerful title? Hell, you didn't deliver on your promise last time. This time, you certainly won't. Fenrir showed no anger at being exposed. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, looking down at Regan, and said, it might come true, it might not, but you'd better choose to trust us, so, I'll give you 2 days. In 2 days, I expect to hear good news. In 2 days, the plague will be sown, the army will march, everything will be settled, and it will be perfect. 2 days, isn't that too long? How about now? A voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. The people inside were startled, and almost instantly reacted. The others immediately surrounded Fenrir and Regan, forming a protective stance. Fenrir had already produced a knife, pressed against Regan's neck. You betrayed me. No, then who is this person? I don't know. Wait, it seems to be the Earl. Regan stopped mid-sentence, realizing the voice sounded familiar, and changed his words. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Loy, sword at her waist, slowly walked in. Olivera and Aang stood guard on either side of him, like gatekeepers. The Iron Knight and the Flame Sword Saint were nowhere to be seen. The rest of the manor had already been taken control. The servants and maids were all pinned together, unable to utter a sound. And those pinning them down weren't knights, but a group of gangsters. The 30 men Aang brought were undoubtedly the most ambitious and hard-working members of the Auckland Brotherhood. They might not be as powerful as Aang, but Loy had at least given them opportunities: soul-stabilizing incense, scholar teachers, sword instructors, skill training. They hadn't been neglected in any way. You couldn't say they were incredibly powerful, but within the gang, they were definitely the elite of the elite. Organized and disciplined, they could easily carry out infiltration and control. At this moment, Loy finally entered the study. His gaze swept around without any fluctuation, but when he saw Lord Regan, his expression became slightly complicated. It should be said that Loy never let his guard down, so as soon as he gained a foothold, he couldn't wait to have Aang establish an intelligence system. In his mind, once the first step was taken, things would get better and better. That's why he insisted on pushing for the establishment of the Brotherhood even when conditions weren't quite ripe. However, he never expected Aang to give him such a big surprise. According to Aang, although it was about deploying surveillance personnel, manpower was limited at this stage, so he had to select some high-value targets. In his opinion, anyone who dared to betray Earl Carl Raymond must be of considerable power and influence, otherwise, they wouldn't have access to core secrets. Furthermore, they would receive substantial benefits after the castle's destruction. Based on these 2 points, he directly targeted 3 people: Regan Durand, Alan Wells, and Vincent Ackerman. In short, these were the 3 vying for the Earl Raymond's position. Without Loy, even just to appease them, he would have had to grant them some territory. Therefore, these 3 were the most suspicious. Of course, suspicion is just suspicion, not the truth. What Aang didn't expect was that his men had barely been deployed when news came back that Lord Regan was in trouble. The reason for the discovery was simply some of Regan's irrational lifestyle habits and the amount of food he consumed. And then, there was today, Roy's visit. Looking at the dejected Regan Durand, Roy finally asked a question: I'm curious, why did you do this? Bonus chapter. I also want monthly tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 215, The Lord's Greed. In the study, candlelight illuminated Regan's face, making him appear utterly dejected and ashen. He didn't answer immediately, but Fenrir, who was holding him hostage, moved. He quickly glanced around, his gaze lingering briefly on Aang and Olivera, before standing up and dropping his dagger. He declared decisively and bluntly, I surrender. His actions drew everyone's attention, making him the center of attention. Fenrir continued, I choose to surrender, but I demand the treatment due to noblemen. I will pay a substantial ransom for myself and my men, so, lucky bastard Count, please prepare a comfortable room and at least 3 maids for me. I need hot water for a bath, delicious food, and someone to clean my clothes. You don't know how awful the underground passages smell. I reek of fish." As he spoke, the nobleman named Fenrir took a step closer to Loy, his expression relaxed, seemingly without any suspicion. Of course, he had his reasons for doing so. Intermarriage among nobles was frequent, especially among long-established noble families. Tracing back, one could always find kinship ties. Therefore, even if there were conflicts between nobles, even if a noble war broke out, there were certain rules. For example, if a noble surrendered, you couldn't kill them, you had to treat them with courtesy. You had to meet all the conditions mentioned in Fenrir's agreement. Of course, this wasn't unconditional. All costs could be added to the later ransom, demanding double the amount. Moreover, there was a strange rule: the higher the noble's status, the more ransom they would pay. Not a normal increase, but a geometric increase. In other words, capturing a viscount was truly more valuable than capturing tens of thousands of serf soldiers. The reason was simple: these captured nobles believed that a small ransom wouldn't be commensurate with their status. Therefore, the victors often showed mercy and generosity because they could really make a lot of money. At this moment, Loy finally turned his gaze to Fenrir and asked, "Who are you?" The man straightened his clothes, raised his head high, and introduced himself with apparent solemnity. "My name is Fenrir." "Never mind," Loy interrupted him before he could finish, saying indifferently, "I have no interest in knowing who you are. You dare to insult me." Fenrir couldn't continue speaking because a magic-powered pistol was already pointed at his head, its magical runes flashing as it slowly activated. At this moment, his expression truly changed drastically. Even someone as oblivious as him felt the overwhelming killing intent. "What do you want, noble codex?" Bang! The gunshot rang out, like thunder, echoing in the room. Fenrir's eyes widened, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A hole appeared on his forehead, but that wasn't the worst part. Most importantly, a bloody hole exploded in the back of his head. Blood splattered, red and yellow, falling onto the ground, the walls, and even onto Regan's face. The disoriented Regan was jolted awake by the blood, but when he looked down at Fenrir lying before him, his eyes wide with disbelief, his face turned deathly pale. The gunshot not only awakened Regan but also Fenrir's henchmen. They screamed in terror, yet displayed the discipline expected of warriors. One of them even unleashed his battle aura, a pale purple flame swirling around him, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Loy. They were doomed. Even if they escaped today, Fenrir was dead, and even if they returned to their families, they would still die. But if they could kill Loy, only they would die, without implicating their families. This was their greatest desire now. A sword, imbued with the light of battle aura, descended like a crescent moon, aiming to sever Loy's head. Unfortunately, Loy didn't even bother to glance at him. Olivera's figure had already appeared before him, her rapier slicing through the air like lightning, a sharp aura cleaving through him, shattering his battle aura attack. Then, Olivera stepped forward, drew his sword, stepped forward again, drew his sword again. His speed was not fast, each step steady and deliberate. His sword seemed slow as well, the trajectory of the rapier cutting through the air was visible. But the extraordinary swordsman he faced was like a natural enemy, forced to retreat continuously, only able to defend. As for the other men in black, Aang dealt with them. Those who had been brought out were all of some strength, at least at the second tier or higher, having awakened their battle aura. But Aang was fast, incredibly fast, his figure flashing like a phantom. His teacher was Olivera, but his fighting style was more like Roy's. He used the pursuit step, his speed swift, but his body twisted like a snake or python, precisely dodging every attack. And his sword, like a venomous snake in the shadows, always managed to bare its fangs from the most unbelievable angles. Of course, he lacked Roy's precision, his sword strikes couldn't be fatal, but he didn't care. Each sword strike only needed to leave a wound on the enemy, a small hole or a slit. 5 or 6 men surrounded him, but in the end, only they themselves wailed in agony. The study was now shrouded in the clash of swords, its once luxurious furnishings now a ruin. Only Loy, seemingly walking amidst the swordplay, arrived before Regan. He sat in the chair Fenrir had sat in, raised his foot, stepping over Fenrir's corpse, and looked down at Lord Regan, who was kneeling on the ground. He repeated his question, "I'm really curious, why did you do this?" At this moment, Regan looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and he said hoarsely, "Why? Why? You insist on asking why. Is it important to you?" Loy pondered for a moment, then said, "Actually, it's not that important. The most important thing is to dig you out. However, I am truly curious. Your family has served the Lion King for generations. You are extremely capable and deeply trusted by Earl Carl. As a steward, reaching your current position is already unprecedented, and Earl Carl even bestowed upon you a noble title. If I remember correctly, you have 2 sons. One serves the former eldest son and is being groomed. The other was sent to study in the Bonaparte Empire, with Earl Carl covering the tuition. In my opinion, you shouldn't have betrayed him." Regan's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with guilt and evasion, but in the end, it all turned into a desperate, reckless outburst. "Why did I betray you? You asked me why I betrayed you? It's because I saw no hope. Yes, I was deeply trusted by the Earl, even knighted, but that's where it ends. How I longed to be a true nobleman. I wanted a hereditary land, even just a small village. But Earl Carl refused me. There's only one reason: I'm not a knight. And I have no military merit for nobility. That ironclad rule cannot be broken. And my 2 children don't have much talent for cultivation, so I had to find another way. Fenrir, the people behind Fenrir, promised me a hereditary title if I did as they asked. They promised me. Loy sneered, but they broke their promise. You're still just a knight. That's because of you. Without you, I would at least have a fief. I would be a superior person, a true nobleman. The Durant family would have had a new beginning from my generation." Loy laughed, a laugh tinged with amusement and disdain. "You idiot, they're just teasing you. Didn't you realize it at all? You, Vincent Ackerman, and Alan Wells, of the 3 of you, the other 2 have a chance to receive lands. Only you don't. Why? It's simple, just 4 words: military merit for a title. It's not an ironclad rule, it can be broken. But that requires the support of a high-ranking noble and sufficient, above-board contributions to even have the chance of being titled." Loy looked at Regan as if he were a fool. "But what do you have? All your value lies with the Raymond family. When Lion's Castle was destroyed, you'd have nothing left. This time, Fenrir treated you like a dog. Isn't it obvious? You. Regan was speechless. Looking at Loy's condescending attitude, he became hysterical. With a strange laugh, he said, Loy, I admit you, this bastard, are very lucky to have obtained the title of Earl and a vast flower territory. But so what? So what? You won't live much longer. When the magical machines enter the territory, the Raymond family is destined for destruction. Do you know how powerful the enemies the Raymond family will face are? They are more powerful than you can imagine. You won't be smug for long either. If I were you, I would seize the time to enjoy life, because you are going to die. You are going to die. Loy laughed. He leaned forward, and said, your so-called enemies are nothing more than the Carlisle family, the Castro family, the McKinley family. Not enough? If not enough, add some of the great nobles of the Bonaparte Empire, or, add the Church of the Sun God. That's all. Is there anything else? At this moment, Regan seemed to have been choked. His face flushed red. He looked at Loy, his words broken and intermittent. How did you know? You actually knew. I know more than you think. Loy straightened up again. Inside the study, the battle was over. All the men Fenrir brought were dead, corpses littering the floor, their eyes wide open in death, just like their master. Olivera and Ang reappeared behind Loy. Loy turned his head slightly, looking at Ang, and said, the men are yours now. Ask them everything I want to know. Okay, Ang nodded. Simple, then we'll be going now. The war is about to begin, and there's a lot to do outside. With that, Loy strode away. Iron Knight and Flame Sword Saint appeared beside him sometime later. Meanwhile, Ang brought up Regan, revealing a harmless smile. Lord Regan, you heard what the Earl said, didn't you? So, we'll be lenient with the guilty and severe with the guilty. Second update, more revisions, coming soon. Chapter 216, Decapitation, March to War. The next day, at dawn, at the ruins of Lion's Castle, Loy had arrived with a large group of people, pack horses, and flatbed carts. He led Olivera, Iron Knight Philzik, and Flame Sword Saint Otto, repeatedly entering and leaving the Raymond family's treasure trove, carrying things out. Weapons, armor, food. Like ants carrying food, they transported the items bit by bit through dimensional bags. Seeing that the carts were full, the four leaned against the mountain of supplies, chatting idly, waiting for the next cart to arrive. Iron Knight, somewhat puzzled, asked, "My lord, the family warehouse shouldn't lack supplies. Why do you have to take them from here?" Roy, supporting himself on his two axles, squinted at the sky, feeling the warmth of the sunlight, as if countless tiny hands were massaging him, utterly comfortable. He tilted his head slightly and said, "The reason I promised the Raymond family to cover all expenses for this battle is because I want my knights to fight without restraint. The reason I moved supplies from here isn't because I need them, but to show everyone my determination. In this battle, I'm willing to use the family's resources, exhausting all wealth, materials, and means to win the final victory. This is crucial because war is all about morale." Saying this, Roy straightened his posture again and said, "Besides, I think it's a huge waste to leave such a large amount of wealth and supplies lying around. In this era, of course, wealth should be invested in development, money making money, interest making interest. That's the way to go." As he spoke, a figure walked quickly towards them, obscured by the sunlight. Roy narrowed his eyes, his vertical pupils like an eagle's, and finally recognized a person. It was Aang. He'd even tracked him down this far. Clearly, he had achieved something. This thought energized Roy. He straightened his posture and the smile on his face vanished. Only when Aang approached did he ask, "Have you confessed everything?" Aang took a deep breath and said, "Yes, I have." "Then tell me what happened." Aang handed over a confession and, while Roy looked through it, explained in detail. According to Regan, he was in charge of the Raymond family's trade, transportation, and financial transactions. Every day, a large amount of money passed through his hands. At first, he could restrain himself and maintain his loyalty, but his second son, studying in the Bonaparte Empire, actually picked up a gambling addiction. The blackmail letters from those people were even sent to the Flower territory and ended up in his hands, along with one of his second son's fingers. He had no choice but to take a portion of the money he handled. He thought he was being clever, but who would have thought it was all a setup? When Fenrir came to him, he used this to coerce Lord Regan into doing things for him. At first, it was just things like cutting in line for shipments and tax evasion, nothing serious, so Regan helped with them, until later, their demands became increasingly unreasonable, and he became less willing. It was during this process that those people discovered Lord Regan's intentions, and finally used the promise of a knighthood as bait to completely sway him into betraying them. Roy asked, "How long did this process last?" "At least 2 years. 2 years. That seems like a long-term plan," Roy said, then asked, "And then, later, thanks to Lord Regan's extensive cover, those people were able to infiltrate Brussels and the surrounding manors and villages almost undetected. It was ultimately a destructive war against the Raymond family. Even if they only deployed the strongest, they still needed a large number of assistants. Without Lord Regan's cover, it would have been impossible for them to completely hide, of course, because it was all arranged by Lord Regan. Although he dared not delve too deeply into those people's affairs, he gleaned some truth from the clues. This is why he was certain that the promise of a knighthood wasn't just an excuse, but something they could actually do." Roy nodded slowly. The 3 major marquises, some high-ranking nobles of the Bonaparte Empire, and the Church of the Sun. This scale certainly shows the Raymond family a high regard, and it's enough to frighten Lord Regan into obedience. Turning her head, Roy asked again, "What is Fenrir's identity?" "Fenrir Castro, a collateral branch of the Castro family, a true baron with real power and hereditary fiefdoms. However, this one seems to enjoy business, traveling everywhere." As he said this, Aang hesitated slightly, but still asked, "After all, he is a true nobleman. If he dies here, it might be difficult to explain." "Explain? Why should we explain?" Roy looked strange. "What does Fenrir's death have to do with us? Who knew he would run to my city of Brussels? Ask those who sent him. Do they dare to come to me and demand his return? Do they dare to admit that they sent Fenrir to spread the plague? Do they dare to admit that they were the ones who did the Lion Castle incident? If you can't even admit to these things, then Fenrir wouldn't have come to me. So what if you're a nobleman? To put it bluntly, Fenrir is just a fool who's used to running rampant in the Duchy of Normandy and has never seen the cruelty of the world. He really thinks he can act with impunity just because he has the title of nobleman. It's laughable." Aang asked again, "What about the corpse? Just find a cemetery and dump it there. Make sure no one finds it." Saying this, Roy looked at the Iron Knight and the Flame Sword Saint and said, "I still don't have any evidence, but do you two still think the Church of the Sun God wasn't involved?" Iron Knight Philzik waved his hand. "There's nothing more to say. We'll kill that Bishop Virgil Barry for you." Together, the wagon rumbled, and at the end of the horizon, the pack horses carrying goods returned once more. Loy stretched and said, let's go, we still have things to move. Speaking of which, our ancestors were really cunning. They only considered safety and didn't think at all that transportation was too troublesome. Behind him, Aang seemed to remember something and asked, Your Excellency, what about Lord Regan? What else can we do? Kill him, he can't do anything alone. Arrest all his subordinates who are involved, who know the truth, and even those who embezzled and took bribes. Then, when the army sets off, a few people always need to be sacrificed as a flag-raising ceremony. They're perfect. At this point, Loy paused and turned around, saying, by the way, you arrange for someone to take care of Regan's 2 sons as well. For such collusion and betrayal, there always has to be a high enough price to pay. The extermination of the entire family would be just right. Time flew by, and 3 days later it was over. Originally, they had planned to prepare for 2 days, but the arrest of Lord Regan Durant and a group of his professionals still affected the progress of the work. Fortunately, the family's millennia-old heritage was evident in every aspect. For example, the male servants at Lion Manor were all carefully trained. While they might not possess extraordinary skills, literacy and arithmetic proficiency were essential. Butler Hoover directly took over the Raymond family's financial affairs, temporarily promoted some individuals, placed them in different positions, and after a brief adjustment period, things were running smoothly. It only took an extra day, but all the supplies were ready. The speed was beyond imagination, and Butler Hoover's abilities were also beyond imagination. On the 3rd day, in the morning, Loy once again donned that grueling full suit of armor, mounted his tall horse, and, under Lilia's reluctant gaze, led his nightly legion out of the city. Along the way, countless citizens of Flower Territory saw them off, accompanied by the fragrance of flowers and cheers, as if they had already returned victorious. Of course, there were also discordant elements. For example, along the way, wooden stakes were erected, with still dripping heads hanging from them. The most conspicuous figure was Lord Regan. Although not a hereditary nobleman or a knight, he controlled the treasury and was Earl Carl Raymond's right-hand man, making him a figure of considerable influence in the Flower District. Even true nobles had to maintain a high level of respect before him. Many people in Brussels knew him, even commoners knew he was a prominent figure. But now, his head hung there, eyes wide open, a picture of unresolved death. Of course, what these commoners knew was that he had been killed for embezzlement and bribery. Countless gold coins were found in his estate, discovered by the Earl, and he was ultimately beheaded. However, the vassals and knights all knew that he was a traitor to the Raymond family, deserving of death. They felt no sense of shared sorrow. Loyalty was a virtue of chivalry, and for a traitor, execution was the least of their worries. Meanwhile, the main force left Brussels, traveling along the main road for dozens of miles, and caught up with another group. This force consisted entirely of militia conscripted during wartime, basically soldiers trained in peacetime and farmed during busy seasons. Equipped with armor and spears, they looked quite formidable. The Raymond family had organized training, making them far superior to mere serf soldiers. This was the core of the army. Even if knights were powerful, you couldn't rely solely on them in war. Besides these, there were numerous pack horses and wagons hauling various supplies. The two groups reunited, completing the force, and they headed east along the main road. However, unbeknownst to everyone, under the cover of Grand Knight Alfonso Zeke, the commander of this large army had already broken away from the main force. Loy, leading Oliveira, Phil Zeke, and Otto, watched the main force disappear from sight. Otto finally spoke, "My lord, where are we going now? If the information is correct, that bishop should be in Sunset Town right now. Second update delivered, third update in progress. I'll try my best to finish before midnight." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, Sunset Town and the Bishop. Sunset Town. It's an ordinary little town, not large, and not crowded. The entire town is spread out along an east-west main road. Because it's far from the water source, there isn't much arable land, but a horse breeding industry has been developed. It's also one of the 3 major horse farms designated by the Raymond family, housing thousands of war horses, making it a very large-scale farm. Especially their specially bred magical beast horned horses are absolutely top-notch war horses, excellent in both endurance and speed. They are the preferred choice of the Flower Territory Knights. Unfortunately, these magical beast horned horses are difficult to breed, and even more difficult to train, so their numbers have always been limited. Of course, Sunset Town also has its special features. Because it runs east-west across an endless plain, every sunset, a great sun hangs in the sky, illuminating the world in a golden red hue, a truly magnificent sight. Add to that the sight of horses returning home, thousands galloping, their songs ringing out, and it's truly breathtaking. And so, a famous painting titled Sunset Town was created, spreading throughout Auxerre, the capital of the Norman Duchy. Thus, the town was renamed Sunset Town. At this moment, in the church of Sunset Town, dong, 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 the bells rang, their resounding notes echoing throughout the town. Countless people emerged from their homes and gathered inside the church. Inside the church, where the statue of the sun god was enshrined, the people sat quietly, their expressions reverent and devout. And on the pulpit above, an old man in a bishop's robe stood there. He opened the thick volume of the sacred text and began, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light. God saw that the light was good, and he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and there was evening, and there was morning, the first day." At that moment, his voice seemed to carry a sacred quality, like the resounding toll of a great bell, deafening and awakening. At that moment, the old man's not-so-tall figure was enveloped by the sun god, and behind the statue of the sun god, outside the seven-colored glass, a great sun descended. Thus, the light of the great sun enveloped everything, and its sacred and inviolable majesty was deeply engraved in the hearts of every believer. Of course, after the sermon, everyone who left the temple received a bag of rice, not much, but everyone went home happily. Only then did a priest immediately run to the bishop, carefully supporting the old man's arm, and help him down from the platform. The priest was young, though he was quite burly, his oversized priestly robes stretched taut over his shoulders. Yet his face was youthful, his eyes clear and innocent, like those of a child, filled with curiosity about everything in the world. He asked, puzzled, "Teacher Virgil, I don't understand why the proclamation requires food distribution. Clearly, other bishops don't do this, why do we have to pay for it ourselves?" The old man chuckled, pointing to the departing people, and said, "Look, look, aren't they happy as they leave? Besides, our preaching has taken up their time. We should at least give them some compensation, right? Is that so?" Most importantly, Sunset Town was in chaos recently, and many people here were attacked by bandits, leading to food shortages. Our preaching gave them some food, which made them grateful. When they prayed, they were more devout, and the great Lord of Light gained more faith. If the Lord of Light is happy, shouldn't we shepherds be happy too? Hearing this, the strong young man suddenly understood. The old man, still smug, said, "This is my exclusive secret, I'm passing it on to you today." The two of them, one daring to speak and the other daring to listen, both seemed very serious. But then, the strong young man was puzzled. "Teacher, why do we have to linger in Sunset Town? It's been so many days, and everyone else is afraid to ask, so they all make me ask. When are we going back to Brussels?" "Go back? Go back to what? That place is a den of dragons and tigers now, who knows what will happen next. We should stay as far away as possible." As he said this, the old man grinned, his expression ugly. "Those bastards up there, why do they have to make me come back now? I think they just want to see me die, but I'm smart. It's just a tithe, I'll wait, I'm not going back now, I'm not meeting the new Earl Raymond, let's see what they can do to me. If they push me too far, I'll flip the table and strip them naked." The old man's words became more and more urgent, even bordering on roaring. The strong boy was confused, but still said, Teacher, God said we shouldn't use foul language, especially among shepherds. We should have love and humility." The old man's expression stiffened for a moment, then immediately returned to normal. Yes, we shouldn't use foul language, then that's settled. Let's go pray." "Yes, teacher." With that, the strong boy helped the short, thin old man disappear into the church. Meanwhile, Luo Yu was also walking on the wind. "Oh ho, Feeling the wind rushing past his ears, Luo Yi couldn't help but let out strange laughs. He strode forward, his body leaping, as if carrying a whirlwind. Every now and then, his feet would stomp together, the sudden burst of power exploding in midair, his battle aura rising, the ripples like the flapping of an eagle's wings. There was also the sound of an eagle's cry. Each time, Luo Yi could step through the air, traveling dozens of meters at a time, as if flying. Then, just as his power was waning, he would suddenly burst forth with power again, releasing his battle aura, his feet treading on the void. Another phantom eagle flapped its wings, its cries echoing endlessly, propelling him forward dozens of meters. Until he collapsed again, exhausted. The extraordinary combat skill, Eagle's Cry, simply put, is using the air as a weighted object to achieve short-distance flight. Although Luo Yi was already quite satisfied with the extraordinary combat skill, Swift Wind Step, who could resist the allure of flight? Moreover, according to Deep Blue's analysis and optimization, other extraordinary combat skills were still major consumers of battle ki, too expensive to use. Only, Eagle Step, besides battle ki, emphasized physique and explosive power, offering more room for maneuver. And since he was traveling anyway, he might as well practice more and familiarize himself with it. Even Luo Yi himself hadn't realized how exhilarating it was to truly achieve speed. However, he was ultimately lacking in this skill, his proficiency wasn't high enough. Every few cries, after traversing 200 or 300 meters, he had to land, adjust, and then continue his burst of speed. Above, Oliveira spread his wings, his battle aura exploding and forming a pair of wings. With each flap, combined with Swift Wind Step, he soared through the air. Oliveira could see all the extraordinary combat techniques that Luo Yi possessed, but unlike Luo Yi, he wasn't greedy. Instead, he chose one or two to study in depth. Moreover, Oliveira didn't choose Eagle Step because he believed Swift Wind Step was sufficient. On the contrary, battle aura wings would be more helpful to his combat. Most importantly, he was different from Luo Yi. He was a third-tier extraordinary being, and after purifying his battle aura twice, he was only one step away from the fourth tier. In short, he wasn't lacking in battle aura and could afford to waste it. Of course, Oliveira wasn't much better off than Luo Yi. Being unfamiliar with the techniques, he still needed to land and rest from time to time. Well, if he didn't master the landing posture, he might fall several times in a row, making him even more disheveled than Luo Yi. Iron Knight Phil Zook and Flame Sword Saint Otto, however, appeared leisurely and at ease high in the sky. Flame Sword Saint Otto unfurled a pair of enormous wings, at least 10 meters long, swirling with raging flames, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Regardless of their actual combat effectiveness, their spectacle was truly impressive. As for Iron Knight Phil Zook, he was much more unassuming. He used neither Eagle Stomp nor Aura Wings, and didn't even release his aura. This was because he was riding his mount. A magical beast, several meters long, with a wingspan of at least 20 meters, an eagle-like head, a lion-like body, and enormous wings, dragged him through the air. This was no ordinary warhorse mixed with magical beast blood. This was a true magical beast, a griffin. Or, to put it more simply, a griffin. That's right, Iron Knight Phil Zook's mount was a true flying magical beast, a fully grown griffin. The Raymond family went to great lengths to establish the Lion Knights. From armor and weapons to breathing techniques and combat skills, everything was refined through battlefield experience to reach its peak. And in this system, mounts were paramount. The Raymond family ancestors had no intention of using ordinary warhorses, they wouldn't even consider weak magical beasts. Therefore, griffins were their choice. They even found a griffin nest in the Dome Mountains, tried various methods, and finally established a contract. Any knight permitted by the Raymond family could undergo the Griffin's test. Success made one a powerful Griffin knight. Failure meant simply surviving was considered good luck. And then, we have to add, the younger generation is incompetent. In any case, this excellent plan, in practice, meant that in this generation of the family, apart from the Iron Knights, no one could contract a Griffin. A perfectly good aerial force was now running on the ground. Getting back to the point, after traveling day and night for 2 days, they finally witnessed another sunset and enjoyed the beautiful sight of galloping horses at sunset. It was at this point that they finally calmed down and gathered together. Iron Knight Phil Zook asked, "My lord, what should we do? With our lineup and our strength, Do we still need to resort to any tricks? Of course, we should just charge in. Let's rest first. Tonight, we'll go see that Bishop Virgil Barry and see what kind of person he really is. Hey you. I didn't want to stay this late. Really, sigh. Chapter 218, Virgil the Red Dragon. There's a saying from his past life, to fight external enemies, one must first pacify internal strife, and Roy wholeheartedly agrees. Given the current state of flower territory, external affairs are all handled openly, so they're not a major concern. The real problem arises when internal chaos erupts during a foreign war, that would be truly troublesome. Therefore, he must eliminate all internal instability before the war begins. Thus, Lord Regan's matter needs to be resolved, and Bishop Virgil Barry must also be dealt with. Logically speaking, a regional bishop is at most a superhuman level fighter. Roy himself is more than capable. Moreover, he's brought along Oliveira, the Iron Knight, and the Flame Sword Saint. With this roster, trying to kill a superhuman bishop is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It's excessive. Therefore, Roy truly doesn't think this battle will be difficult. It's simply a matter of arriving in Sunset Town, sneaking into the church under cover of darkness, and capturing the bishop. If he can extract some information, all the better. If not, he'll handle it cleanly and efficiently. At most, they could stage the death scene to confuse the public, and that would be the end of it. The only thing to be careful about was not leaving any evidence. Even if everyone knew that Roy and his group were responsible, they couldn't leave any evidence on the surface. To achieve their goal, Roy and his companions even went so far as to disguise themselves, wearing black clothes and cloaks as standard attire, and spraying themselves with a colorless and odorless potion. This potion could destroy the aura, rendering certain tracing spells ineffective even if investigated later. Furthermore, to avoid causing too much of a commotion, their infiltration of the church was indiscriminate. That is, all the priests around Bishop Virgil were knocked unconscious, ensuring they would remain unconscious for a day and a night, and even if they woke up, they would know nothing. The four of them, moving in four directions, moved like Mercury, until they found the room deepest in the church. Sunset Town was only this big, and even with the bishop's prestige, the room was just so-so. At most, there was a carpet on the floor, some decorations on the walls, and a small prayer room with a statue of the Lord of Light. That was about it. Luo Yi and her group's operation went smoothly, without any setbacks or obstacles, and they arrived at the room without hindrance. There, on the not-so-spacious bed, lay a small old man, fast asleep. Luo Yi, carrying her drawn sword, prepared to poke him awake and question him. But this simple action caused trouble. A major disaster. Just as the sheathed sword tip was about to pierce the old man's body, he suddenly opened his eyes. His slightly confused eyes instantly transformed into vertical pupils, gleaming with golden light, flashing rapidly several times before he understood the situation. Then, his head suddenly swelled and split open, revealing a hideous head with dark red scales resembling golden iron. On the crocodile-like head were jagged dragon horns, gleaming white teeth, and long, flowing dragon whiskers. Even more terrifying, the bed beneath him collapsed, and his thin body swayed, transforming into a massive, crimson form. A single claw was more exaggerated than Luo Yi himself, not to mention the pair of wings spread out. With a casual movement, the entire room was completely overturned. Bricks flying everywhere, dust billowing. The change came so suddenly that Luo Yi was stunned. His brain even went blank for a moment, filled with question marks. No way could anyone tell him that he came to assassinate a regional bishop, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a giant dragon? A giant dragon. In mythology, they are usually powerful beings, the big bosses that the protagonist must overcome. But now, at this very moment, it just appeared out of nowhere? For a moment, Luo Yi's reaction was a little slow, but fortunately, his honed physique and combat experience made his reaction faster than his consciousness. His heart pounded, his golden red battle aura suddenly exploded, and his legs stomped forward, the cry of an eagle seemingly endless. Then, he seemed to be walking on thin air, constantly retreating. What? You said the room was so small, surrounded by walls, so wouldn't you just crash into it? Yeah. Just crash into it, smash holes in the walls, one after another, and you can retreat faster. And it wasn't just him, Iron Knight Phil Zeke, Flame Sword Saint Otto, and Oliveira were all frantically retreating. Until this moment, Roy finally came to his senses, looked up, and saw a massive, crimson dragon standing on the ground amidst the smoke and dust. The breached houses only reached his retreating height, and behind him, a thick tail swayed casually, crushing the brick church like tofu. Visibly, the dragon's scale-covered thighs began to crouch, gathering power, with visible ripples spreading outwards. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The church collapsed, and using the recoil, the dragon soared into the sky. The enormous dragon wings flapped, whipping up a gale that, from afar, resembled a mushroom cloud rising abruptly. At the center of this cloud, a red dragon soared into the sky, its might raging fiercely. Throughout Sunset Town, those with weaker wills immediately fainted. Those who could withstand it were considered to have strong wills, but even so, they felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on them, their bodies trembling, barely able to move. Of course, they couldn't hold out for long. Because a figure descended from the sky, a long sword piercing the air, wrapped in fiery battle aura, directly striking the dragon. Although the red dragon shattered the battle aura slash with a flick of its tail, it also halted the dragon's advance. Then, a dragon roar resounded. A deafening roar. The roar shook the heavens and earth, distorting the air, and the raging dragon's might suddenly amplified tenfold, spreading outwards continuously. Those with stronger will simply rolled their eyes back and fainted instantly. Even Otto, the flame swordsman, was like a leaf in the wind when directly hit by the dragon's might. Even his outward released battle aura seemed about to be extinguished. Fortunately, just as the red dragon was about to deliver a finishing blow, the Iron Knight Filzik charged out. Riding his griffin, his rusty battle aura emanating from him, he propelled the griffin forward. The griffin slammed into the red dragon with its massive body, knocking it aside, and the dragon's breath, brimming with power, grazed past Otto. Only then did Otto finally react, his battle aura erupting into a blazing inferno, his great sword spinning, unleashing streaks of sword light. Iron Knight Filzik also steadied his mount, his battle aura receding, transforming into a battle aura armor that covered himself and the griffin beneath him. Due to the unique nature of battle aura, at this moment, they were as if cast in metal, and with a somersault in midair, they drew a dragon spear and launched their charge. The red dragon, not to be outdone, spewed forth its breath like a torrent of lava, turning half the night sky crimson. At that moment, Olivera finally arrived. Amidst the ruins, he helped Loy up, asking, "Master, are you alright?" Loy took a deep breath, finally feeling better. He looked up at the battlefield, a scene of utter catastrophe, his lips twitching involuntarily. A perfectly good assassination attempt had been ruined by a dragon, and a red dragon at that, the strongest of the 5 dragon species. Who could he complain to? Moreover, a regional bishop of the Church of the Sun God, at most a third-tier transcendent being, and a dragon? These two identities were inextricably linked. And yet, it appeared before him like this. What could he say? But regardless, this battle was unavoidable. He had no choice but to go all the way. Dragon slaying, then. Turning abruptly, Luoyu looked at Olivera and said, "It's come to this, we can't let this red dragon escape. That's a consequence we can't afford, so kill him." "We must kill him." Olivera looked at the red dragon in midair and nodded heavily, saying, "I understand." Before his voice even faded, he had already charged forward. With a swift wind step, he moved like a whirlwind. Reaching the bottom of the battlefield, he stomped heavily on the ground, his battle aura erupting and transforming into a pair of wings, carrying him into the air. He was decisive, extremely decisive. While still in midair, he directly used his trump card, Divine Sigh, Giant Beast Heartbeat, activated. The booming heartbeat was like a drumbeat, the ripples spreading outwards in circles. Olivera unleashed 10 swift wind slashes, more than 10 battle aura blades slashing at the red dragon from various angles. But that was nothing. After unleashing his battle aura, his figure seemed to merge with his sword light, forming a dazzling beam that shot straight forward. Clearly, Olivera was inferior to a 4th-tier calamity, but this attack was truly a desperate gamble, as if he were willing to sacrifice himself for the enemy. Seeing this, Luoyu's face darkened. He knew Olivera had truly taken his words to heart. But he didn't want his teacher to die here. Taking another breath, Luoyu's eyes sharpened, becoming as keen as a sword's edge. If it was to be a fight, then it had to be a fierce and satisfying one. Luoyu began to run, sprinting towards the fiery red sky, but unlike Olivera, he took a single step, gathering power in mid-air before stomping. A cry of an eagle pierced the air, and Luoyu soared into the sky. Before even landing, he gathered power again and stomped. Thus, amidst the cries of eagles, Luo Yi approached the battlefield at incredible speed. To be honest, if possible, Luo Yi really didn't want to get involved in this battle. Were you kidding me? This was clearly beyond the reach of a second-tier cultivator like him, but in the current situation, every extra bit of combat power was invaluable. His only consolation was that he had gone all out on this mission, bringing along all the experts. Otherwise, he feared he wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. As the red dragon drew closer, Luo Yi's senses became clearer. Its massive body, its ferocious dragon head, its metallic scales, its blazing flames, and its almost impenetrable dragon might. The closer it got, the more acute Luo Yi's sense of danger became. It wasn't just a sense of danger anymore, death was omnipresent. This red dragon could crush him with a flick of its finger. At this moment, Luo Yi dared not hold back at all, unleashing all his trump cards. Divine Sigh, Giant Beast Heartbeat, activate. The violent heartbeat was like a drumbeat, unable to be masked even by the noise of the battlefield. Visible ripples spread out from Luo Yi's center. Lion King, activate. Golden red battle aura stimulated his heart, and a strange substance rapidly secreted, merging into his bloodstream and surging through his veins with each heartbeat. At this moment, boundless courage welled up within him. What did a dragon matter? Even a true god would merely draw his sword. At this moment, fear and the fear of life and death vanished from Luo Yi's eyes, replaced only by boundless fighting spirit. His hand finally grasped the dawn rapier, a grip as if electrocuted, causing the rapier to tremble. Mock rings climbed along the blade, and a massive amount of golden red battle aura poured in, swirling around it. Luo Yi stared intently at the red dragon and unleashed a strike. Just one strike, yet the sword light, like a crescent moon rising in the night, radiated a dazzling brilliance, possessing the power to cleave heaven and earth. The greatest advantage of Lion King was the purification effect of that strange substance on the blood. Normally, maintaining its purity allowed for greater capacity to accommodate and transport battle aura. Moreover, when needed, it could be used to its fullest potential, maximizing this capacity and transport. In other words, it's truly possible to release all one's battle aura in an instant. In this kind of battlefield, Luo Yi didn't think his small frame could be of much use, so he went all in, using his most extreme method. In an instant, he released all his battle aura, combined with the battle aura slash and the sky-piercing slash, resulting in a strike that even a fourth-tier calamity would take notice of. At this moment, even the flame sword Saint Otto was somewhat astonished by the attack. At the same moment, the red dragon in midair sensed the threat. It abruptly turned its head, locking onto Luo Yi's figure, but the look in its cold, vertical pupils was strange. There was confusion. There was surprise. There was bewilderment. And even more so, helplessness. Facing the battle aura slash that was so close, the red dragon made a very strange choice. Its wings flapped, its massive body twisted, and it plunged headfirst into the ground. He used his back, thick dragon scales, to directly clash with the aura slash, his roar filled with pain. Even so, Luo Yi's all-out attack was shattered. The red dragon's massive body caught up with Luo Yi at an even faster speed. Luo Yi desperately wanted to move, but his depleted energy left him only with a helpless bitter smile. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous dragon claw drew ever closer. Boom! The dragon crashed to the ground with incredible speed, giving no one a chance to react. But just as it slammed into the earth, it rolled again, its massive body twisting, its powerful hind legs slamming into the ground. The earth trembled, like an earthquake, dust billowed, and the dragon's tail slammed into the ground, creating a crack that stretched outwards. Only then did Oliveira and the other two react. Without hesitation, they charged forward. Oliveira, in particular, was the most ferocious, launching a reckless counterattack. Just as another battle was about to erupt, Roy's voice rang out, "Stop. All of you, stop." The three of them braked almost instinctively, halting completely. They saw the red dragon Virgil release its claws, and Roy, standing on the ground, swayed slightly but appeared unharmed. He took a few steps forward, waving to Oliveira and the others to indicate he was all right. Then, he turned to look at the red dragon, meeting its eyes. "Why didn't you kill me? P.S. I have something to do tonight and need to go out. I don't know when I'll be back." This is the chapter I tried my best to write, 4,200 plus words. I did my best. If I get back early, I'll continue writing and try to publish another chapter. If not, that's all for today. Please forgive me. Update delivered. Chapter 219, The misunderstanding cleared up. Night fell, and the full moon hung high. The earth was shrouded in darkness, leaving only shadows over Sunset Town in the distance. The aftershocks of the turmoil spread, the light of battle aura flashed, and the majestic body of the red dragon moved slowly, its two whiskers fluttering, its massive head bowed. Luo Yi held his head high, though his breath was weak. Boundless courage sustained him, allowing him to defy the dragon's might. Until their eyes met, complex emotions flickered in the cold dragon's eyes. With a slight opening of his mouth, a deep, authoritative voice rang out, "Are you the illegitimate son of Carl Raymond and Ephron Norman?" "I am, that's right. No matter what, you're the heir chosen by that bastard Carl, so I can't kill you." Loy blinked, asking doubtfully, "You and my father, are you very close?" So, we're friends." Loy looked utterly disbelieving. "If we're friends, how did such a catastrophe as Lion's Castle happen? Shouldn't you have given me a heads up?" He paused, then added, "Don't tell me the Church of the Sun God wasn't involved." The red dragon blinked. The structure of its dragon eyes was different from humans, with several layers of structure beneath its thick eyelids. But Loy still sensed a rolling of its eyes. He said, "They got involved. The Church of the Sun God expended so much effort to stop the expansion of the Church of the Seven Gods. Carl insisted on promoting magical machinery and even copied the system of the Habsburg Empire. How could they sit idly by? As for me, how do you know I didn't warn you? If it weren't for my warning, how could he have arranged for that kid to?" The red dragon extended its claw, flicked out a finger, pointed at Oliveira, and said, "Yes, don't look at the others, it's you. If it weren't for my warning, how could Carl have made arrangements beforehand to let that kid take the holy relic, the Ring of Proverbs, out? With so many people following him, if I hadn't stopped him, do you think he could have escaped?" Roy retorted. "There was also a fourth-tier oath knight. Teacher Oliveira almost died." The red dragon's voice became even louder. "Do you know how many powerful people they sacrificed to destroy the Raymond family? Do you know how those people surrounded the Lion Castle? I've already done more than enough by intervening once. Do you really want me to lose my life at Lion Castle? A dragon's life is a life too, and I haven't lived enough yet." Loy pursed her lips and asked again, "Since you warned me, why? Why did such a tragedy still happen?" Too confident. Carl overestimated the Raymond family's resources, thinking that with Lion Castle's defenses and magic, even a legend wouldn't be a threat. He also underestimated their determination. Their fear of magical machinery and their wariness of the Habs Empire exceeded Carl's imagination. At this point, the red dragon's voice lowered further. More likely, it was the pride and honor of the nobility that were at play. To flee without a fight would be a disgrace to the Lion King. At this point, the red dragon's massive head lowered slightly again, tilting its head slightly, and it said, "You came here specifically to kill me." Loy slowly nodded. "Yes, but why? I've been hiding in Sunset Town just to avoid getting involved, so why did you have to come all this way?" Lori was speechless. "How was I supposed to know which side you were on? It wasn't because you thought the Church of the Sun would get involved, but because the pirates and the Wick family were making their move. You were bound to incite a rebellion from behind. So, I thought it best to strike first." Red Dragon couldn't help but say, "Didn't I contact Regan Durand? Didn't he tell you?" Lori was taken aback, then understood, but her expression grew even uglier. "Lord Regan is dead. I killed him. The reason is that he had already betrayed us. The reason those people were able to place their forces in without being discovered by the family was because of his cover. That bastard, beheading him is too lenient." Red Dragon's expression also stiffened. His ferocious face clearly conveyed a sense of utter speechlessness. A moment of silence followed, then Loy finally smiled and said, "Well, Lord Virgil, why don't you revert to your human form and we can have a proper chat? At least clear up the misunderstanding." "Okay." The red dragon exhaled, its two whiskers trembling, and its deep voice echoed, "Indeed, we need a proper chat." As it spoke, its massive body slowly retreated, each step causing the earth to tremble and dust to billow. Each step was accompanied by violent magical fluctuations, fire elements gathering and spreading, forming a violent tornado. But emerging from the tornado was a thin, short old man, wearing tattered bishop's robes, with a cut on his back stained with blood. The old man, hunched over and clutching his back, sighed, "Why did it have to be like this? Why did it have to be like this? My old arms and legs almost gave out here. Look, What are you looking at? Even dragons grow old one day. Your future might not be any better than mine. Luo Yi, you brat, come and help me up. You have no respect for your elders. Luo Yi was momentarily stunned, mainly because the contrast was too great. This little old man, half his body buried in the yellow earth, looked nothing like that majestic and imposing red dragon. But his reaction was quick. Hearing the call, he stepped forward in a few strides, supporting the old man's arm, saying, "Be careful, old man. Be careful, this way, this way." After the extreme burst of power, both Luo Yi and Olivera were utterly exhausted. Therefore, the fourth-tier calamity expert, Iron Knight Phil, and Flame Sword Saint Otto became the ones gathering firewood. They found a relatively clean spot, lit some firewood, and started a campfire. The five of them sat around the fire. Loy took out his dimensional pouch, pulled out various potions, and distributed several bottles to everyone. Even the red dragon, Virgil Barry, took a healing potion and had Loy sprinkle it on his back wound. Loy's all-out attack had only managed to leave a thin, 3-inch-long wound on his back. Frankly, Loy felt using potions on such a wound was a waste. But it was his only wound. The red dragon's defenses and scales were clearly formidable. Of course, Loy didn't stop talking during this time, constantly asking questions. The old man, Virgil Barry, was quite open and honest, sharing everything he knew. What should I call you? I can't tell you my real name, but I am Virgil Barrel of the human race. Then I'll call you Uncle Virgil. Wait, Uncle, does that mean I'm younger than that guy Carl? Are you kidding? I've lived long enough to be your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, and you're calling me Uncle. My father is dead, so let's not be so formal. True. There's no point in arguing with the dead. But, the form of address is important, so please call me Bishop Virgil. Speaking of which, I'm very curious, why did you become a bishop of the Church of the Sun God? It's a personal pursuit. I love the church, I love preaching, and seeing their devout prayers gives me a great sense of accomplishment. But don't go around telling everyone. Nobody knows my identity, nobody in the church knows. Of course, for that, I've cultivated dragon transformation to an extremely high level. Wait, you don't think I got this bishop position because of my dragon identity, do you? Isn't that right? You're kidding. I studied at the seminary for 10 years, rising step by step to become a regional bishop. Who understands those sacred doctrines better than me? You could even call the Pope here. I'd dare debate him. Ahem. Well, I absolutely didn't think that. By the way, how did you and my father meet? As a regional bishop, it's only natural that I knew him, right? But, did we really become friends because of the tithe? The one where you had the Raymond family collect the tithe? Yes, that's what I approached him with. The reason was simple. Those clergymen, relying on the tithe, were causing trouble for me everywhere. They called it tithe, but in reality, they were all a bunch of bandits. Even I, a red dragon, felt they went too far. Most importantly, their actions had thrown my diocese into chaos, so I had Carl collect the tithe as well, cutting off any possibility of them causing trouble. Luo Yi had a sudden inspiration. So the legend that you like to exchange taxes for gold and sleep in piles of gold, is that true too? Virgil looked disdainful. I'm a dragon, a red dragon, and I love glittering gold. Do you think there's a problem with that? No problem at all. So, there's a reason behind every rumor, right? What about the golden house? That's definitely not true. Absolutely not true. You can't have any bad ideas. Otherwise, I'll definitely turn against you. A golden house? You're really something. But what I'm more concerned about is, why did you come back at this time? It's all because of those bastards. They forced me to come back. Otherwise, do you think I wanted to? An old man like me just wants to live out my old age peacefully. Why is that so difficult? At this moment, Luo Yi looked at the cheerful old man and felt that the world was so magical. He couldn't help but ask, Your Excellency, I remember reading about red dragons in books, not like you, right? The books describe them as greedy, evil, cruel, and terrifying, don't they? Roy quickly replied, I know, that's all from a human perspective. Real red dragons aren't like that. Virgil flatly denied it. Wrong. Real red dragons are exactly like that, not a bit wrong. But, don't you all have a saying, people change? I'm an old dragon, having lived through countless years, an old dragon with great wisdom. My realm has long since transcended, and I've transcended base desires. Roy couldn't help but turn his head, only to see Olivera and the other two's lips twitching uncontrollably. 3 chapters today, definitely. Chapter 220, The Truth. In general, Loy's personality has a sensitive and suspicious side. He has many thoughts and considers many things, so it's very difficult to truly gain his trust. But this red dragon, this old man, really gained his trust in a very short time. It wasn't just that he knew a lot about certain secrets, nor was it just that he could kill but didn't, but also that the old man had a unique temperament. It felt like he had lived through many years and experienced too many things, thus possessing a kind of open-mindedness and detachment from worldly affairs. If you had to describe him, he was like an old child, a playful old man, laughing and joking, yet incredibly powerful. Loy didn't know if this old dragon was a legend, but it was clear that his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary fourth-tier calamity. The more they talked, the faster Loy's wariness dissipated. It was from his words that he roughly pieced together the causes and consequences of the destruction of Lion Castle and the death of all the direct bloodlines of the Raymond family. First of all, because there was no precedent, Count Karl Raymond's method of promoting magical machinery was almost a direct copy of the Habsburg Empire. Not only the technology, but also the ruling model and the method of training personnel. This resulted in internal chaos, and only his high prestige suppressed the internal backlash. However, while the internal situation remained stable, external problems arose. To achieve results quickly and to instill confidence in his vassals and knights, Earl Raymond focused on the textile industry. 2 magical textile factories were established in the shortest possible time, workers were trained and put to work, and with ample raw materials, cheap and high-quality textiles were mass-produced. Karl Raymond immediately distributed these products throughout the Duchy of Normandy and even exported them to the Bonaparte Empire and the Tudor dynasty. Then, the first victims appeared. The shrewd Castro family astutely noticed that their business was struggling. The Carlyle family, across Frostmoon Valley, discovered that many freemen, artisans, and farmers within their borders were going bankrupt. These people at the bottom of society already struggled to survive. They had previously earned a little money through hand weaving to supplement their income. Now, the influx of cheap textiles rendered their hard-earned handmade textiles uncompetitive. The loss of even a small amount of money to support their families, coupled with the slightest disturbance, made their lives unbearable. Of course, the nobles didn't care about the lower classes, but the direct consequence was reduced taxes. In fact, the Auckland Multinational Convention, forced upon some duchies by the Habsburg Empire, was a direct contributing factor to this outcome. The problem was, while they couldn't afford to offend the Habsburg Empire, the Raymond family could still have their own agendas. Thus, the Carlyle and Castro families joined forces, along with the McKinley family, escalating the situation to the Bonaparte Empire and the Tudor dynasty. Finally, seeing signs that the Flower territory was breaking away from the Lord of Light, the Church of the Sun God intervened, leading to this war of annihilation. Because of the Church's involvement, Virgil Barry received some advance warning. He had informed Earl Karl Raymond beforehand, but out of pride as the Lion King, Karl did not choose to back down. However, he hadn't expected the opposing force to be so formidable. 3 legendary experts alone were deployed. 1 came from the Church of the Sun God, 1 from the Bonaparte Empire, and the last from the Tudor dynasty. As for the fourth-tier calamities, Virgil didn't know the exact number, but it was certainly no less than 2 palms worth. Those assisting were all third-tier transcendents, along with a group of heavily trained, formidable second-tier individuals. Of course, because this was dishonorable, it couldn't be done openly. For a 1,000-year-old noble family, it was a matter of face. If it were done openly, countless nobles would feel a sense of shared vulnerability. Therefore, even the 3 Marcus families only provided intelligence, various conveniences, and recruited agents. Those who actually carried out the attacks all came from outside the Duchy of Normandy. This was the reason why Grand Duchess of Fry couldn't uncover the truth. As for the result, it was obvious. The arm couldn't twist the thigh. Lion Castle was gone. The Raymond family almost perished too. As for Virgil Barry, he actually came to the human world to enjoy life and spend his later years in peace, with no intention of getting involved. Therefore, before this battle, he chose to escape and hide. Although he had once secretly intervened, that was all he could do. Even if he was a red dragon, if he were targeted by 3 legends, the outcome was truly uncertain. As for his return this time, it wasn't for the tithe, but because those people were going to make a move again, forcing him to come back and cause trouble. but he didn't want to, so he lingered outside. He even sent a message through Lord Regan to make his stance clear. Who would have thought that Lord Regan was a traitor? Knowing he would surely die after being exposed, he planted a time bomb. Loy and his group had incorrect information, so they came directly to assassinate him, resulting in this battle. After sorting out everything, Loy couldn't help but curse under his breath, wishing he could tear Lord Regan to pieces. But now, it was too late to say anything. By the campfire, Loy slumped back, looking utterly hopeless. Virgil glanced at him and couldn't help but ask, "It was just a misunderstanding, no one died, the misunderstanding's cleared up, so it's all over." Loy tilted his head slightly and said, "But we had a fierce fight. The church is almost in ruins, and so many people saw your true form. Who knows, after tonight, your red dragon identity might be exposed tomorrow." Oh, that's nothing. I'll use a mass memory manipulation on them later, and they'll forget. What about the church? Such a big church, gone? How will you explain it? I prayed in the middle of the night and felt a divine power descend from the Lord of Light. I lost control and destroyed it. Not only will it explain, but it'll also promote the might of divine power. How about that? Will they believe it? A bunch of shepherds and farmers. Just give them a reason. Why worry about it so much? Of course, the church still needs to be rebuilt. It's best to hire people from the town, pay them well, and then it'll be even better. This is called doing big things with little money. I don't teach this to just anyone, so remember this. Virgil looked mysterious, but then added, "Of course, you have to pay for it. Money is no problem." Loy still sounded listless, saying, "But you'd better hope I come back alive from the battlefield. If I come back, everything's fine. If I don't, the money's gone." Virgil rolled his eyes. "Don't think I'll help you just because you say that. That's impossible. A red dragon appearing on the battlefield, do you know what that will attract? It's not something you can handle." Then, Virgil couldn't help but say, "Seriously, what are you afraid of? With your ferocious attack just now, even I would be injured, let alone others. Even a fourth-tier calamity, if you had the chance to strike like that, would most likely die. With that kind of strength, what are you afraid of?" Loy got angry at this. He strained his waist and sat up, looking at the gaunt old man, saying, "Didn't you notice? Really didn't you notice, that one strike completely drained my fighting spirit? It'll take a long time to recover to my peak. I was just supposed to go to the battlefield, it's only right that the Lion King leads his knights in a charge. But now, how am I supposed to lead them in a charge? Lion King can't be activated, Beast Heartbeat is unusable. On the battlefield, I can only use my magic gun to fire some stray shots. Do you think that's reliable?" Saying this, Loy lay back down, looking utterly hopeless. "So, it is somewhat unreliable?" Virgil looked Loy up and down, his human eyes transforming into dragon eyes, as if he could see right through Loy. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "What you're saying isn't unsolvable." "What did you say?" "I said there's a way to solve it." Loy straightened up again, her whole body brimming with energy, her eyes shining as she stared at Virgil, asking, "How? Tell me. Tell me." Virgil raised his hand, and with a surge of magic, a water pouch appeared. The water pouch had a simple design, like the kind commonly used by shepherds, but the emerald green pattern seemed naturally formed, adorned with the gold threads, making it quite magnificent. But beyond its magnificence, there was also a sense of antiquity and weightiness from historical accumulation. Of course, even a water pouch that looked extraordinary at first glance couldn't conceal the immense magical power emanating from within. Like a tide, it spread outwards, and even those around felt refreshed, their remaining battle aura becoming more active. Not to mention Loy, even the Iron Knight and the Flame Sword Saint unconsciously sat up straight. Before Loy could speak, Virgil uncorked the bottle, used magic to extract a tiny drop of emerald green liquid, no bigger than a mung bean, and flew it to Loy. "Open your mouth." Loy swallowed it without hesitation, feeling as if he had ingested a concentrated elemental condensation. His battle aura, his half-dead battle aura, seemed to have taken a powerful tonic, recovering at a visible speed. Loy's expression changed, and he immediately began cultivating, pushing the cheetah breathing technique, accumulation, to its limit. His battle aura surged through his veins, increasing rapidly and powerfully. Virgil glanced at Olivera, hesitated for a moment, then took another drop and tossed it over. Olivera didn't hesitate either, swallowing it directly and then beginning his cultivation. As for Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto, They watched longingly, but Virgil didn't even give them a glance. A full hour later, Roy recovered from his cultivation, feeling better than ever before. In fact, his total battle aura had not only recovered but had even increased to some extent. Not much, only 10%. But that's 10% of the total, enough for 1 or 2 months of his arduous training. At that moment, Luo Yi practically leaped in front of Virgil, asking with eager anticipation, What kind of treasure is this? Second update delivered, I'm writing the third one, it's late at night. Chapter 221, Isis's Wine Spring. Virgil looked wary as the gaunt old man clutched the water pouch to his chest and asked, What do you want? Just curious, so incredibly curious. I never imagined there could be such a treasure that could quickly restore battle aura. Virgil chuckled smugly, That's only because you're ignorant. Moreover, it not only restores battle aura but also magic power. It's an absolute must-have for home, travel, murder, and arson. So what exactly is this? Have you heard of the tree shepherd? Roy frowned slightly, and Deep Blue immediately activated, searching. A series of information appeared in his mind. You seem to be talking about the tree shepherds from mythology. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Virgil looked at him with newfound respect, and noticing the curious glances from the other three, he explained, Tree shepherds are a unique race, no longer found in the old world. Well, actually, even in the new world, I doubt they were there anymore. They are a race whose mission is to herd the forests. They are said to be beings transformed from the oldest trees, wandering the world to transform barren lands into forests. Otto couldn't help but interject, like elves. Virgil shook his head. In ancient times, elves and tree shepherds were mortal enemies. The reason is simple, the tree shepherds considered elves to be a bunch of parasites living in the forest. With them around, they would only drain the trees of their nutrients, causing the forests to wither and decay. As it turns out, they had a point. Of course, the elves disagreed, and the two sides even fought several great battles, their conflict running deep. Roy quickly said, Oh, tell me about this treasure first. Oh, this is a byproduct of the tree shepherds grazing in the forest, a beverage they brew. They call it Isis's fountain of wine, on par with the fountain of life of the elves. Of course, compared to the fountain of life's widespread fame, its reputation has been lost to history. But you can't underestimate its power. Restoring battle aura and magic is nothing compared to its ability to cultivate all kinds of plants. Just a drop will make them sprout, blossom, and bear fruit. So magical. Roy couldn't resist. He leaned closer and said, Bishop Virgil, you see, you and my father are friends, and my journey is fraught with danger. How about gifting me some Isis's fountain of wine? Don't even think about it. Magic surged, and Virgil flipped his hands, indicating it was all gone. This was given to me a long time ago by a tree shepherd friend. After all these years, this is all I have left. I'm reluctant to use it myself, and you want more? Dream on. I don't need much, just 10 or 8 drops will do. HMPH, 3 or 5 drops, I can accept that. HMPH, can I buy it with my own money? Golden tire, bright yellow, sparkly golden tire, is that okay? Virgil was somewhat tempted. Seeing that there was a chance, Roy had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. He looked at Virgil and asked, Your Excellency, Your Majesty the Great Red Dragon, are you short of money? No. Yes, you're not short of small change, but you're short of big money, and even more so, you're short of ways to make it. I believe you understand Count Karl's choice. The reason he's so eager to promote magical machinery is because he saw the opportunity of the times. There's a saying, standing on the crest of a wave. Even a pig can fly, and what does that mean? You should understand, it represents wealth, immense wealth, wealth enough to build many golden palaces. You really don't want a piece of the pie. How? Simple, join my company, become an original shareholder. I'll lead everyone to wealth, lead everyone to make money, make a lot of money, make unimaginable amounts of gold. Then, you can build a palace, covered in gold, and just lie down and sleep on it. What? I'm lying to you? How could I lie to you? Go ask around, go to Auckland City in the Habsburg Empire. I'm studying there for 2 years. Yes, only 2 years, however, I have accumulated at least hundreds of thousands of gentles' wealth, and half the city's people have to rely on my industry to live. This is absolutely not false. Oliveira, he is the witness. You can ask him. If you don't believe it, just make a trip. You can look around there. Everyone who cooperates with me has made a lot of money. Of course, If you want to join my company, you have to invest in it. It's not much, so just give me 10 drops first. It's an early investment, and then you go investigate and we go to the battlefield. Let's talk in detail next time we meet. I promise that if you invest in my company, you will never suffer a loss. The annual growth rate of 200% is absolutely true. What? If you can't do it, I'll pay you if you can't do it. If you don't believe it, just prove it by writing it down. The long night is finally over. When the sky's getting dark, Sunset Town is still dead silent. In the past, the herdsmen got up early and were busy, but on this day, only Virgil Barry's figure walked towards Sunset Town. After a while, another wave of magic power came. Even with area of effect spells, managing the population of Sunset Town would still keep him busy for a long time. Meanwhile, in another direction, Loy, Olivera, Iron Knight Phil, and Flame Sword Saint Otto set off towards the rising sun. The great battle, though ending in a way no one had anticipated, left everyone in good spirits. At first, everyone remained quiet, but soon some couldn't resist. Otto, the Flame Sword Saint, spoke up directly. "Count, isn't it a bit much to lie to a red dragon like that? If he gets angry, we won't be able to stop him." Loy rolled his eyes. "I don't like what you're saying." "Lie? When did I lie to him? I'm telling the truth." "Okay," Iron Knight Phil chimed in, "and the 200% annual asset increase is also true. And you said you'd help him make money, but the problem is, where's the company? In the entire Flower Territory, there's only one Lion Merchant Guild, and they mainly deal in shipping." "You don't believe me?" Loy finally stopped. He tilted his head slightly, looked at Iron Knight Phil, then at Flame Sword Saint Otto, and asked, "You don't think what I just said was all a lie, do you?" "You don't?" "Of course not. Although there isn't a company yet, there really can be. I'm an expert at making money, and these are excellent times. Opportunities to make money are everywhere. By then, not only the Red Dragon, but you'll all have shares. Don't worry, your income will definitely not be less than what you have now. Once this extra income becomes the main source of revenue, you won't care about the meager profits from the fields. Then, changing the system, liberating the farmers, conducting censuses, and re-educating them will be much easier." Seeing that the two seemed not to understand, Loy didn't bother to explain in detail. It concerned his later plans, and there was no point in saying more now. All right, just know that you should follow my lead, and I guarantee your gains will far exceed what you've experienced before." As he said this, Loy seemed to remember something, raising his hand to take out a potion bottle. Inside was a turquoise liquid, radiating a rich life force. It was indeed Isis's spring of wine. He then took out an empty potion bottle, carefully dripped a drop into it, capped it, and tossed it to Iron Knight Phil. Even for a fourth-tier calamity like himself, Iron Knight Phil hurriedly took the bottle, holding it tightly. He couldn't help but ask, "Count, what is this?" "Of course, everyone gets a share." Following the same method, Loy gave 2 more drops, one to Flame Sword Saint Otto and the other to Olivera. With this, they had an extra trump card to save their lives, and no one would complain about having too much. The remaining drop in the small bottle was only about 8 or 9 drops. Carefully putting it away, Loy finally said, "All right, now we need to hurry on our way. We need to catch up with the main force as soon as possible. Also, let's hope nothing goes wrong at Frost Moon Canyon." When the 4 of them set off at full speed, their pace was naturally extremely fast. Moreover, although it's a long story, they didn't actually waste much time, so they caught up with the main force only 2 days later. Their long absence, even with Grand Knight Commander Alfonso Zoot covering for them, couldn't be completely concealed. It wasn't until Loy appeared that the knight's commotion was quelled. At this moment, Loy noticed that the group had grown considerably again. Along the way, additional knights arrived, bringing with them varying numbers of militia, further expanding the ranks. Generally, powerful empires maintain a portion of fully fledged soldiers, whose daily training focuses on combat skills and how to win wars. The Habsburg Empire, for example, even abolished the knighthood system, implementing a completely new conscription system. However, in smaller states like the Duchy of Normandy, knights and militias still constitute a majority. The sign of war is when knights receive orders, arm themselves, organize their local militia, and, with food and supplies, head to the battlefield. There are many reasons for this situation, the most important being low productivity. The output of a single village can only support the training of one knight. Thus, enfeffing knights is necessary to maintain rule. However, This method also means slow mobilization, uneven troop levels, difficulty in command coordination, weak fighting spirit, and many other problems. After catching up with the main force, Luo Yi genuinely felt that this leisurely pace was far too slow. But there was nothing he could do. The knights were still gathering, the troops were still assembling, so slowness was inevitable. Fortunately, if the Raymond family was like this, the Wick family wouldn't fare much better. Even with other families supporting them, such as the Carlisle family, Wick's superior noble family, mobilizing their forces would still be this slow. Of course, this slow pace gave Luo Yi some different ideas, such as trying to fully accumulate battle ki. Or perhaps, breaking through to the transcendent level. Third update. Chapter 222, Breaking Through to the Extraordinary. The accumulation of battle ki is a gradual, continuous process. Especially for someone like Luo Yi, whose battle ki quality has reached a level that shouldn't even be considered high for a second-tier combatant after 2 purifications, further accumulation is much slower. Even with all his resources maxed out and the highest-grade magical potions used for cultivation, the result? The accumulation process still takes months. Normally, he wouldn't care, a slower pace is fine, it can solidify his foundation. But now, with empires and the Church of the Sun God appearing, his pitiful sense of security has vanished. Before, he was helpless, since battle ki can't be conjured out of thin air. But when the Isis Spring appeared, there was a turning point. This treasure, capable of fully restoring his battle ki within an hour, and even increasing it, is beyond the capabilities of simple magical potions or materials. It's a gem born of nature. After Luo Yi obtained it, Deep Blue provided a solution. By rapidly consuming his battle ki and then replenishing it with Isis's Spring of Wine, he could quickly increase his total battle ki. According to his calculations, just 3 to 4 drops of Isis's Spring of Wine would be enough to fill his battle ki to its peak state in the shortest amount of time. Given Luo Yi's already superhuman physique and basic attributes, breaking through to the extraordinary realm would be a natural progression. As for how to rapidly consume battle ki? That would be the divine sigh, dragon's might bloom. Luo Yi had tried this sacred technique before, practicing it while activating divine sigh, giant beast heartbeat. Although progress was rapid, the duration was too short, he was only getting a feel for it. Moreover, accumulating battle ki was already difficult for Luo Yi, so he dared not waste it. Therefore, he only scratched the surface from beginning to end, never even entering the door. This time, however, was the best opportunity. According to Deep Blue's calculations, stepping into the threshold wouldn't be a problem. Undoubtedly, this plan was excellent, considering all aspects and allowing Luo Yi's combat power to substantially improve in the shortest amount of time. The only waste was the Isis Spring of Wine. This treasure is actually best used after a major battle when one's fighting spirit is severely depleted. However, after much thought, he gritted his teeth and accepted the loss of 3 to 4 drops. With this in mind, Roy immediately began making arrangements. He first had Grand Knight Alfonso Zook continue the previous method to help conceal his whereabouts. To dispel everyone's doubts, he also left Olivera behind to integrate the personal guard. Then, he asked Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto to protect him. At first, when Phil and Otto learned that Roy wanted to break through to the transcendent realm, especially while traveling, they thought he was reckless. Although a warrior's breakthrough is not as cautious as a mage's, such a hasty breakthrough is still prone to problems. However, Roy persuaded them, using his extensive knowledge to cite historical examples of heroes breaking through in battle, leaving the two speechless. As for the specific training method, it involves causing the army to depart, leaving the main force behind. Find a secluded spot, have the Iron Knight and the Flame Sword Saint patrol, and then activate Divine Sigh, Behemoth Heartbeat. Maintain this state, then train Dragon's Might Bloom. Once the battle key is depleted, consume a drop of Isis's Spring Wine to fully restore the battle key before catching up with the main force. Of course, the human body also experiences fatigue, so Roy needs to rest for 3 days, bathing daily in Roy Fitz Warrior's secret medicine. After 3 consecutive days, minor injuries will heal, allowing for a second training session. Repeat this process 3 to 4 times, totaling about 9 to 12 days, to fully replenish the battle key. In fact, Deep Blue's calculations were very accurate. By the second use of Isis's Spring Wine, Divine Sigh, Dragon's Might Bloom, had already been mastered. The attribute panel now displays a new secret holy skill, Divine Psi, Dragon's Might Bloom LV1, 2/100. By the third use of Isis's Spring of Wine, Luo Yi's battle key was nearly full, as displayed on her attribute panel, Cheetah Breathing Technique, Accumulation LV6, 97/100. At this level, Luo Yi once again felt the fullness brought by abundant battle key. Her battle key core felt as if it were bursting with energy, surging like a river in time with each heartbeat, rapidly circulating through her blood vessels. This was because Lion King's Jurchen had an evolutionary effect on blood, subtly strengthening her blood vessels. Otherwise, such a rapid surge of battle ki would likely have been unbearable for her blood vessels. In a sense, these two secret holy techniques were a perfect match. Logically, with her battle ki accumulated to this point, there was no need to use Isis's Spring of Wine anymore. Using it again would be a waste. However, after a moment's thought, Luo Yi finally decided that if she was going to do it, she would do it to the extreme. So, 3 days later, he once again exhausted his battle ki with Dragon's Might Bloom, recovered with Isis's Spring of Wine, and combined it with a Cheetah Breathing Technique, Accumulation, which had been modified countless times, to elevate his battle ki to perfect state. No, this time it wasn't just perfect, it exceeded perfection and overflowed. Like a bucket of water, if it exceeds its capacity, the water will overflow along the walls, spilling everywhere. If battle ki overflows from the blood vessels, it will naturally seep along the flesh and bones, continuously flowing outwards, eventually permeating through the skin and blooming in the outside. This is the basic principle of third-tier extraordinary battle ki external release. It's actually different from what Luo Yi used. His method mainly relies on the high quality of his battle ki, which is condensed and doesn't disperse, and can even coalesce into shape after dispersing outside the body. Therefore, Luo Yi rarely uses battle ki directly to withstand damage, mainly because his battle ki external release is not a proper method, and its defensive power is insufficient. On the contrary, after 2 purifications, the power of his battle ki is extremely strong, greatly increasing the damage when applied to the Dawn Rapier. But now, for the first time, he attempted the most proper release of his battle aura. Countless wisps of battle aura seeped from his pores, golden red light blooming around him like burning flames soaring into the sky. With an overbearing force, it pushed aside the surrounding elemental power, creating an area where only battle aura existed. Luo Yi wasn't just a combatant, but also a semi-magician, possessing some sensitivity to the elements. Therefore, he could clearly feel the absolute repulsion of foreign forces within the area enveloped by his battle aura. This was the fundamental principle of battle aura protection. Of course, this reckless release of battle aura wasn't the conventional method, and Luo Yi wasn't a complete novice. So, he took a deep breath, and the battle aura slowly receded, maintaining a balanced state of circulation and release. It wasn't that the battle aura wasn't consumed, but this was certainly the most economical method. And this process of battle aura seeping out with his heartbeat, constantly flowing and circulating through his muscles and bones, was also a cleansing and tempering of his physique. In terms of efficiency, it far surpasses the second tier, and can even heal previously unmanageable hidden injuries. The second tier is considered the peak of human physical ability, but the third tier, transcending the mortal realm, is truly not human. Luo Yi could even feel that her physique, which had previously stagnated and was difficult to improve, was becoming stronger at a visible speed. Of course, the breakthrough to the transcendent level didn't just strengthen her physique, her battle ki core also seemed to have been refined, expanding the amount of battle ki it could hold. Her internal organs also seemed to have overcome another hurdle, becoming more vibrant and stronger. Her mutated heart, with strange substances clinging to it, continued to extend and climb along her blood vessels, making it increasingly resilient. Her sensory and reflex nerves also seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, making significant progress. Even her battle ki, which had already become insufficient at the third tier of transcendence, continued to rise steadily. This was the effect of Isis's Spring of Wine. Not only the residual effects of the fourth drop, but also the undigested energy already within his body was fully mobilized at this moment. As a result, the rate of increase in Luo Yi's battle ki, which had previously slowed down, reached a new level. Extraordinary, extraordinary, this is true extraordinary. Only at this moment could Luo Yi truly feel this transformative change and growth. Although still maintaining his cultivation state, a smile had already appeared on Luo Yi's lips. A breakthrough was naturally something to be happy about. Not far away, under the sky, the Iron Knight Phil and the Flame Sword Saint Otto, who had been patrolling and guarding the area, had unknowingly gathered together. Otto tilted his head and asked, "You broke through already? Phil, do you remember when you broke through back then? Was it this easy?" Iron Knight Phil couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You make it sound like you were dying when you broke through," Otto said, "let alone back then. Even now, if you ask me to break through, I would have to be extremely careful, afraid of making the slightest mistake." But Earl is really bold. This isn't boldness, it's confidence. Haven't you realized it yet? Our Lion King isn't aiming for transcendence. For him, even the fourth-tier calamity is just a transit point on his journey. Who knows, one day he'll reach the realm we both yearn for, a legend. Otto sighed deeply, then couldn't help but ask, "Do you really think he has a chance? We have no hope in this life, but for him, that door has already been cracked open. If the Raymond family really produces a legend, then what will happen? What will happen? Forget about the outcome for now, just think about us. If the Raymond family really produces another legend, we'll rise in status too. Speaking of which, Otto, are you really not planning to marry and have children again? Having a son might just mean the birth of a nobleman. Well, cough cough, well, it's not impossible, it's just that at my age, isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Just as their conversation was drifting off course, battle aura exploded once more on the ground. The cry of an eagle was exceptionally loud, and Lloyd had already risen into the air. At this moment, Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto had completely composed themselves, bowing respectfully. "Congratulations, King of the Lions. Congratulations, Earl, on reaching the transcendent realm. It's nothing, nothing at all, ha 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 ha." Lloyd's humility lasted less than a second before he couldn't help but burst into laughter, the continuous laughter echoing between heaven and earth, accompanied by battle aura. Third tier transcendent, finally achieved. First chapter released, second chapter revised. Chapter 223, Practicing Extraordinary Combat Skills. To reiterate, Luo Yi is no ordinary third tier transcendent. Even at the second tier, he could already project his battle aura, accumulating ample experience. He had also learned many transcendent combat techniques, though only superficially, but nonetheless, he had certainly experimented. Therefore, his breakthrough to transcendence didn't involve the usual downtime common to transcendence. He almost instantly mastered control and micromanagement of his battle aura. He only needed to practice the conventional methods transcendent experts used. His only deficiency was in true transcendent combat techniques. And it wasn't a lack of learning, but rather a lack of proficiency. Therefore, after breaking through to transcendence, he spent almost every day taking Iron Knight Phil and Flame Sword Saint Otto outside. In the vast wilderness and forests, he experimented with his new techniques. In the wilderness, a continuous whistling sound echoed in the sky. Luo Yi, stepping on eagle phantoms formed by exploding air, raced through the air like a whirlwind, his speed incredibly fast. Although she was using the same eagle step technique, Luo Yi was now truly flying. Moreover, she no longer needed to land to catch her breath, and even the amount of battle ki she used was significantly reduced. Only by being able to fly could a third-tier transcendent truly be invincible against enemies below the third tier. You can imagine, even if hundreds of second-tier enemies came, trying to wear down a transcendent, if this third-tier individual wanted to, they could simply whoosh away, making the idea of wearing them down a joke. Being able to fly, sometimes, means being able to do whatever you want. The wilderness. Lee, come on, Otto, really, Lee, I'm all ready. How could I be fake, Otto? Well, I think it's better to plan this carefully. Earl, you're not some tough, superhuman knight, how about we take it one step at a time? Lee, taking it one step at a time won't reveal your limits, I want real defensive power. So, Otto, don't hold back, unleash your full power, let me see what a swordsman is. Otto gave a wry smile. I still don't think this is a good idea, how about we think of another way? Lee, Otto, you're a fourth-tier calamity, don't let me look down on you. When facing Virgil, I didn't see how strong your attack power was. If you chicken out now, that would be really, Otto exploded. Damn it, you asked for this. In mid-air, fiery wings flapped, as if sensing Otto's anger, transforming into a fiery tornado. Otto held a sword in his hand, and with a single slash, a sky full of fiery battle aura exploded, transforming into countless sharp points that seemed poised to engulf the earth. On the ground, Luo Yi felt the intense heat as if he were immersed in molten lava. Every breath brought a searing heat to his lungs. At this moment, he dared not delay any longer. He planted the dawn rapier in the ground, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed, touching the hilt. He didn't even glance up, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. But his battle aura exploded, golden red energy surging outwards like a torrent, transforming into tangible flames that fiercely protected him. Boom! 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 The fiery battle aura rained down, the earth trembled, and the area within 100 meters seemed ravaged, reduced to rubble. Even with a little flammable material, the fiery battle aura continued to burn for several minutes before gradually subsiding. But it wasn't over yet. Otto swung his sword down again. This sword strike, a crescent-shaped blade of battle aura, seemed almost tangible, its crimson color resembling magma, the intense heat distorting the air. Yet, Luo Yi didn't raise her head. Instead, her powerful battle aura erupted once more, forming a several-foot-thick golden-red shield before her, blocking the fiery slash. While a third-tier warrior could project their battle aura, to solidify it, one needed a fourth-tier calamity. Such an effect naturally relied on extraordinary combat techniques, and this one evolved from the Shield of Saint Mark. Saint Blue used Luo Yi as a model, undergoing extensive analysis and refinement before finally taking shape. Luo Yi preferred to call it Iron Wall. Boom! The collision between the fiery slash and the iron wall produced an even greater aftershock this time, even raising a cloud of dust. After a long while, Luo Yi still hadn't emerged. Iron Knight Phil rushed in front of her, accusing her, "You're finished. You're finished. You actually dared to attack the Earl, and with such brutality. Do you really not want to stay in flower territory anymore?" Otto, looking panicked, hurriedly darted into the dust cloud, shouting, "Phil, you bastard," still gloating. "Save him." The two plunged into the dust, stirring up the air even more, but after searching for a while, they looked puzzled. "Where is he? Are you looking for me?" Dozens of meters away, Luo Yi looked at them with a smile, but inwardly she was thinking, "Deep Blue, is the data collection complete? This iron wall is still a bit lacking. I sacrifice speed and strength, and the defense is still only barely able to withstand a fourth-tier battle or a slash. No, I need to optimize and iterate it again." Yes. In another place, the sound of eagles stomping in mid-air dissipated, and Luo Yi descended directly from the sky. The feeling was like being smashed directly onto the earth. Boom! A deafening roar shook the ground, and a visible shockwave, mixed with immense battle aura, spread outwards, sweeping across the area. It's hard to describe the sheer power of that moment, but from Luo Yi's center, within a radius of dozens of meters, earth and rocks flew, trees snapped. Even a rock half a person's height was blown away. You can imagine that anyone within that range would be completely immobilized. This was the extraordinary combat skill, War Stomp, the crowd control skill Luo Yi had longed for. Back then, the Oath Knight used this move to keep him and Olivera from getting close. This time, he had finally learned it himself. However, after holding the pose for so long, Luo Yi finally managed to move, but his movements were stiff, and his legs were numb. It was just like the saying, "You'll get numb too if you stomp." This was because he hadn't controlled his strength well. He still needed to master the technique, not just brute force. On the edge of the swamp, Otto grinned mischievously. Phil, it's your turn now. Remember what the Earl said? This is a test of attack power, so you can't fight back, you can only parry. Of course, if you can't block, you can dodge. After all, we all know how sharp the Earl's attacks are, even the scales of a red dragon can't stop them. It's normal for you to get hurt, don't worry, I won't laugh at you. I'll just tell everyone I know. Otto had unleashed all his taunts, but Phil ignored him completely. He looked at Luo with a serious expression, his rust-colored battle aura spreading little by little, turning his entire body into a steel-like color, radiating a cold metallic light. He directly drew his trump card. Dozens of steps away, Luo nodded slightly and finally drew his dawn rapier. He closed his eyes slightly, and after a long period of preparation, golden red battle aura exploded, then coiled up along the blade. At this moment, Luo Yi finally moved, but instead of closing the distance, he used his swift steps to circle around the Iron Knight. His upper body twisted and turned like a snake or python, making various dodging movements. His sword was aimed directly at the Iron Knight. At this distance, He naturally couldn't reach him, but with the release of his battle aura, a new possibility arose. Streams of battle aura shot out along the sword, like rays, spanning dozens of meters, aiming directly at the Iron Knight's vitals. The Iron Knight was initially calm, remaining still, simply swinging his greatsword to parry. But as Luo Yi's speed increased, and his figure moved forward and backward, sometimes close, sometimes far, with increasingly tricky angles, he was forced to move as well. This was a battle technique that Deep Blue had evolved from the extraordinary battle technique, Brilliant Sword. Simply put, it abandoned ordinary slashing and instead shot out battle aura, like a fire ray or other magic. It had the effect of increasing attack range, breaking through areas with a single point, and increasing attack power. Most importantly, compared to the amplitude of a slash, this aura ray is far more concealed and unpredictable. A sudden, unexpected strike could be fatal. After practicing for a while, Luo Yi abruptly stopped, his grip on the sword tightening and loosening, producing a resounding hum. Luo Yi's aura suddenly erupted, a brilliant golden red light, and he stared intently at Iron Knight Phil, as if nothing else existed in his vision. The next instant, he moved abruptly, transforming into golden red ray, carrying unparalleled sharpness, piercing towards the Iron Knight. This attack was like lightning, fleeting in an instant. This attack combined the brilliant sword, sky-piercing slash, and swift strike, and was the result of countless analyses and deductions by Deep Blue, its destructive power astonishing. Faced with this attack, Iron Knight Phil finally chose to dodge, a flash of golden red light, and he had already avoided it. That wasn't even his conscious thought, but his body's instinctive reaction. Instinct told him he couldn't take the attack head-on, he had to dodge. But even after dodging, he stood there, unable to recover for a long time. Of course, Luo Yi wasn't much better off. His speed was too fast, his foot braked, leaving a long trail in the ground, and he tumbled several times before finally stopping. Standing up, clutching his back, Luo Yi cursed inwardly. Deep Blue, if you keep messing around with these immature combat techniques, I'll format you, my old back. To be honest, extraordinary combat techniques aren't something everyone can cultivate. It not only requires a third-tier strength as a foundation, but also class distinctions. Mainly, different classes have different physical preferences. If the basic attributes aren't met, cultivation is impossible. Like the knight's combat technique of the Shield of St. Mark, the basic requirement is high strength and high constitution. If you force a swift swordsman to cultivate it, it will be a waste of effort. Take, for example, the Brilliant Sword, a typical swordsman's combat technique. Even extraordinary knights struggle to unleash its full power. The reason Luo Yi was able to overcome that hurdle was largely due to his insistence on a balanced development of strength, agility, and physique. What hadn't shown its benefits before now broke through invisible barriers. Furthermore, Deep Blue optimized Luo Yi's physique with various custom techniques, naturally allowing him to utilize these extraordinary combat techniques. In fact, these are just the beginning. Many are based on real-world testing and data collection, undergoing secondary optimization and iteration. Many more extraordinary combat techniques await Luo Yi's verification. For example, the Windraven Sword technique, the Dragon Eye Flash Sword, and advanced breathing techniques. Unfortunately, time is running out. The main force hasn't even arrived yet, but the battle report has already come. Frost Moon Canyon is in grave danger. Second update delivered, more to come on the third. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Frost Moon Canyon. Inside the main camp, in a tent, Loy sat at the head of the table, with Olivera to his left and Alfonso Zook to his right. Below them stood a group of knights, all clad in full armor, their expressions serious. Footsteps approached, and a messenger, nearly collapsed to the ground, was dragged in by two men. He should have been wearing leather armor, but it was filthy and reeked of a foul stench. He was clearly exhausted, panting heavily like a fish out of water. Loy, seeing this, took out his pouch, pulled out a vial of potion, and tossed it to Alfonso. Alfonso caught it, strode over, and forced the man to drink it. The potion's effects were undeniable. Within moments, The man's breathing became much more even. Luo Yi asked impatiently, "Tell me, what's the situation at Frost Moon Canyon?" The Wick family dispatched their most elite warriors to launch a fierce attack on the canyon. The battle has raged for over 10 days, and our forces have suffered heavy losses. If it weren't for Grand Knight Vincent Ackerman risking his life, we would have been wiped out long ago. Over 10 days, Luo Yi narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Since the battle has lasted so long, why did you only send reinforcements now?" "No, Lord Vincent sent men as soon as the battle began. However, they all went without returning, and only then did he realize something was wrong. When it came to my group, he sent knights to break through from 3 directions, forcing those who were trying to ambush us to reveal themselves. I don't know about the others, but I managed to escape because I hid in a paddy field and narrowly escaped. Then, I rushed here without delay." In other words, the Wick family also arranged for men to intercept the messenger in flower territory. This must have been prepared before the battle. They really have the ambition of wolves. Luo leaned forward, looking at the man below, and asked, "Tell me, what's your name?" "Graham of Sunset Town, a resident soldier of Frost Moon Canyon. I've seen the Great Lion King." "Graham, I'll remember your name. You've done a good job this time, and I'll keep that in mind too. Now, go and rest, recover your strength, and I'll arrange a better future for you." "Yes." He stood up unsteadily, and everyone realized that this man was actually quite young, with bright eyes. 2 more people came up to help him leave the tent. Luo had already turned to Olivera and said, "Teacher, you take the swordsman ahead and wipe out those spies. Since they dared to kill in flower territory, leave no one alive, eliminate them all." "Yes, Grand Knight Alfonso, I'm here. Gather 100 knights for me, each with 2 war horses and their own rations. I will personally lead them to reinforce the area. As for you, command the main army advancing from the rear. Speed up." "Yes, everyone, go out and prepare. We'll depart in a quarter of an hour." "Yes, sir." A quarter of an hour later, as dusk approached, the tent gates opened. Luo took the lead, already leading over 100 knights, galloping out. Frost Moon Canyon. War Fortress. This was a small war fortress built between 2 mountains. Although there were thoroughfares in front and behind, allowing for horseback riding, the left and right sides were sheer cliffs. Even second-tier warriors, unless they were special professionals skilled in scaling walls, would be unable to cross it. Therefore, this place has almost always been a strategic location fought over by military strategists. Whoever controls it controls the initiative in war. During the years of Earl Carl Raymond's dominance, the Wick family, needless to say, remained subservient. This place had always been under the Raymond family's control, and had been peaceful for many years. However, at this moment, the place was already filled with shouts of battle. Huge shields were erected, made of pure iron and not particularly finely crafted, their main feature being their thickness and size. Each shield was taller than a person, carried by a second-tier shield sword warrior who had discarded his short sword and was advancing with both hands. 5 such shields lined up side by side could block the mountain path. Then, they advanced with almost identical steps, continuing to climb the slope to reach the war fortress. Behind them was a group of militiamen, some carrying spears and round shields, others carrying ladders. Of course, they weren't the main force. The real main force consisted of knights and warriors mixed in among them. In such a place, knights couldn't fight on horseback, they had to fight on foot, concealing their presence as much as possible until they closed the distance before engaging in combat. However, this path was not easy to traverse. The people on the fortress weren't just watching, their superior position was their greatest advantage, and they naturally made good use of it. From a distance, stones of various sizes would rain down, carrying unparalleled momentum along the slope. Any second-tier shield and sword warriors who couldn't withstand the force would be crushed in droves. Closer still, there was boiling oil and molten gold, which, after boiling, would be poured down. The scene, the smell, anyone who'd been drenched knows. If they reached the city walls, ladders would be erected, and close combat would begin. This was the real bloodbath. The clash of swords and the sounds of battle were incessant, interspersed with screams, the clang of metal on metal, and roars of fury. Ladders would overturn, blood would splatter, limbs would fly everywhere, and severed arms would tumble down. The brutality of melee combat with cold weapons was unparalleled, and soon the battlefield was covered in a thick layer of blood. However, while the castle's side was outnumbered, the canyon was relatively small, limiting the number of enemies they could handle simultaneously. The militia posed little threat. Even if they reached the city walls, they would only die faster. The real threat came from the warriors mixed in. These were either shield and sword warriors, defending with one hand and wielding a short sword in the other, engaging in close combat, defending first and then counterattacking to pierce internal organs. Or they were knights, wielding greatswords, slashing and hacking indiscriminately, ruthless and vicious. Only the castle's warriors could stop them. Close combat, the clash of auras, the contest of combat skills, the noise and chaos were immense. The castle's dilapidated state was largely due to their fighting. However, the true threat came from the intervention of extraordinary experts. The Wick family, aiming for a swift victory, had dispatched 3 extraordinary individuals to this battle. One of the 2 great knights, wielding a dragon lance and gathering his battle aura, charged straight at the castle walls with a charge technique. His intention was clearly to tear a hole in the castle. Even if the castle walls were thick enough, they couldn't withstand the sustained attack of a third-tier transcendent. The other great knight possessed the transcendent combat technique, battle aura wings, his pair of battle auras rippling light water, allowing him to soar into the sky. He even unleashed a series of battle aura blades in midair, seemingly unconcerned about the consumption of his battle aura. As for the last transcendent, he was a rare shadow assassin. Although he didn't possess flight skills, he was agile, using a grappling hook to cling to the cliff face, while his other hand held a short sword, unleashing sword auras. Their enemy was none other than Grand Knight Commander Vincent Ackerman. He wasn't in good condition, days of continuous fighting had left him pale, his battle aura depleted, and his aura unstable. But he had his own advantage, his mount. Back then, he too ventured into the Dome Mountains, intending to tame a griffin. Unfortunately, he failed, but not entirely. Because he found a rare cliff goat magical beast. This beast wasn't high level, at most mid-tier, but it spent its days walking along the edges of cliffs, feeding on food growing in the crevices of the rock walls. This allowed it to traverse the forests as if they were flat ground, and leap effortlessly across steep cliffs. For the cliff goat, even an 89-degree incline was merely a slope, easily ascended and descended. The greatest advantage of such a mount was that it could even scale city walls by stepping on crevices. It was thanks to the cliff goat's agility that Vincent Ackerman was able to move freely between the mountains, using the terrain to launch surprise attacks. Just like the Knight Assassin, a formidable expert, he had no room to maneuver on the cliffs. And then there were the Dragon Lance Knights. Every now and then, Vincent Ackerman would land directly on the gentle slope and launch a charge. A knight without his mount is half as powerful. Now, being ambushed from behind, he couldn't help but panic. Even when he was breaching the city walls, he held back half of his full strength, afraid of being dragged down with him. Only the knight who had mastered battle aura wings was the most troublesome, but compared to Vincent, he valued his life even more. After another round of fighting, the knight finally couldn't hold back anymore. He roared, "Vincent, Vincent, you've done enough. Is it worth risking your life for that bastard count? Our conditions remain unchanged. As long as you surrender, you will not only receive noble treatment, but Earl of Wick is even willing to grant you a title. That's the title, a real title. To be able to do that is already very good. Don't be so stubborn." It was during his persuasion that the cliff sheep suddenly leaped down from the cliff. Facing the talkative knight, Vincent gathered his battle aura and unleashed a powerful sword strike. The aura blade, like a crescent moon in the sky, shattered the knight's aura wings and sent him crashing to the ground. Vincent then spurred his mount back to the city wall in a few leaps. He was struggling to breathe, his battle aura severely depleted, but he still mustered his strength and roared, "Before coming here, I promised the Earl that as long as this fortress stands, I stand. If this fortress falls, I die. So, stop with the nonsense. If you want to take this place, kill me. Use every means to kill me. Only by stepping over my corpse can you cross Frost Moon Canyon. This is what I, Vincent Ackerman, said. Brothers, follow me and kill. Kill. Kill." With this final roar, the brutality of the war escalated to a new level. Third update, time for bed. Chapter 225, Deceit and Intrigue. Outside Frost Moon Valley, east of the battlefield, beyond the undulating mountains, lies a vast plain. Here, rows of military tents have been erected, and numerous militiamen patrol with spears. Of course, the camp isn't very formally set up. Many knights wander freely, some even riding their war horses out hunting. The shouts and clamor blend together, like a picnic. In fact, noble wars, also known as knightly wars, follow ancient etiquette. Typically, both sides gather their armies, deploy in a wide open area, and then charge directly into battle. The one who remains standing is the victor. Completely lacking the strategic maneuvering and scheming expected of war, yet this is noble war, made to seem like child's play. Of course, that was a long time ago. Noble wars have changed since then. However, it's clear that the most difficult aspect, military discipline, remains unchecked. In the center of the camp, inside the largest tent, a magic mirror stands erect. The magic mirror was oval-shaped, its edges intricately carved with magical runes, and its supporting frame was meticulously crafted from rare magical materials. Two mages stood on either side of the mirror, each placing their hands on it, and amidst the rippling magical energy, the battlefield was reflected within. Hundreds of meters above the camp, a magical eye opened, emitting a red light, locking onto the battlefield. Because there was no sound, the reflection in the mirror resembled a silent film. However, the image of Grand Knight Commander Vincent Ackerman, fighting valiantly, was clearly reflected in the mirror. At this moment, two people stood beside the mirror. One was obese, broad-shouldered, bald, with a fierce face, and short, thick fingers holding a cigar. However, this time it wasn't lit, it was just held. This was Marcus Carlyle, one of the four marquises of the duchy. He had actually appeared on the battlefield where the Wick and Raymond families were fighting. Beside him was a richly dressed but short and stout old man. He was fairly handsome, with a meticulously groomed mustache that he habitually stroked. He possessed a certain air of authority, but compared to Marcus Carlyle, he seemed instantly diminished. Seeing the battle unfolding before him, Vincent Ackerman single-handedly fighting three extraordinary beings, his expression grew even more grim. He stole several glances at Marcus Carlyle, who seemed hesitant to speak. Marcus Carlyle, of course, clearly saw through his affected expression, but he didn't rush to speak. Instead, he stared at the magic mirror, lit his cigar, and as he exhaled smoke, his expression was obscured, making his voice even deeper. Earl Wick, given the current situation, what do you think we should do? The short, stout old man, Earl Wick, said with a bitter face. My lord, how about we ask one of your family's calamity experts to take action? Once the war fortress is destroyed, the rest will be simple. Even if the Grand Knight Commander of the Raymond family is really willing to fight to the death, without the advantage of terrain, he's nothing, a fourth-tier calamity. Marcus Carlyle's voice seemed to carry a hint of mockery as he asked, asking a fourth-tier calamity to take action? Ask them if they were willing. As he said this, he pointed with his short, thick finger. Following the direction he pointed, two people were sitting in the corner of the tent. A knight. A mage. They were there, yet completely out of place with the atmosphere inside the tent, drinking tea and eating snacks, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. Even with everyone's gaze focused on them, they didn't care at all. Only after finishing his tea did the knight speak. Though his hair was entirely silver, his voice was deep and resonant. According to noble code, even fourth-order natural disasters are not allowed to intervene in noble wars, in order to control the scale of the conflict. Otherwise, if we were to truly go all out, the earth might collapse and the mountains might crumble. Are you really willing to bear such consequences? As he spoke, he slowly raised his head and looked at Earl Wick. His eyes, like whirlpools, made Earl Wick break out in a cold sweat. He spoke again, his voice tinged with mockery. Rather than having us participate in the war, it would be better to just have us kill that bastard Count. That would be much more straightforward. Count Wick, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm, quickly replied, Really? Marcus Carlyle's expression hardened, like an enraged brown bear. His icy voice rang out, What do you say? An Count to die by assassination, and in full view of everyone? Aren't you afraid of the Council of Elders' repercussions? They dare to do it, but are you willing to bear the consequences? Count Wick shuddered, his smile growing even more bitter, and couldn't help but say, Then forget it. Forget it. He then looked at Marcus Carlyle and said, Or, you could send some extraordinary beings to help. Not too many, just one or two more, and Vincent Ackerman certainly won't be able to withstand it. If I were to intervene now, it would be tantamount to directly entering the fray, which is a completely different matter. Do you think Grand Duchess Afra would intervene? What if Grand Duke Norman sided with the Raymond family? This, Earl Wick panicked completely, feeling that nothing worked, and he lost his composure. Meanwhile, inside the magic mirror, the battlefield finally came to a conclusion. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the three transcendents finally ceased their assault and retreated again. The battlefield returned to calm, and Marcus Carlyle no longer wished to remain there. He merely glanced at Earl Wick and said casually, "I don't care what methods or means you use, what I want is to conquer Frostmoon Canyon within these 2 days. You can choose not to go all out. However, once that bastard arrives, a great battle will unfold within your territory." With that, he strode out, followed by a group of people. Soon, the large tent was mostly empty. The two fourth-tier calamities had already vanished without a trace. Only after these people had gone did Earl Wick lose his previous timid demeanor and straighten his back. With a wave of his hand, someone removed the magic mirror, and he returned to his main seat in the tent, plopping down. Among the remaining men, a female knight in plate armor, her figure accentuated by her curves, stepped forward. She approached Earl Wick and softly called out, "Grandpa, are we just going to put up with this?" Earl Wick's eyes narrowed, he looked around, surveyed the area, and waved his hand again. Immediately, everyone else in the tent left, including the steward and maids. Once the tent was completely empty, Earl Wick took out a scroll, unrolled it, tore it apart, and activated it. A silencing field rose and spread throughout the tent. Though small, it effectively blocked any eavesdropping. This man was actually a mage. Only then did Earl Wick speak. "How many times have I told you? How many times? Be careful what you say, very careful. If those people hear this, who knows how much trouble it will cause." Daisy Wick disagreed. "Grandpa, do we really have to be so afraid of them? After all, our Wick family is an earldom. Now we're not only being used as their tools, but we're also making our knights and subjects fight to the death. Is that fair?" Earl Wick slumped down, letting out a long sigh. He said, "Do you think I want this? The Carlyle family's power is unfathomable. There are superior nobles. What can we do? Even if you include the Bonaparte Empire's main branch, we're far inferior. What can we do? Besides, do you think the Raymond family's fate happened? The lesson is clear, the lesson is right before our eyes." "I'm scared." Daisy Wick seemed to have heard something unbelievable, jumping up in shock. It's them. What do you think? The Raymond family is in such a state, almost losing its lineage. What can my Wick family do? Then what about Frostmoon Canyon? What else can we do? Tomorrow, bring out those magic cannons. And those knights, I need you to organize them. Haven't you always wanted to go to the battlefield? Tomorrow, you'll go in my place." Daisy Wick's eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, Really, but be careful." "Understood." With that, Daisy Wick rushed out in a hurry. She crossed the soundproof barrier and disappeared into the military tent, all the cowardice and helplessness on Earl Wick's face completely vanishing. He became incredibly calm, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, but a moment later, another long sigh echoed. On the other side, Marcus Carlyle led a group of people out of the military camp's main tent and headed towards the rear, eventually entering a seemingly inconspicuous tent. However, this tent was a completely different world, with space magic expanding the space, making it very spacious. Upon reaching this point, the aged knight, a fourth-tier calamity, finally stepped forward and asked, "My lord, it seems the Wick family isn't willing to put in their best effort." "Understandable, but it doesn't really matter." Marcus Carlyle stroked his bald head, his smile cold, "because whether we can take Frostmoon Canyon or not is irrelevant. We'll just wait for that bastard to arrive, then we'll trap him like a turtle in a jar and wipe him out in one fell swoop. That's what I want." Leaving aside the intrigues and schemes among the nobles, let's talk about Daisy Wick. This female knight, possessing 1/8 Raymond family blood, is considered the first in line to inherit the Wick family's throne in this generation. When she declared her intention to go to the battlefield, the Wick family knights no longer dared to be lax. Of course, facing the easily defensible Frostmoon Canyon, the Wick family's greatest trump card, 6 122mm caliber magic cannons, was brought out by a group of magic gunners. Because the mountain path was too narrow, these magical cannons could only be arranged in 2 rows of 3, one in each, up the slope. Once they reached firing range, they were stopped, secured, and loaded with shells. Then, at the command of the female knight Daisy, the cannons roared, signaling the start of another day of war. First update. Thank you to Ren Yang Hong for the 200-point reward. Thank you for your continued support. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.